Hello, hello, hello. Here we go. Wir schauen obvious Playoffs Day One. Wo ist denn das Ganze? VOD? Die. Ne? Der darf nicht hören, extra Channel? Anyways. Gut. Fuck that shit. Match Highlights? Fangen hier. Fusion vs. Ja. Ein Teil davon habe ich live gesehen, nicht alles. Also, grab your coffee and get on that shit.
Tracer here in this meta coming into playoffs. Is that what we see from Carpe? Zest has been very good throughout the season, so to not have him available here for the playoffs is
KP hat mich in den Playoffs ein bisschen überrascht.
Again, the last time these two teams played was back
Von
in
seinen Picks.
2019. With Zest out of the picture for the time being, the Fusion are going to have to rely on something else. And it was highlighted on the desk. I think Scott wanted to make a real point of this, that when Carpe did come in, despite his detractors and despite people sort of criticizing his ability to keep up with these young guns that keep getting brought into teams like the Fusion, he had a really solid showing on this team. He's a veteran. He's obviously had to flex those leadership muscles a heck of a lot. And this team, ups and downs, but again, I'm expecting to see big things from them as they've had time to prepare for this patch. And you'll notice that Bellisria here in the starting lineup, quite often a play we saw on dive tanks for the Philadelphia Fusion. We'll expand upon that in a moment. Let's now bring out the London Spitfire, a team again who really have blown their expectations out of the water this year, Matthew.
Yeah, and look, I think you kind of thought this team would be like a fringe playoff team. They were really good throughout periods of the season. Admiral and Landon, in terms of the supports here to start things off, I think that means we're not going to really see any of those flex supports. Maybe we see some of Kariko, maybe we see some Lucio in play. And then even when Canizaria was strong at points, like they still kind of kept Hadi in. So Hadi will stay in that tank role. But for me, huge matchup here, Mitch, is like between Sparker and MN3. I think that it's going to be a crazy matchup as we've seen both of them play some insane Sojourn all year long.
Yeah, during the countdown cup, I think Sparker been excellent all year, but really came alive on the Sojourn. Again, was noted in the pre-show. The kind of player setting up a lot of those picks that were not always able to be capitalized upon by the rest of his
Just
team.
in case.
He does come out of the countdown cup number 1 in hero damage on Sojourn, crucially second in solo kills. Something, again, that's very closely tied to the ability to manufacture a first pick to give your team that 5 versus 4 and enable you to ease into a fight that you hope to win based on that player advantage. This match
bin ein bisschen müde.
not an elimination match for either of these
vor 10 Minuten aufgestanden.
Fall down to the lower bracket, but still a lot on the line. You really want to
Aber
these hungry teams also falling down to the lower
das
bracket.
da wird schon funktionieren.
Survival is scary.
Especially when, well, I think it actually, so it's obviously not an elimination match, but with a new meta kind of forming, I think you would really go into panic mode losing this match for either of these teams. if you're London, it's like, do you have the roster to be flexible enough to cover the different types of things we could see throughout this playoff week? And if you're Philly, it just kind of breeds into more of the same, in which has kind of happened and plagued them throughout playoffs in their history.
Of course, ladies and gentlemen, this will be a first to 3 series here. Loser selecting match.
Actually, ich habe nicht viel vom Summer Showdown gesehen. Nur die paar Matches, wo wir hier mal am Stream gesehen haben. Ah, not gonna lie. Die Playoffs, da will ich jetzt regelmäßig gucken. Mich auch mit beschäftigen. Und auch mehr solche Reviews machen. Ich denke, das ist ziemlich cool. Auch für viele Leute, die jetzt neu sind. Das einfach mal zu sehen. Ich versuche nicht zu sehr ins Detail zu gehen. Ich versuche das relativ casual zu halten. Aber die grundlegenden Sachen, warum manche Attacks funktionieren, die eventuell auf den ersten Blick nicht funktionieren sollten. Und auch ein Reverse. Gerade bis die Spawn-Töne aufgehen, dann reden wir über die Comps.
You're going to be looking at characters like Winston, no, even Sojourn, who can get into the mix and brawl a little bit more for a longer range damage dealer. As looks like both teams here at the start, you know, Winston.
Okay. Okay, ich warte bis KP wechselt. Okay. Quasi Mirror kommt. Nicht nur quasi, praktisch. Na, Mann, vergiss es. Ich würde eigentlich gerade über KP auf Echo reden. Aber never mind that. Anyways. Beide Teams, man sieht jetzt schon, London ist ein bisschen schneller hier am Punkt. Fusion. Fusion ist schneller als London am Punkt. Never mind. Müsst dafür echt ein bisschen länger wach sein. Und das bedeutet, Fusion hat ja likely die Kontrolle. Aber KP ist mit Reaper hier ganz hinten. Obvious, er wird jetzt hier hinporten. Und ist dann aber gleich erst da, wo Aegod ist. Ähnlich wie hier Backbone. Er portet hier hin, dann hier und muss dann den ganzen Weg noch hier rüberlaufen. Währenddessen ist Backbone irgendwo hier als Reaper. Und Spitfire fängt schon an, hier einen Punkt zu nehmen. Das bedeutet, es liegt an Sparker, der hier ist. Und hoffentlich. Ich fange mal an zu zeichnen. Sparker sollte sich in dieser Richtung aufhalten. Ich mach Spaß mit Blau. Blau für Fusion. Einfach. Anyways. Hier ist auch. Ne? Wird das jetzt ein bisschen besser? Meine Fresse! Ja, Mann. Ja. In dieser. Das ist so der Stopppunkt für Sparker. Das Ding ist, M&M sitzt. Mal was hier irgendwo sehen. Hier? Einer von den zwei? Ich würde hiervon ausgehen. Das Aim God? Das Obvious. Unser Winston? I can tell. Aber beides ist meiner Meinung nach fein. Weil hier in der Mitte hat man ja diese Barriere. Und je nachdem, ich gehe jetzt einfach mal davon aus, dass M3, unsere Sojourn. Und Das bedeutet, er wird wohl hier um diese Cover spielen, sobald er Spitfire hier ankommen sieht. Während Winston sich jetzt irgendein Target raussuchen muss, das I don't know. Wird sich jetzt im Laufe des Fights ergeben. Im besten Fall aber hier M3. Hardy. Oh. Nicht? Das heißt, Hardy möchte im besten Fall M3 killen. Oder allgemein Spitfire. Weil Sojourn halt so viel Damage macht. Und dasselbe in Reverse. Ja. Wenn es nicht weit hier auf. Yeah. Makes sense. Das Problem bei der Sache ist, Backbone und KP werden wohl entweder auf den Wünschen sitzen oder auf beiden Supports. Das ist das Problem an der Miracle. Jetzt ist die Frage, wer spielt sie besser? Wer kriegt den ersten Pick? Und ich habe gerade meinen Software geschossen. Pop. Da kam kurz die Overview. Ja, hier. Da hatte ich recht. Hier vorne hat M3 gespielt. Wie gesagt, Aimgod ist hier am Punkt. No prob. Ah, KP hat halt den Delay. Let's play this.
Reaper really gonna try and compete, become a nuisance to the enemy Winston.
Bellisria so low early on, perhaps not.
Okay. Was? Ja, Sparker spielt hier. Ähnlich wie ich gesagt habe. Und Fusion hat hier keiner Point Control. Auch wenn er nicht unlocked ist. Aber KP ist jetzt ziemlich fucked, not gonna lie. Und London weiß das. London weiß das. Das heißt, wir versuchen jetzt hier KP rauszunehmen. Und hoffentlich kann man denselben. Ja. Ja, Winston ist dead. For a reason. Ah, hier sieht man schon das Low. Bringt hier rüber. Und ich glaube, Landon, die Kiriko, kriegt den Finish. Ja, mit dem Headshot. Ja. Not really dead. But it had. Ja, das war hier. Das bedeutet für Fusion, der Main Tag ist dead. Und die müssen backuppen. Die brauchen jetzt entweder einen Gegenpick oder der Point ist lost. Der erste Fight ist lost. Spitfire chillt jetzt hier einfach. Spitfire chillt am Punkt. Und Fusion chillt hier neben dem Punkt und wartet auf den Winston. Wenn der Snowshot, dass wir den Fighter kriegen.
Sojourn rail shot could have been Reaper. I also like, you know, it could have been like a rail shot plus like the Kiriko headshot, right? The Kiriko headshot does triple damage. I mean, can really take out an enemy quickly, and that's gonna be an M3 hitting a rail shot on the spark. Could have been like a rail shot plus like the Kiriko headshot, right? The Kiriko headshot does triple damage. I mean.
Ah, hier. Okay. Das ist nice. Ich hab's nur Killcam gesehen, ich wusste nicht, wo sie stand. Das ist nice. Weil jetzt hat Fusion die Pick Advantage und dann noch auf einer Soldier, wo jeden in dieser Raum quasi one-shotten kann. Abgesehen von dem Winston. Und das bedeutet für Spitfire, die müssen den Punkt hier jetzt aufgeben. Weil Fusion wird jetzt einfach auch den kollapsen. Wenn sie schlau sind.
out of the Spark.
It's the perfect opening here. Just as Spark is starting to get comfortable and as the team holding the point, he can play in a pocket of safety. He gets picked out of the mix pretty much straight away. And now the Fusion will look to try and hold the bridge as much as they can, or at least try and telegraph the enemy Winston's movements towards them here.
Oh, das ist bad. Das ist bad. Fusion wollte hier Winston chasen, also Hardy. Weil die hier zu mega gebackupt sind. Winston und noch wer, ich glaube es war der Lucio. Ich bin mir gerade nicht sicher. Lucio oder der Reaper, einer von den zwei. Und weil sie den chasen wollten, Hardy einfach wegspringen konnte, haben die einfach den ganzen Point Control aufgegeben. Anstatt ihn da einfach zu lassen.
They just get bullied off. They get that first pick, they flip for a little bit, and then they just get bullied back off of the point here by London. So London able to get control again. Both teams will have their Freak Vault, so expect.
Und das wird basic das ganze Match. Okay, wir haben Kill geholt. Aber nichts wirklich gerade, um damit zu machen. Also, als richtige Kombi. Obvious, Backbone und Sparker gehen ja crazy mit der Welt. Ja. Achso, nee, da meint. Bei Fusion. Kidding. Beide Kills gezogen? Wer war erster? Bekommt gleichzeitig Ult. Ja, die sind gleichzeitig Ult. Okay. Das Pick für Fusion. Beat kommt raus. Ich weiß nicht, ob der Sound Barrier wirklich sinnvoll war. Better safe than sorry, I guess. Ja, hat Sound Barrier gezündet? Achso, hier. Na, Mann. Ja, Spitfire pusht hier mit Sound Barrier. Und I don't know, ich denke, Backbone wird hier auch Reaper ziehen. Backbone oder Sparker, einer von den zwei. Aber warum? Das ist Engage. Ich meine, jeder ist Full HP. I don't know, overclock. Yeah, not much to do, yeah.
You just need that sound barrier, right? They use the overclock there as well for Sparker to just get high charge on that Sojourn, just hit a rail shot quick. We'll see if Billy tries to push in here, Mitch. You could end up seeing like a Death Blossom from Backbone, but he's not even gonna need it.
Oh, Fixer's dead. Sparker geht crazy. Yeah, I can tell.
As the Winston jump claims him and the Spitfire now head to 72%.
Spitfire staggert die jetzt.
Death Blossom available here for both sides and that Primal Raid will be in play.
Das Ding ist, dadurch, dass Fixer instant gestorben ist, konnte er keine Sound Barrier aufbauen und ist immer noch bei 30%. Admiral hat sie gerade benutzt, obvious. 2 Fights jetzt. Und auch bei 30. Gut. Das Gute ist, Fusion weiß, dass sie keine Sound Barrier haben. Und M3 hat jetzt die Chance, einfach durchzuschnitzeln. Mit Overclock. Im Rage zum Contesten. Yeah.
Doggedly for this point, but as you highlighted, Matthew, the Spitfire will have plenty of time to get back in the driver's seat.
Spitfire braucht Einfall.
I think this next fight though will be pretty interesting and pretty telling about how, you know, this could go, where London could end up using this Kitsune Rush and getting the point back.
Wenn Fixer jetzt seine Soundbarrier benutzen muss, wovon ich ausgehe, dass er das tun wird, ist es ziemlich wahrscheinlich. Also, ich fange anders an. Spitfire versucht, die Soundbarrier jetzt rauszubaiten von Fixer. Wenn Fixer bieten tut, gibt London einfach auf, mehr oder weniger, kommt noch Ultimates, bricht Sparker und Backbone wird wahrscheinlich auch ziemlich hoch gehen. Dann pushen sie mit Soundbarrier und Overclock. Und sobald die Soundbarrier dann, wie gesagt, raus ist das free. Genauso wie eben in dem Fall. Ich gehe davon aus, dass hier Kiriko ulten wird. Die damit pushen werden, damit die Soundbarrier baiten. Weil Fusion hat sonst keine Ults. Es macht keinen Unterschied, ob M3 oder KP hier ultet. Das ist legit useless. Der einzigste Punkt ist die Soundbarrier von dem Lucio. Lucio ist so wichtig für diese Comps.
Rather quickly, but Philly, a really good counter to that is you can just kind of send that Reaper in with the Death Blossom, just force everybody out.
Fixer darf jetzt nicht sterben oder die Soundbarrier einfach wasten.
Spitfire won't know what is coming. Again, Sparker, much like MN3 has been probing here at the start of these fights. Nothing easy to farm for this charge until the bubble comes down. He can build some of that up, but MN3's already found Admiral. Headshot with the railgun. The perfect antidote here to whatever the Spitfire were cooking up. And they're out of the picture again.
That's what I mean.
So they had to use Sound Barrier to engage there and go in and make a play, but you're looking at like last fight territory, so at least Philly.
Actually, das hätte ich nicht erwartet. Die haben noch die Kill geholt. Spark hat auch nicht geholt. Und jetzt haben die Spitfire die Ultimate, die Soundbarrier. Und das ist die Win-Condition. Die rennen jetzt auf den Punkt, drücken Q und Fusion hat eine Antwort. Unless KP oder M3 machen Godswork. Das Einzige, was sie hier saven könnte, ist, wenn M3. Oh fuck. Wo waren wir? Aber der Last Fight. Das Einzige, was Fusion hier noch saven tut, ist, wenn sie den Lucio instant rausfokussen, bevor die Soundbarrier rauskommt. Das ist die einzige Chance für Fusion. Oh, KB? Ja, das ist das, was ich meine. Sparker dead. Das ist der Overclock raus. Das ist actually huge. Huge für Fusion. Das Ding ist, Sparker hat aber noch Overclock. Aber M3 hat jetzt auch Overclock. Und jetzt ist die einzige Chance, wofür die Winston gut ist. Hier bloß. Ich sag einfach Winston. Noch statt, dass ich den Namen aussprechen kann. Hat die Primal Rage. Und bei Primal Rage. Obvious, Winston bekommt 1000 HP. Und bucht einfach Leute vom Punkt runter. Aimgott hat auch fast die Kill geholt. I don't know, ob er die in dem Fall bekommt. Wäre aber nicht so unwahrscheinlich. Ja. Aber Backbone hat Blossom. Wir haben beide DPS-Ults für Spitfire. Ja.
Nowhere to jump to here as a London Spitfire come out on top. This one is going to be quite the brawl.
Das war sad.
Very back and forth,
Ich den Blassen vom Backbone ehrlich gesagt nicht gesehen.
and Sparker was, towards the later half of the season, right? One of the better sojourns we had, in the Western region. Really able to come up with clutch plays time and time again.
Keine Chance.
Admiral, nice movement on the loose.
Actually keine Chance da für Fusion.
Backbone seal the deal there for London.
For MN3, so many of his kills, in fact, almost all of them come as first picks in those fights, right? Which is huge to open up those engagements. When Backbone just gets
Yeah.
throw himself into the mix here.
Keine Chance.
Carpe had already fallen to Sparker, so crazy to say that this is almost overkill in this situation. Saw the protection Susie used there by AimGod. No one really able to benefit from that is just Bellasaria getting lit up for a moment and then eventually getting cut down to size.
Yes, no comp changes here.
Ich denke auch nicht, dass sie mit dem Blassen gerechnet haben.
On Lijiang Tower.
Hat nicht so ausgesehen.
I think these are going to be some of the comps that we see throughout like a majority of the playoffs. Reaper really good.
Das Problem ist, du musst dich auch entscheiden als Keiko auf beiden Seiten, wen du mit deinem Suzu saven tust. Für was? Zum Beispiel bei der Overclock. Das ist relativ schwerer. Jetzt ist die Frage, hätte AimGod den Blassen erwarten müssen? Eigentlich schon. Aber zur selben Zeit, whatever. Damit hätte er MN3 saven können. Maybe, just maybe, hätten sie das flippen können. Ich sag, das ist Nitpicking. Ich denke, das ist fein so. AimGod hat da, denke ich, schon seine Gedanken gehabt. Hier gehen so viele Gedanken dadurch. Ich denke nicht, dass wir dran gedacht haben. Vielleicht ist auch jemand anderes da gegangen, hätten davor saven müssen. Ich werde darauf jetzt nicht nitpicken. Oh, wird fast ziemlich low.
Not in a great position to contest right now. MN3 hope to find a railgun there as he peeks the left-hand side. Comes in with very little, and the Spitfire doing a great job of just pulling the Fusion away from the objective here. Again, Bellasaria is out of position for the time being. He kind of gets knocked across on the left-hand side. The Spitfire are happy for the Fusion to figure out how to get to them first.
That first fight, the real difference there, where it's like Sparker hits a rail shot and just gets a player or two weak and just backs them up. But it's going to be a rush right away. The protection there, giving everybody the involved for a little bit, and then Philly's going to die.
Okay, that's enough to clear the Spitfire away, but eventually they're going to look to becoming.
Nutzen ihr seid eingeschmilzen. What the fuck? Das ist ein einziger Mess. Okay, hier, Kapitel. Das ist Sad für Fusion. Und Spitfire hat alle Ults. Aber sie haben gerade Sound Barrier benutzt. Damit engaged. Das ist relativ fein. Fixer, aber leider auch. Boah. Von daher, ja. Yeah. Sparker hat hier Overclock, MN3 nicht. Backbone hat hier auch seine Ult. KP, just died. Fuck that. AimGod ist vorn, sollte ihr eigentlich sterben. Ja. Yeah. Der Fight ist over für Fusion. Ich rede ja auch nicht über die Winston-Ult, weil die ist relativ useless. Midfight. Huge. Beim KP und MN3. Das ist so cool mit Vincent, sage ich. Actually, ich will mal kurz darüber reden. Die Weise, wie der Reaper seine Ult hier benutzt. In den Comps. Und das ist das, was viele Low-Rank-Player falsch machen. Ich weiß, ich bin platt, ich rede hier jetzt nicht, welche Master oder keine Ahnung. Aber das machen so viele Leute falsch. So viele Leute wollen für diesen Fünfer-Kill gehen. Haben jetzt 5 Leute. Obvious, Fünfer-Kill fürs Ace. I don't give a damn. Ne? Hier, perfekte Beispiel. Backbone killt 2 Leute, M3 und KP. Der ganze Fight ist over. Das, weil nur M3 gekillt hätte. Der Fight ist over. Angenommen. Hier ist Blacker, ist gerade mit Overclock umreißen. Die rushen da jetzt rein, killen Fixer. Keine Chance auf Fusion. Selbst wenn er immer wieder auf den Winston low schießt. Er muss ihn nicht killen, er muss ihn immer nur low schießen. Es ist so ein Stall, was man mit Ultimates machen kann. Viele benutzen das sowas von falsch. Obvious. Angenommen, KP wäre jetzt Genji. Einfach mal angenommen, wir setzen KP als Genji. Anstatt den Reaper. Aimgott wäre jetzt Anna. Bananoplate. Ich weiß nicht mehr, in welchem Match man es gesehen hat. Aber selbst wenn die Nanoplate einen Kill bekommen wird, sagen wir, in dem Fall Sparker. Es wäre okay. Das wäre Worth. Ein Kill mit einer Nanoplate ist eigentlich in jedem Ranked-Match wird man dafür gehatet werden. Du kannst einen Kill mit der Nanoplate machen und wenn es ein wichtiger Pick ist, zum Beispiel Sparker mit Ult, oder du nimmst gerade den Support raus. I don't know. Am besten den Main Support. In dem Fall Kiriko. Keine Chance. Der Fight ist over. Ja, das ist das, was ich meine. Er schließt die ganze Zeit den Winston low. Und dadurch kann er nicht pushen. M3 ist dead. Borg. Das ist so ein harter Stagger für London. That's a nice process. Das hätte nicht passieren dürfen. Yeah.
And then they use one of their own as they're getting pushed into. Lovely stuff from London Spitfire.
Actually nice.
The way this metagame works, at least in this matchup, really shining through.
Spitfire hat Fusion hier so hart gestaggert am letzten Punkt. Und dann noch, dass KP keine Ult mit dem Blossom gefunden hat. Kein Kill. Minus-Set. Keiner Set für Fusion. Gleich wieder da. Warum neuen Kaffee? Okay, here we go. Here we go. Match 2.
Yeah, and
Or round 2.
Philly, you picked this right. This is a little bit more of like a dive-centric map that has some high ground control that you're going to need to have here. So maybe they can throw the London
See.
Spitfire off. But we've seen London put together some really good performances on this map throughout the season. So, you know, although an interesting pick here from Philly, I
Eigentlich
still
beide
think
schöne Map.
it's going to be very strong and effective.
This was the kind of map, by the way, that people took the London Spitfire to during their Reinhardt and May days to try and punish like their lack of range with that composition. London still would manufacture ways of turning the terrain of the map to their advantage, even when they're attacking on that precipitous climb,
Keine Spielerwechsel.
phase where you really feel like it can be oppressive to play into enemy high ground plus long range hit scan. They still manage to find ways to make it work. Philly don't want to change their composition here. They're very much locked into this. And again, a lot of the focus is going to be on how effectively
Dieselbe kommt.
Hardy's going to be able to close the gap and start to pressure into the
Hätte ich nicht gedacht.
I just want to say, man, it seems like Philly have been very happy to give a lot of ground in that first map, right? You mentioned they were getting
Actually,
away a lot.
fand's nice. Es war, glaube ich, Schock.
Disengaging quite frequently.
Die haben auf der Map hier drauf gespielt. Ich weiß auch nicht mehr gegen wen. Von daher.
And I think you probably see them disengage because I
Und
thought actually in the first map, you know,
es hat einfach das andere Team so auf Guard geholt.
Sojourn, right? Those rail shots can just take like
Das war cool. Das war ein schönes Match. Vom Summer Showdown.
From an opponent. And also there's like not a lot of like burst healing, right? Like you don't have like a baptism.
Okay. Backbomb wird ja sehr wahrscheinlich direkt wechseln. Aber ja. Geht jetzt hier nicht über die Comps, das haben wir eben schon. Oh! Oh, das ist huge. Das ist actually huge. Das müsste ein Win für Spitfire sein.
That's a beautiful shot there. Dude, we've seen Backbone do that.
Oh, there's the smile.
Backbone not
Hey.
not historically a Widowmaker player, but has been able to do that time and time again.
Oh, he's got to let him know he doesn't
Das
have
ist.
Backbone. Switching over to Reaper now because his work ostensibly is done. No
Yeah.
Sojourn at the start of the fight for the Philadelphia Fusion. They have to disengage there, no doubt about it. Find a way to come back in here. And in the
Okay.
here's the dive, Bellis
Fusion contested.
He's going to be blown up pretty quickly. He's lucky to get out. There's going to be protection Suzu employed to make sure he can walk away in one piece. The London Spitfire almost 3 ticks on this point already. And
Oh no.
Fusion step off the point.
Oh no.
It's playoff time. You can tell by the way the Philly Fusion are playing right now. It's, oh man, is no, not the best of starts right now from Philly is you know what? I mean, London now
Yeah.
5:30 plus on the clock.
Darüber reden wir nicht.
Gotta have like some type of like.
Ich denke, es ist relativ klar, was hier passiert ist.
Right? You get like a right win, you know, something really goes your way. You start to build some momentum because right now, London. I mean, every time we go to like individual shots and player camps, right? Everybody's laughing, they're loose. They feel like they have a great understanding of the game.
Oh no.
The London Spitfire, they can
Okay.
though. Don't
Sad. Anyways. Wir schauen auf die Ults. Fusion hat Ult Advantage. Ich glaube, jetzt hat Backbone mehr, weil ich hab jetzt. Ah ne, ich komm noch, Mann. Das kidding. Ich hab ihn nur so wenig. Actually. Shit. Anyways. London hat Ult Advantage. In dem Fall. Ja, Mann. Aber Inventory hat High Ground. Er sollte hier irgendwann aufschauen.
worry. There've been many teams.
Hier. Inventory ist hier. Das kidding. Inventory sitzt irgendwo hier auf dem High Ground. Das ist perfekt. Hier. Das ist der High Ground, wo Inventory gerne sitzen würde. Während Sparker keinen High Ground hat. Die haben halt nur hier den Low Ground. Es ist auch ziemlich ekelhaft für Sparker da hochzukommen, not gonna lie. Das bedeutet, dass London hier durch das ganze Castle pushen muss. Und dann irgendwie High Ground nehmen muss. Based auf Position und Co. Deswegen sage ich jetzt irgendwie. Und ja, das ist eigentlich das ganze Game. Fusion versucht jetzt hier, während die das Card pushen, irgendwie einen Pick zu bekommen. Und ansonsten haben die halt die Card Progress.
teams that have
Ich
been
muss
more than
aufhören,
happy to
mal
have done their
wegzumachen.
expense in years gone by, but now they've worked for this to be a team that can threaten the
Spitfire chillt hier einfach am Card.
making the most of it in the match.
Ja, mein. Wir sitzen hier am Tor. Why? I don't know. Let's see.
Chat. Philly though, very much focused on the next phase of
Wir haben aber den Lewis hier, von daher, das ist nicht so schlimm.
Stop the Spitfire at all costs. They got to consume their rush up their sleeve.
Oh, KP. Fällt low. Und der Vincent versucht, das hier zu contesten. Mit KP. Folge daraus ist, dass irgendwas hier jetzt droppen muss, für KP hochzuhalten. Ja.
They've got to keep Carpe alive. The Uta able to reach him.
Ah, die wollten hier auch. Ja, Mann. Aber.
I mean, just so much.
Und was ist so hit?
But you have the sound barrier available for the London Spitfire first.
What? What?
I mean, just
You see that, right?
so much damage that's unanswered.
Ah, okay, Aim got sworn. Na, Mann.
But you have the sound barrier available for the
Er fällt runter! Er fällt hier runter! No way! Wait.
I mean, just so much damage that's unanswered.
Das ist so ein huge Pick. Point Fortschritt. Hier ist Aimgott. Er wird runtergemobt. Das ist so ein huge Pick. Das ist so ein huge Pick. Das ist basically jetzt Game Over für Fusion. In dem Fall. Wir haben zwar noch den Beat. Ah, der Beat ist ziemlich low auf allen, wie man hier sieht. Und das sollte eigentlich der Punkt für Fusion sein. Für Spitfire.
First, let's see if they can capitalize. In that brief moment, they do. They get a kill on aim.
Yeah, that's huge. Fix away for the sound barrier, but AimGod wasn't able to capitalize or benefit from it, rather. Now Sparky can peer in from the periphery, but back
Oh.
able to clean up Carpe with the
Blossom kommt noch.
MN3 finding an exit kill, we'll call it, as he backs on away. Very quiet start
Yeah.
for Fusion here.
Genau,
They
Mann.
also had a little bit of a window there where Admiral had the sound barrier and the Philadelphia Fusion are still kind of like building up towards it. And Philly gets it probably like, I don't know, like 3-4 seconds after, but that's enough for London to locate a player who's weak.
Das hier verstehe ich nicht. Warum ist KP hier? Wieso ist KP nicht? I don't know, hier mit der Winston, wenn das der Plan ist. Oder hier und TP dann hier rüber. Weil der Winston engaged tut. Das kann der Feeling von KP, not gonna lie. Der ist. Backline ist auch free. Man sieht hier schon, dass Hadi rüberspringt.
He can finish him off.
Wo ist Backbone?
Spark is overclocked.
Oh, you lose Carp.
Armcard, okay.
Gets picked off at the start, apropos of absolutely nothing as far as we can tell.
He just walks up to the car.
He may, must have trying
Und das war Feeling von KP.
Doesn't expect a fake
Actually.
Hellfire shotgun pellets from Backbone. And that's another checkpoint given up by the Fusion. They had 4 players alive. They're under a lot
It's
of
denied.
pressure. Granted. But it's not a great look either as the Spitfire now are absolutely blasting through the map. No, Backbone. Love a little bit of checkers.
Yeah, being able to get that teleport in midair. I saw a clip, Seagull playing Symmetra. He was able to get a sick teleport back on the map. Just the tech here, man. This is an insane time from the London Spitfire. 4 minutes plus to take the final point. And it's not even just the final point, Mitch. Like, they're going to get, like, almost around this corner where the end of the map is right there.
Carpe just trying to keep people away from the card gear. You notice he's really not extending outside of the payload sphere of influence. Hardy dives in, but not too deep. It's going to be another Kitsune rush deployed here. AimGod doesn't have his yet. Backbone's going to be firing it extremely fast, and I think the Fusion know we
Yeah.
can find them inside this ultimate.
Yes, I mean,
Das ist reiner Stagger von
I mean, Sparker's able to
Spitfire.
you have the Reaper on the cart. You can't get rid of him. Vixa touches.
Das 4 Minuten Timebank.
That
Das war straight up Outlet.
And the London Spitfire on their opponent's map pick just runs it down, finishes the map with the 407 in the bank.
I mean, I'm watching Aim God trying to heal fix.
Das ist hart.
It's like he's trying to give out, like, you know, first class tickets to Morbius, and Fix is like, no, I don't want that. You can't get any of the healing because the bloody bubble just got dropped on top of the card. And not a lot going on. So London Spitfire feeling very good. 20 final blows for the whole of the Spitfire. 8 of those for Backbone, 7 for Sparker. A paltry 5 for the Philadelphia Fusion. Oh dear, they are not ready for this. Carpe unable to get on the board with that replay.
Ich frage, kommen Comp-Chains von Fusion?
Bloody swap through his opponents.
Nope.
I think the London Spitfire in the chat,
Sieht schlecht aus.
secret agent in James Bond.
Spitfire spielt die Comp einfach besser.
The thing in COD,
Actually.
that 0 and 7, the 007. It was little James Bond style line there to start the half. That's rough.
Admiral. Look at this. Now,
Yeah.
Swift steps available. But he touches
Oh no!
Okay, so he touches the death zone before that ability can actually activate. Now bear in mind
There is like a little bit of a channel to it, yeah.
right, and there also was an invulnerability window with that ability. But invulnerability sort of frames don't really care about environmental deaths. You sort of will die regardless of those that overwrites them. And plus that invulnerability phase has been cut much shorter in the latest patch.
So how do you bounce back from this if you're Philly? Like,
Es ist ziemlich hart für Philly, das jetzt zu nehmen. Ja. KP macht einen First Pick. Oh. Und noch den Lucio. Das ist huge. Das ist huge. Das müsste der ganze Punkt sein für die. Eben konnte man sehen. Ich will kurz erklären, warum das da anders ist als eben der Punkt für wo Fusion noch recontesten konnte. Fusion ist hier als Ganzes rausgelaufen, während Backbone ja eben auf Widow geswitcht ist und MN3 geschottet hat, das actually huge war. Aber Fusion hatte noch beide Supports und dadurch konnten die hier recontesten, sind hier drüber und konnten das mehr oder weniger recontesten, bis sie es hinein haben, aber don't man. Und London hat zuerst Backbone verloren. Kurios. Ja, Nakama. Was eigentlich auch nicht so schlimm wäre für einen Recontest. Aber MN3 nimmt den Lucio raus, Admiral. Und dadurch geht der ganze Recontest, dadurch, dass du nur die Kiriko als Support hast, geht der ganze Recontest verloren. Weil du kannst ja nicht mit einem Support recontesten. Das funktioniert nicht. Vor allem nicht ohne den Lucio. Der Speedboost, der ist insane. Fix hat einen Pick. Fix hat 2? Lustig auf? Und klar, leider Recontest hier war ziemlich bad. Okay, Spitfire wird das hier close halten. Was prinzipiell keine schlechte Idee ist. Aber warum ist Backe nicht auf dem Highground? Vielleicht nicht auf dem Schloss Highground, aber hinten dran, wo die Rafters sind. Hier. Hier mal nicht. Sparker könnte doch easy hier in dem Window chillen. So wie er jetzt spielt. Oh, der Stagger. Fusion hat ja definitiv Tempo, das ist schwer rauszuholen. Blink and you miss it. Ja, Overclock. Sparker muss jetzt Kills finden. Oh, Hardy ist ein bisschen deep. Oh! Huge Blossom. Den hat Admiral wieder einen Bootkill bekommen? Wo ist Admiral? Hier ist Fixer? Hier. Hier. Es ist... Oh no. Ich meine, it doesn't matter. Der Fight wäre jetzt eh lost, aber... Actually nice. Actually nice. Okay, was hat Fusion hier? Fusion hat nichts gut. Spitfire hat die Soundbarrier. Das ist actually huge. Spitfire muss es da jetzt aggressiv pushen auf Fusion. Damit sie hier wieder Ults bekommen. Damit Sparker Overclock bekommt. Und Backbone seinen Blossom. Für da wieder Ult Advantage reinzubekommen. Sparker is going to be able to rain down. I mean, this is such a good angle for the Sojourn. Like, you do not want to be trying to fight that angle from, you know, low to high, trying to hit those shots. See the disruptor shot just end up there, like, kind of forces them off of that. Hardy ist going deep. Hier gerade Hardy droppen gesehen. Wir wollen das da fighten. Actually guter Call für Fusion. What are you doing? Okay. Fusion weiß nicht, was wir machen wollen. Ja. Das war... Yeah. Tries to engage, he gets booped to the side, and then Admiral sound barriers speed boosts the rest of the team in. Bellassari is caught outside the play. Well, what's terrible for Philly as well, as it took like what? It took like a minute off the clock to set all that up, and it was over in seconds. I mean, they really got nothing for it. Look at this, Hardy just getting a good survey of the land, seeing where everybody's moving for the Philadelphia Fusion. They can set up this next fight. Sparker losing charge here as he's not made contact with a foe for a minute, but he's still maintained a little bit. Wir müssen es gerade contesten. Wie ist er mit Free gestorben? Er mit Free chillt hier. Fixo, Aimgott. Ah, ja. Hardy ist auf ihm? Er wird hier zu Fusion gedrückt. Und dann gejungelt. Ah, okay, er wird gejungelt. Na, Mann. Das war... Jesus! Guck auf die Assists. Für Fixer. Insane. That's how it works. And Hardy has been so aggressive, man, getting into the backline of the Philadelphia Fusion, and they have not made him pay for it at all. I mean, how many times have we seen Fusion hat jetzt aber Beat. Beat und Overclock. Das ist die Win Condition. Speed und Overclock ist die Win Condition. Sparker sitzt aber hier auf dem Ender High Ground? Wieso sitzt er nicht wieder hier oben? Auf dem Castle. Die Frage ist aber, warum macht Fusion noch keine Com-Changes? Wieso geht Kabi nicht zum Beispiel Sombra? Ja. Not much to talk there. Der Blossom war. Das zweite Mal, wo ich jetzt gesehen habe, dass Kabi seinen Blossom gewastet hat. Das ist sad. Im Magic Cup hätte jetzt seinen Blossom. Was er jetzt macht. Das wäre huge. Mobility for the Sojourn to evade him as he tries to jump in. And then he probably calls his boys, come out the trees and start knocking heads. Here come the Fusion, grouped up now. Fusion? Und? Okay. Wir haben Overclock. Sobald ihr das contesten, zieht der Overclock. Jetzt. Nice pick. Aber reicht das? Okay. MN3 gets a really good first pick, but they also Carpe turns around and with Vixa they take care of Hadi instantly. Hadi just trying to be a will nicht sagen, das war winnable für Spitfire, weil Pick Advantage. Aber maybe. I don't care. Last fight. And London's okay with this. Like, they're okay with Philadelphia just kind of like posturing and playing a little bit slow here because of how much time they have in the bank. Bellisria finds himself just in the middle of that bubble with Backbone. He's trying to dance it. Mark is just able to find a window to get an easy headshot kill. Das ist huge für Spitfire. Er hat jetzt zwar Blossom. Ich gehe auch davon aus, dass er den da gleich benutzen wird. Sobald die ihn hier pushen. Und aber Admiral müsste da seine Soundbarrier ziehen. Wenn das der Fall ist. Das kann ihn hier benutzen. Ansonsten ist das keiner in GG. Oh. Na, mein Backbone noch schneller. Das ist ein GG. Reaper shotgun, like insta-kill in close range, a railgun shot, that I think you just need to take constant fights with a meta like this. Down barrier for the Fusion, they're going forward here. Both support ultimates from the Spitfire and the Fusion are a long way away from the cart. No chance of touching there. And I love what you mentioned, right, about the idea of just trying to take these fights early and often. The Fusion might be playing with the mindset of a previous meta, where your fights were predicated on the ability to get it, pick with Sojourn, or allow your Genji to zero in on a low health target and then jump in and make the assassination, speeding the rest of your team in. Die kommen. Es ist so pick-intensiv. Insane. And you need that speed boost available. That's about it. The Spitfire say we can make the Taj Mahal with Flit and Tinder right now. We're willing to use very little to turn it into a winning fight. And you'll see the stats if you get a chance to. So many fights taken by good offense on point A. 66. Here we go. Ich hoffe, Fusion macht jetzt mal kaum Changes.
just historically.
Das ist das, was ich von Fusion jetzt hier erwarten würde.
I think like the better off you are. It just seemed really slow for the second part of the map. They end up having like 4 minutes plus going into that B checkpoint, trying to attack that castle, and they just kind of like walked around for a minute plus before that second fight took off. And what happens? Backbone just kills.
Ich meine, warum geht Fusion nicht so nach Bunker kommen? Zum Beispiel. Könnte ich zum Beispiel Sigma Double Sniper gehen. Als Beispiel. Ja, Spitfire macht genau das, was ich meine. Admiral ist jetzt einer. Die Frage ist, warum ist Hardy Herc und sie haben keinen Lucio? Actually. Aber.
But they're well aware now as Hardy pops his head up there as a look over the back fence and sees his neighbors having an absolute party.
Im Gott?
God has the Suzu himself, steps away.
Okay.
Yeah, he has to TP pretty far away.
Der Vorteil hier ist, der Grund, warum sie das hier close halten können, ist, weil Fixer Lucio ist. Actually, Fixer müsste hier stehen. In dem Fall. Weil Hardy ist halt ziemlich alleine mit KP. Sind zwar relativ safe durch den Zug. Aber das ist schon scary. Ich denke, dass Fixer hier jetzt auch pushen wird. Ja. Du willst deinen Münzen immer in Speed Push halten. Ein Tank immer in Speed Push haben. Oh, Trade. Huge Trade. Spitfire muss das jetzt backuppen. Frage ist, warum. Ja. Fusion muss das jetzt backuppen. Frage ist, warum Spitfire das jetzt nicht pushen tut. Recontest. Oh. Because he's worried about getting headshot on his way in. In the days of old, Winston's used to turn their back on their dive target so they couldn't be headshot, like by a Widow, for example. But he actually gets a charged rail headshot just before Belisarea deploys that bubble. So the timing's perfect, and it's like a half-health Winston that touches the ground, and then he gets swarmed on by the rest of the Spitfire. Not the start I think the Philadelphia were looking for. They trade on every occasion. What? Ich hab grad. Über mir geht gerade irgendwas ab. Die ist KP gerade gestorben. Warum wollen sie hier drüber contesten? Das macht keinen Sinn. Actually. Es macht mit der Com von Fusion keinen Sinn, hier zu contesten. Vor allem, du weißt, die haben eine Soldier. Du weißt, die wird auf dem Highground stehen. Entweder hier oder auf dem Weg da hinten. Like, warum rennst du hier rein? Na klar, du willst hier irgendwie einen Close Fight machen. Aber es würde noch mehr Sinn machen, links rumzulaufen. Genau. Für mich ist das da los. Ja, KP wird hier deleted. Ziemlich basic fights, actually.
I think you can kind of see why, right? With like Sojourns being able to just like one-shot players before fights even kick off. You know how new Kariko is.
Fusion hat hier aber den Highground, das ist huge. Und Rezo hat hier eigentlich ein paar Picks bekommen. Ja. Imagery muss jetzt hier droppen. Ja.
flying thick and fast when you're standing inside that Kitsune rush. Very, very scary, especially if you're hitting consecutive headshots on large targets like Winston. The Spitfire now
Yep.
want to slow things down just a little bit, but Spark is not able to.
Oh, er muss die Prime benutzen.
Program is the rest of the Spitfire quite in time. Venezuela here. Most of what he's doing is trying to check Hardy's position with this primal range.
Oh, you saw Sparker a little bit further out and decided to make a play in. To be honest, you needed to make a play at that moment in time because you were getting absolutely nothing from the rest of the squad, and now you lose MN3. Sound barrier used for both teams here.
Ei,
Trying to keep
ich habe gerade keine Ahnung, was hier passiert.
now push back up to the cart, gain some control for Phil.
Carpe and Venezuela on the docket here to try and get them out of the sticky situation they've found themselves in. So they do. They pressure forward. Hardy eventually gets caught out. Later in the fight, Carpe's able to come alive.
Wird der gerade Blossom ziehen? What are you doing?
Get them out of the sticky situation
Carpe?
they've found themselves in. So they do. They
Du siehst?
pressure
Die
forward.
Overclock.
Eventually gets caught out. Later in the fight, Carpe's able
Du
to
droppst auf 10 AP oder was weiß ich.
Forrest is able to find that one
Gefühlt.
place with the help of Landon.
Und denkst du, ja, mal Blossom ist eine gute Idee.
Get London exemplify this keep going play style they've been showing us.
Well, Reaper is so
Carpe's Road ist hier gerade ziemlich auf Reaper.
some areas, especially when you're playing that Winston, because he's so tanky. Whether it be the lifesteal, you have a wraith form for some, invulnerability. You have the protection shield you now.
Das ist ein huge Pick für Spitfire.
Lots of ways to
Ohne jetzt mean zu sein, aber es da war wird von KP.
where, yeah, if the enemy Reaper's down and you're kind of like in an even matchup, you push forward if yours is alive. Use that Reaper as like a battering ram.
Here come the fusion. They get caught on the high ground though. And look at Hardy sort of slowing them quite effectively. He gives up his life in order to do so though.
Das hier.
Spitfire though still get what they came for, don't they, Matthew? Another checkpoint to their name. Really just have to try and make this a convincing fight win. Try and generate some ult charge. Start to dig in for the next phase of the map.
Yeah, if you're Philly, you need to stop the bleeding, right? So to speak, you need to play close here. You need to rattle off a few fights in a row.
Da stimme ich den
You lose
Castern
the fight,
zu.
you're gonna give that ultimate
Die
advantage.
müssen das jetzt hier irgendwie close halten.
The game looks right now.
Weil 3 Minuten ist echt nicht
They're
wenig.
gonna walk this thing home with how they've been playing so far.
Thank God they're trying to stay mid-range as much as possible.
Ja.
From the Reaper, but close enough that the healing doesn't take
Hard.
too long to get to Venezuela. Travel time on healing, something that we haven't really explored much in Overwatch, as much of it's instantaneous. Oh, there it is, MN3. Good pick there. The Fusion not in a position to take
Power.
a full fight quite yet, but they'll move up here and posture more aggressively.
I think they should be playing more aggressively the entire series, right? Like, they end up like backing up to play from this corner, and that continual rush comes in. Like they end up having to back up even more. They give up some space there, like force London to use those ultimates like right outside of their spawn door, as opposed to just kind of inviting them in and giving them some payload progress. Not a ton of progress, but still, it's something.
Brazen play there from Venezuela. Even if he was in primal rage, he looks to try and cut backbone away for the rest of his team. He's able to do so for the most part. And he'll be back for more.
Backbone wird hier Blossom ziehen.
Absolutely doggedly pursuing the back line.
Oh, Big Sound Barrier.
A second later, and that's the end of MN3. He's still
MN3 trotzdem dead.
Backbone gets his teeth in and won't let go. Aim God, meanwhile, out of the picture here. Very scary healing situation now for the Fusion.
Ich muss backuppen.
Turntail again. Philadelphia
Oh no.
being staved off by the Spitfire. Fight after fight.
Wer hat eine neue Ult zum besten?
Structure shot damage enough to take out Carpe at the end, so Beltria has to jump onto the point, but you see how weak he is right
Oh.
off the rip.
Yeah, he's in deep trouble.
Das ist
The healing comes quicker from
scary.
with that haste buff, but it's just not enough to keep them alive.
Yeah.
Not against the burst damage of
Carpe?
Sparker. From the top of the truck here, Carpe trying to go
Huge.
for the damage, looking for a death blossom, and only comes up with Admiral. And that is
Unlucky.
far too little.
And dude, it's difficult
Yeah.
to finish this map in general, but to finish with a minute 29 in the time bank.
Actually, ich weiß nicht, was ich dazu sagen soll.
They're gut punching.
Das ist einfach Spitfire macht einen
This is
Pick
their map so
immer
far.
und immer wieder.
You just see London has such a command over the flow of the game right now, in my opinion.
Das ist das ganze Game gerade.
You'd like to see Philly just be more aggressive in general. I know that obviously having to play without Zest changes the calculus a little bit, right? There's no doubt about it. But getting Carpe
Da stimme ich den Castern zu.
where he can succeed is such an important
Zum
part of
Beispiel-
the composition work. He's been able to make a
Zum Beispiel am letzten Punkt. Ich gehe mal kurz zurück. Wo war's? MN3 hat den Pick hier bekommen. Actually, ich bin gerade Point on. Das ist gut. Und Tree hat hier den Pick bekommen. Und Fusion backt einfach ab. Hier. Fusion chill. Bye. Bye. Du hast den Pick auf der Sojourn. London hat keine Ults. Warum chillst du? Ich meine, okay, eventuell erwarten sie einen Beat oder I don't know was. Aber warum? Du hast im Endeffekt sogar noch Overclock. Könntest das hier pushen. Fusion müsste und sollte das hier pushen. Einfach für den Stagger. Gibt keinen Grund dafür, dass wir es nicht machen. Von daher. Aber anyways. Spark ist einfach besser auf Sojourn. Findet mehr Picks.
It's not like you're missing out like Zest playing like something that is highly mechanical, right? Like a Genji, an Echo, a Tracer, right? I feel like the Reaper is just mostly like positioning, cooldown management, decision making, right? Like, although Carpe has not played a ton, this is still a pick that we've seen from Carpe in the past. He should be able to play it at a high level here.
Having a slightly better time than the last couple of maps is all well and good for Carpe, but
Das ist auch ein guter Punkt. Ein Cast-Turnier. Das KP ist eigentlich ein high-skilled Mechanical Player. Weil sein Aim ist einfach insane. Er ist nicht ohne Grund einer der besten Widows in der gesamten fucking League. Und das mit Recht. Das ist definitiv mit Recht. Und das Problem ist, Reaper braucht nicht dieses High-Skilled Aim. Warum setzt man KP auf Reaper? Da, Inventory hat insanes Aim. Das will ich mir jetzt nicht unterstellen. Er hat schon ein paar gute Picks gefunden. Aber warum setzt man KP nicht, I don't know, auf Ash? Oder Cassidy. Okay, Cassidy ist sein Scheiße im Moment, aber. Anyways, irgendwie sowas. Und wieso geht KP hier nicht wieder am ersten Punkt? Actually. Was hält ihn ab? Oder Tracer. Pixel jetzt auf einer. Aber meint. Geht wieder auf das hier. Ich würde gerade sagen, I like that, aber. Fusion braucht Com-Changes. Actually. Das ist nicht deren Com. Oh. War ein Headshoot. Ja. Sparker dead hier. Das ist huge. Aber Fusion spielt ja trotzdem viel zu defensiv. Wir kriegen einfach den Pick nicht. Jetzt ist die Soldier nochmal weg. Hardy ist dead. Here we go.
the fights that they've been successful in, the Philadelphia Fusion, it's been MN3 getting a pick off on the Sojourn, which I think, even for London, they've been really good, at that as well, capitalizing. And then making Hadi pay for jumping into that back line. That time it was, Fixa with some help from Carpe. Once that happens, you're able to push the Reaper and the rest of the squad in rather, easily. And it's good things that happen for the Philly Fusion. They gotta punish Hadi more. Once he jumps in, he gets close to that back line, gotta make him pay.
Credit to MN3 there. A big pick as Carpe was getting turned away with nothing after that first engagement. Again, they try to access him, and Hardy's able to find the response. Crucial way to even the ledger somewhat, and Hardy even going to stop off for a mega. As his team's pretty dispersed at the moment. See Backbone sort of tracking back a little bit here. Angol wanted to follow Carpe in there with the swift step. Fortunately, there's going to be
Sound barrier?
play from Fixa, and Backbone cannot hold up in the middle of this Fusion melee.
And this is really good for the Philly Fusion. You needed to get some type of momentum back in your favor.
Bugger der hier. 120p kicken.
The spawn is you're gonna get spawned for because of that. You have the primal here too. You can play up on this high ground. You can actually just play for this door yet again.
Der hier ist so beschissen, ganz ehrlich.
Really could put themselves in a good position to finish the map.
They definitely have some ground to make up. In the Spitfire in this position, Philly ended up, well, not being able to touch the card even though they had all their players.
The lower.
Okay, Spitfire versucht hier von uns aus die linke Seite zu gehen. I don't know about that. I don't know. MN3 hat hinten High Ground. Die müssen MN3 contesten. Aber die haben Overclock. Ich gehe davon aus, Barker zieht die Overclock und schreddet die alle weg. That's the plan. Oh, okay, good that. Ja. Das ist lost. Testen das noch ein bisschen und dann. Ja. Das da. Es ist so one-sided, das Match. Actually. Aber Fusion hat jetzt auch mal ein Tempo. Ähnlich wie auf Eichenweide. Ich weiß nicht warum, aber Tick ist einfach besser. Das hätte Lot of Damage. Spitfire chillt hier. Ja. Ich wollte gerade sagen, da kommt die Overclock. Das ist ein huge Pick. Okay. Ich würde gerade sagen, die müssen die MN3 contesten. In der Sekunde. Wird gejungelt. Sollte hier dead sein? Er sollte hier dead sein. Der Beat Safety. Backbone hat hier Blossom. Oh. Oh no, copy that. Wo ist Backbone? Hier. Wo ist Backbone? Barker? Ah, Backbone kommt ja vom Spawn. Na Mann. Backbone muss jetzt hier Blossom finden. Ansonsten ist das ziemlich kritisch. Ja, Backbone? Das ist das, was ich meine.
What had to happen there, Mitch, is everybody from the London Spitfire trying to come outside of that the spawn door from the left, and that's where like Bella 3 and the rest of the team playing. and Hadi can't really go back to help them because he has to be the one contesting the point. So he's set on the point to whose job is it to clear that area out. It's Backbone. He gets over there fast with a speed boost, gets the Death Blossom right in the mix, and takes a few players out. That was massive.
Once more into the breach for the Fusion. Carpe had
Alles
a
TP.
time around. First, forces Backbone away. That right force must make a health pack.
Nice.
His opposite number will be safe.
KP will das, sollte das hier eigentlich töten. Es geht schnell.
Their spear is no tip.
Yeah, and he's, obviously not going to be, a target to be teleported to from the Kuriko because not going to TP into your own death. And Lucio's not going to be able to get over there to heal anyway. So Bellistria really with there's no like honor, Zen to be able to heal a little bit at range.
This is
as
hard.
soon as you break that line of sight and you're in a little bit too deep, there's no helping you.
Philly now have less time to get the map done than the Spitfire have in their bank.
KP immer mit dem Blossom.
Getting the map done at all is going to be their main priority.
Die pushen jetzt aber ins Overclock. Ohne Beat. Oh no. That's not good. Worauf wartet KP? Warum hält KP seinen scheiß Blossom so lange? Ich wäre richtig mad, not gonna lie. Das ist der dritte Fight, wo er ihn hält. Ich meine, klar, die sind da gerade ins Overclock gepusht. I get it, aber... Backup der. Wieso geht KP nicht hier auf Sparker? Actually. Ich muss einfach nur Sparker Blossom töten. Jetzt hat Admiral May Sound Barrier. Und Blossom ist keiner useless. Hier, ist das, was ich meine. Jetzt ultet er. Wow, danke. KP hätte das schon so flippen können. Ich meine, Alter. Ich weiß, dass hier ist gerade Nitpicking, aber irgendwie auch nicht. Um genau zu zeigen, was ich meine. Wir gehen 3 Fights zurück. War's schon hier? Wie lange hat KP hier Blossom? Ich will darüber jetzt reden. Dieses. Hier. In dem Fight bekommt KP Blossom. Unser Card ist hier. Fusion hat hier noch 2 Minuten. Eigentlich 3. Je nachdem, was man. Hier, Fixer hat gerade sein Beat benutzt, um M3 zu saven, der hier drin gejungelt wurde. Und das ist der Punkt, wo Fusion eigentlich Go drücken müssen. Sobald die Ult von Spitfire, die Kiriko-Ult von Spitfire raus ist. Hier. Soundbarrier, beide Supporter raus. Was willst du mehr? Wieso TP-KB nicht ganz nach hinten bei dir? Sagen wir hier hin. Ja, hier bei die Spot-Tür. Sneakt sich hier rüber zu Sparker oder hier oben drauf. In den Highground. Actually, das wäre sogar besser. Auch von seiner Point of View. Und droppt dann auf den. Hier. Backbone Dead? Hier. Den Highground meine ich. Hier kann man draufstellen. KP könnte sich hier drauf tippen. Und dann einfach runter droppen. Na hier. Was macht KP hier? KP TP hier hin. Einfach Q drücken. Actually. Wenn er hier Spiker rausnimmt, drop dann. Hier. Einfach Q drücken. Okay, vielleicht nicht hier, da hat er noch Hardy. Ich weiß nicht, ob er Wave hat. Hat keinerlei. Aber wenn er Wave hat, Waven, warten bis er hoch ist. Ich meine, Aimgott ist schon auf ihm. Und schon an Healen. Mit Bulldozer. Kriegt maybe noch ein Protection-Ding. Okay, cool. Und der Punkt ist safe. Hier, KP chillt hier. Ja. Hi. Never mind. Gehen wir weiter zum nächsten Fight. Hier. Noch ist alles winnable. Ja, KPTP. 2 Meter nach vorne. Ich gehe davon aus, er wollte hier den Highground, aber. Kinda sad. Happens. Hier. Backbone hat keine Wave. Er weiß es, er hat gerade vor ihm gewählt. Er hat hier Hardy mit Winston. Hier. Okay, der Tank ist dead. Never mind. Aber das ist immer noch winnable, weil die sind alle stacked. Wir wissen das. KP sieht's hier. Ich würde gerne über den Nike-Counter reden. KP sieht, dass die da alle stacked sind. Hier. Warum TP't er nicht hier auf den Highground und droppt dann mit Blossom? Das wäre actually ein 4er oder 5er Kill. Die Chance, dass er da keinen killt, ist ziemlich gering. Anyways, Fusion Backup. Das might be auch der Safe Call. Okay, next fight. Sparker sitzt hier. Ziemlich isolated. Halte das mal in Auge. Sparker am Point, backt jetzt ab. Hier, selbe wie vorher. Wieso TP't er nicht in den Highground? Und droppt auf den. Jetzt zieht der Overclock. Hier, wieso zieht KP hier nicht Blossom? Du hast eine Ult und eine Soldier voll, ja? Du bist fast Full HP. Dabei da helfen. Aber, der Blossom ist besser als die Soldier in Close Range. Die Chance, dass Sparker dich herausnimmt, ist relativ gering. Ja. Der Fight ist over.
London, they get that fight win. They hold on to Primal, which is going to be great to stall. They have Sound Barrier, and they're going to have the Casino Rush. I mean, they are in a perfect position to win this. I think if you're...
Hier. Im Tree. Einer alleine hier. Ich denke, das ist der right call. Ich denke, das Richtige, hier durchzulaufen. Macht Sinn. Why not? Aber KP ist hier vorne. SATP actually? Aber wieso droppt er hier wieder? Wieso geht er hier auf den Winston? Anstatt einfach W zu drücken. Hier, du siehst das hier. Und denkst dir, na, I'm out. So cool. So cool. Danke. Aber zu spät. So. To be fair, Fusion hätte auch mehr um den Death Blossom da spielen müssen, aber. Yeah. Ich sag, das da ist jetzt um KP. Er hat 3 Fights, um zu ulten. Warum ultet er nicht?
But it's not enough. Even with Carpe having a much better map on that Reaper, his performance is not able to sort of take things over the top for the Philadelphia Fusion. But outside of the individual, I think
ich weiß nicht, ob Reaper der Pick für KP ist. Und das meine ich jetzt ohne irgendwie mean zu sein. Ich denke nicht, dass das gut ist. Das Fusion sich schon gefallen macht. Ja. Spark vs. Dragons. X1.
You're putting Fletter presumably in a position, maybe to play Reaper. You feel confident about that. The guy is so reliable. The guy's so consistent. And that's what you really need from Reapers, right? Just not to get blown up at the start of fights here. Does he have to pop off and have these like legendary moments on Reaper? No, he doesn't. He just needs to be a consistent force in these fights and capitalize maybe when someone like Lip opens the way.
And I think if you're the Spark, like the path to victory here is probably what? Shy plays a game in which he can kind of like neutralize Lip to.
Fusion hat es einfach viel zu defensiv gespielt. Eben. Fusion hätte einfach viel mehr Tempo in das Game reinbringen müssen, um zu gewinnen. Von daher. Es ist nicht alleine auf KP. Ich werde jetzt hier nicht auf KP herumhaten. Das ist nicht mein Ziel. Aber der letzte Fight war irgendwie schon auf KP. Meiner Meinung nach.
During who I used stint, playing a lot of their Genji on this team, that was very, very, very strong for them. And very, very scary.
Aber wie gesagt, KP ist ein 10er Player. Wieder. Mag ihn. Aber ich denke nicht, dass Reaper der Pick für ihn ist.
The Dynasty have 19 and 5. So realistically, they're one game behind the leader in this Eastern region. Should be expecting them to bring their best here. And I guess everyone looking at Hangzhou going, okay, you've got a different main tank. We've got a different tank player helming this roster now than we sort of had in more recent history. Is that a difference maker? Gushui, the primal blade as he's known. Can he have the impact? Can he make the difference? I mean, his opposite number is a true veteran of the league in Fate.
Right. I would say though, like if you're looking at in terms of playstyle, you would probably categorize like Fate and Fleta. It's ratcheted up to a really fast pace, right? And the Spark are really pushing them to another level. Can they
Okay.
that level of aggression and pace? Because you mentioned, I think the best point we've seen from the Dragons, when we've seen who are you in, who are you is another big time playmaker to put next to Lip, right? Especially when he's on the Genji and really can open things up for.
Das ist interessant.
Fleta, I think, is more of he can play
Mit May.
at such a high level, and not as much like the playmakers maybe like from a few seasons past.
I like that.
And I guess we're gonna get an answer to the question in this matchup. Like,
okay, now man.
Is there wiggle room in this sort of 5-hero
Miracle.
position, right? Looks like most teams seem to be in agreement that this is absolutely the way to go. Both teams coming out mirror compositions again. Sojourn, Reaper.
Okay. Das kann actually huge werden. Deswegen will ich da kurz drüber reden. Warum auch immer, Siaki ist hier alleine. Siaki, Heru. War grad. Star hat mich gerade auch grad geholt. Anyways. Die Kiriko hier ist alleine. Ich gehe davon aus, der portet sich hier zu Schau. Und der Reaper spielt hier ganz links. Geht jetzt High Ground, wie das aussieht. Was ihm aber nicht viel bringt, actually. Es sei denn, I don't know. Reaper macht nicht viel mit High Ground. Er könnte maximal auf irgendwem droppen, wenn die hier reinpushen. Aber ja. Yeah. Schei müsste eigentlich hier stehen. Schei müsste eigentlich hier irgendwie hinlaufen. Während der Reaper hier close mit. Fuck. Bin verschluckt. Und der Reaper müsste eigentlich close mit dem Winston spielen. Während die Kiriko mit der Sojourn hier auf dem Highground chillt. Und der Lucio macht einfach Stuff, der chillt hier einfach irgendwo am Punkt. Okay, na, mein Winston Backup. Ich spiele Highground. Dann, alles, was ich gerade gesagt habe, ist Bullshit. Wir wollen jetzt Team Highground spielen, was gut ist. Weil jetzt muss Dragons definitiv auf den Punkt laufen, um die zu contesten. Und zu denen kommen. Spark hat hier Hand Control. Im Moment. Winston chillt hier in dem Fenster. Oh my goodness! What? Hier. Ja, Fade springt rein. Lip, same. Das ist. Lip. Okay, ich mit kurze. Normalerweise, der Caster hat's gerade schon gesagt. Normalerweise springst du nicht mit dem Winston rein. Das da sind 10. Das da hat keiner von Spark erwartet. Das hat die keiner auf Guard geholt, dass die Sojourn da reingepusht ist. Und die sind da wirklich als Team. Hat man hier schön gesehen. Hier. Jeder ist gleichzeitig im Highground. Hier die Dragon. Hier Flatter. Der Lip, obvious. Insane. Hier, der Reaper kommt von unten. Und jetzt werden sie gesandwiched. Ah, der ist die Dragon. Na, Mann. Das Götting. Ah, der Reaper auch, ja. I like that. Straight up outplayed. Vor allem der Ult-Charge jetzt. Philipp. Auf der Sojourn. Und der TP. Okay. Er hält den Charge. Oh no. Die Lucid chillt die ganze Zeit mit der Sojourn. Scheiße, hat ihr sterben. Oh.
barrier yet.
Die wollen Lip hier raushaben.
Oh yeah, Gushue, the primal rage, who's trying to make a play for Legion. He actually ends up getting Izayaki, as I believe he teleports right to him, and he's gonna get lit.
As to the primal blade, that's why
Tranks hat immer noch Point Control. Just want to say that.
an ability in Overwatch 2 that really is used for disruption and sowing discord among ranks. Gushue though, incredible juggling prowess displayed. And the Spark are gonna get back in. They give up a lot of percentage in order to do this though.
Yeah, it's still like even though they flipped the
Und jetzt kommt der Recontest.
players come in here for the Dragons because you have the Reaper, you have both supports, and
Ich wollte gerade sagen. Okay. Let's pause that. Let's talk about it. Die Sojourn kommt hier mit Overclock. Und Dragons hat nichts. Legit nichts. Wetter bekommt ja maybe sein Blossom, aber ich glaube nicht, dass er das benutzen wird. Das bedeutet, wenn Schau jetzt hier ein paar Picks macht, sagen wir Lip, weil Lip ist gerade low. Durch das Overclock. Oder irgendwen anders. Dragons muss das backuppen.
just Gushue in the point right now.
Guy making the play here, overclock used. Dragons pulling their heads back inside. Do not want to expose
Oh!
themselves to this for
Better
fair.
that.
Choice. Shy rounds the corner, puts one right between the eyes.
Fade versucht hier High-Control zu bekommen. Springt aber in den Reaper und den Lucia.
And now Fate really wants to just try and buy some time. Izayaki to the high ground here, Lips able to find.
Lip macht einen Counterpick auf Schall. Währenddessen Lip tradet aber mit. I don't know, wie ich das aussprechen soll, mit Winston.
Shy, so the Sojourn threat is down, but the Dragon's a little undermanned in order to have a full takeover of the point. And Izayaki doesn't have swift step for now. He'll play safe around the corner. He has very limited options.
Oh
of
mein
where
Gott.
to go.
Dass die Jacke hier gerade rausgekommen ist.
Fate just stays within, his range gives him an exit there.
Jetzt Ult Advantage
They'll have both support.
für Dragons. Beide Support Ults, Blossom und Lip für den nächsten Fight. War keine Sound Barrier. Keiner Set. Und Blossom. Blossom, maybe Kiko, ja. Je nachdem. Aber ich denke, dass Dragons das hier einfach rushen wird. Mit der Sound Barrier.
Portals here, Mitch. In their Death Blossom, I think this is their opportunity to flip the point back. You're going to get pretty close to tying this game up. This is Spark.
As if Shanghai had that same
Drop.
bloodthirst
Yeah.
as the Spitfire did. Looks like, yes, they are going to lead with both those support ultimates here. Alpha
Unlucky.
very quickly. The Spark might just opt to give this up here, especially losing Goose
Er hat aber noch Blossom.
Hard to stall a point out like this with so many support ultimates.
Die Frage ist, stallt er das mit dem Blossom?
Yeah, they have to. It was
Unlucky.
a nice attempt there from the Spark. They actually have Gushue jump down and put a bubble right on top of Alpha Yi as he's trying to use that Death Blossom inside of the Kitsune Rush, but
Beide DPS-Ults für Dragons.
Not
Keep that in
able to
mind.
connect with anything. And also a really nice play from Legion God, with that bubble, like splitting players off, still able to connect with everybody with the sound barrier.
They're trying to start the fight off on the Dragon's terms here, but it gets just clobbered by Shy. Primal Rage there from Gushue again, gonna make it hard yet. Again, it finds another kill. Lee Jae-gon going down. The Dragons get to 99 though. Hangzhou wants
Oh,
to
das ist
have left
hart für
the
Dragons.
position here. Now they're
Dragons muss das
64 and
regroupen.
the long road to home.
Oh, der Stagger. Stagger auf Izayaki.
Gushue wanted to put that pressure and take out Izayaki, but didn't want to go right into the Reaper and still
Hard Reset. Alter, die gehen an den Spawn los.
pushing
Das
up.
ist der right call für Spark.
Spark
Actually.
aggressive, and this is what I feel like they can really excel at against this Dragon. Taking the fight to the Dragons, make the Dragons be reactionary, not going to take fights on their terms. I think that's where the Spark can see success.
Okay. Red, die haben nur Blossom. Dragons hat nur Blossom. Spark hat hier Sound Barrier. Und Overclock.
Hangzhou support ultimates are out of phase though. It's
Das
only
sollte
in their rush, they've never
für
been
Spark
in this game so far.
winnable
Both
sein.
Super Rich dying early in that first fight.
Ja.
Okay, that was Gushue's start to the last fight. He dives in on Lim.
Overclock.
Izayaki's already going to be felt there by that disruptor shot. Fleta finds very little value from the Death Blossom. Sound barrier owing to that in a big way. And Hangzhou just happened to have that come up at the right time.
Unlucky.
Now, and
Das
the
ist
Dragons-
actually unlucky für Dragons.
Shanghai, again, the way they're playing these fights, Matt, right, using both their support ults at the same time, in theory, I guess, less opportunities to have these explosive team fights with extra durability or haste.
Ja, das ist auch ein guter Punkt von den Caster. Jeden Fight haben Isiaki und DJ Gon gleichzeitig geholt. Jeden Notfall. Und gerade für Lip, das ist schon nice mit der Keiko mit. Oder auch für das Beyblade. I don't know. Ja, das hat. Ja, der Pace. Der ganze Pace ist viel anders da als eben von Fusion versus Spitfire. Viel schneller. Das ist, wie die Comps gespielt werden sollten. Fight after fight after fight. Instant dropped.
They try and group up in the right side room here, but the Dragons are posturing further forward. They see Teru, but they can't get to him, and that buys enough time. Shau is able to take Fate down. Now again, the initiator is off the table for the Dragons.
And I really like the way the Spark play that. They move into that room, and you don't want to actually just send the Winston in to go kind of head on into the Reaper, and you're just kind of stuck in no man's land, right? Fate is just kind of like stuck in the middle of nowhere on the point. Doesn't want to go in.
Ich wundert, warum Shai hier eben nicht Highground gegangen ist. Keiner hat sich hier für den Highground interessiert. Beide Teams. Shai oder Lip hätten hier so viel Pressure auf diesem kleinen Raum, wo sie drin gefightet haben, machen können. Okay, gut. Wir müssen aus der Hole rauspushen. Ja. Spark hat die bessere Kill geholt. Beat kommt raus für Dragons. Der Winston sollte hier sterben. Oder auch nicht. Better drop.
I actually thought they could have used that sound barrier and really started to juggle the point, where maybe you have Gushui just jump back in with Primal Rage. He's going to use the Primal Rage. Their player down. Going for the kills here, Gushui. Everybody's so low though.
Maybe overclock? Never mind.
He is so good, bro.
DJ Gon gets lit from limb. His extremity is used as a club. Now as Gushui looks to follow up on that scary display.
Oh my god.
The point back, Gushui gets out alive because of course. Dude, here we go.
His Winston is just next level, man. Like, you know,
Das war ein huge Pick für auf Lip.
But still, he just has such a mastery over that Primal Rage. That allows him to flip the point after a lot.
Weiter haben wir Overclock. Oh! Nice Pick auf den Lucio. Oh no.
They finally do get a flip here. It's they'll take out Shai as he's just gonna existing for a little bit. But this is also like this should have been percentage in theory, right? Mitch, it should have already been just going over to Shanghai, right? Like Spark had about like 50 or something. Like Gushui able to use that primal, flip it, gives them about an extra like 15% or maybe a little bit more.
Okay, let's see. Ich gehe davon aus, weil wir das ganze Zeit machen, ist, dass hier beide Support-Ults benutzen werden und damit Spark pushen.
It could be big later in the game, right? Just having that extra time already banked for the Spark.
Shanghai back to the point here.
Wir haben den Beat. Beat ist huge. Für Dragons.
Pleasantries exchanged by the Reapers here. Flatter forced to get away. Here comes both consider rushes into a mouse from
Oh. Yep. Alpha Reaper. Der war schneller.
And I think DJ Gon was going for the sound barrier there, and I'm not sure he got it off. Take a look at this replay here. So, yeah, DJ Gon tries to not able to get it off.
Bisschen zu spät.
There's just no saving anybody on your team when you have that hasted Reaper.
Spark now have their own sound barrier, and they're going to end up with a primal rage out of this. They could steal map 1.
Super Rich here trying to make sure he can get a good barrier. Doesn't have to worry about the shield breaking it up now. Here it is.
Beat für Spark. Schei bekommt Lip. Primal Rage wird geprimed. Maybe.
Someone being forced out to the side. Terror able to get away, but Gushway gets caught amongst the massive Shanghai Dragons, clutching at a chance to stay alive in his first map. They flip the point, and they're going to come out on top in this fight. What a crucial one.
Oh, die pushen die Spawn raus. Oh no. What? Oder auch nicht? What? Warum? Was war der Call hier?
Dragons have a Kitsune rush available here. Overclock from Lit could be around Ender. Fight very, very low tier force back. Here's the Kiriko ultimate.
Die dürfen.
Where are the targets?
What?
Oh my gosh! You can't be serious! The Dragons are ready to contest that. And Teru and Shai both are correct. The Dragons at the end of that round are unable to.
Oh no.
That's Charlie Knighter.
Oh no, that's nine.
Spark to win this series. I think Shanghai, with what they've displayed over the course of the whole season, but I think you kind of see what I was laying out at the beginning of the series, where you get Gushrey on the Winston with Shai on the Soda.
Oh no.
Playing this Reaper just in the mix. You put
Das ist ein gutes Match.
their best heroes, and they can really set the pace against
Das ist ein gutes Match.
team. And they're dangerous, man. The Spark steal map 1.
Ich mag das Tempo.
Scary stuff. We knew this would be the time for the Spark to show their best. And you have to feel like the Spark are favored in any situation they can bring the Simian Scientist into the fold.
I would just believe that if you were going to see some different things, you probably would have saw some adjustments in terms of the lineups, right? Like if you were going to see some type of like Sigma play or, you know, Zarya play from Shanghai, you probably would have saw Void come in. Sure. You know, the same on the other side for, I know, Hangzhou, like Bernard, but I think with the way these rosters are constructed and with no sub
Oh,
I think you're going to see more of the same.
Da wird interessant.
Still, you know, he can kind of control the high ground, but he can at least
Ohne Mercy.
right, and kind of like
Einfach ohne Mercy.
Tough to defend with Winston comps in general, right? I think it's something we observed even in the previous series where the Spitfire were the better team by at least half for almost the entire series, and even at times they
I don't know about that.
you know,
Actually.
trying to engage as defenders and getting blown up pretty quickly. So there's always that level of lethality that
Okay, Flatter wechselt auf Reaper.
be very aware of when he tries to drop
No,
into a
man.
position that is shuttling a Reaper at them at speed.
Ich war jetzt gespannt für den Doomcomp, not gonna lie.
Pardon? Okay, is he might have had to Suzu himself there, might be able to swift step away. Interesting little opener there as both Kiriko's using that wall climb to get info and poke a little.
you know, also can get out of harm's way with that swift step, right? Can just TP right out.
Oh.
That's going to be Shy getting that first kill, getting the better of Lip there. They're just trying to march on in, and this is where Gushway can do his thing, get aggressive.
Das ist das, was ich eben bei Fusion die ganze Zeit gemeint habe. Die haben den ersten Pick. Just go in. Was haben sie zu verlieren?
I'd say as well.
Vor allem auf Lip in dem Fall, auf der Sojourn. Sobald die Sojourn dead ist, why not?
Good that the Spark start things off on.
Wird nicht mehr gewonnen-hittet.
You take that map number 1, you know, any team, right?
Actually.
Regardless of how confident they are, like a little bit of doubt will creep in map.
Okay. I like that.
Lip is so low already. Teru essentially says you can steal this half. You're in a good spot.
Ich mag, wie Terror hier auf Flanke ist.
Playing with house money because of his ability to switch step away, right? He finds like a couple headshot connections there, or at least puts like a mad heal pressure down on the Dragons early. That puts his team at a significant advantage. And the risk isn't that great for him, right? He can dash back to the rest of his team, rejoin them before the fight begins in earnest.
Actually, nice.
To get the Reaper out of the equation, Gushway just goes. I know, able to get access.
Siaki immer noch auf, Siaki sag ich, Lip immer noch auf 50%. Weil er einfach die ganze Zeit rausgepickt wird. Spark muss einfach nur Q drücken. Also Bild für den Dragons. So. Oh no. Jacke sollt ihr sterben, ja.
Coming into this game, you really have to reassess your expectations, I think, for how this match plays out. Now you've seen what we've seen. Shanghai are down.
Ich mag, wie er hier Kiriko spielt. Die ganze Zeit im Poke. Nicht so passiv. Ja. Die Roten. Spark Roti. Ist das halt jetzt in Dragon's Stand gehen? Actually. Bei der DPS so jetzt keine Sound Barrier. Overclock. Lipfit hat keinen Kill. Richtig. Scheiß Dad. Lucky. Wie contesten das? Wetter muss das hier holen. Finally.
Kill on the Shai there from Izzyaki is massive. I believe he just kind of like pushes him forward and actually is able to take him out with a headshot and then TP out. But I think Super Rich using that sound.
Das war hart für Dragons.
That's a much closer fight. Feel the spark. Yeah, let's take a look at this.
Oh. Das ist so risky von Izzyaki da zu stehen. Actually. Oh, der Beat. Nice.
That was sound barrier used by Shanghai to try and keep everybody alive there as they were putting pressure right before point B. And Gushui ends up using the primal and he ends up taking out Lee Shake on there towards the end. So he'll take that trade any day, I think, if you're the Spark.
Lip trying to slip away there as he hears the overclock from his dumpster number. Shy, disrupt the shot here. A lot of
Okay.
inside that one. I mean, Rock meet hard.
Der Death Blossom.
Right. Looks like a disruptor shot just on one side of the doorway, a Death Blossoming Reaper on the other side. No options to survive there if you're the Shanghai Dragons. So
Spark hat hier wieder Sound Barrier. Und Lip hat Overclock. Das heißt, Lip zieht jetzt hier Overclock. Die Sound Barrier in das. Oh mein Gott. That's a big. Das ist crucial. Actually? Winnable for Dragons? Oh mein Gott.
Lip, even without the overclock, comes up with 3 there. Massive plays from Lip. Is Shanghai going to get really close to taking this second checkpoint? We're probably going to end up in OT. And Super Rich has this sound.
Wir contesten das. Spark contestet das. Mit Sound Barrier. Eine Sound Barrier? Alright. Actually, dass er sie so lange gehalten hat. Das müsste das Ding jetzt gewinnen. Ich möchte kurz drüber reden. Okay, drop. verdammt low und chillt jetzt hier in der Corner. Er kann nichts machen, außer hier in der Ecke gerade sitzen. Und die müssen das contesten. Blätter? Huge Blossom? Lucio dead? Nice. Ja. Oh mein Gott. Das ist hart. Ich hätte gedacht, durch diese Sound Barrier hat Spark das. Hat keinerlei. Hätte ich keine bessere Sound Barrier haben können. Oh! Not bad. Scheiße, sollte ihr dead sein? Das kidding. Beide Teams haben Overclock. Banks hat aber noch geholt. Okay. Nice position. Nice off angle, actually. Das ist so ein nicer Angle, Philipp.
Look, I think they're going to be able to do so, but are they even going to be able to make it back? 10 seconds left here, and Gushway's going to have Primal. Nice disruptor shot, just slows down Fate and takes some of his health away. 5 seconds left.
Ninja muss das touchen. Unlucky.
Hangzhou astutely moving the battle line up, making it so hard to slip through.
I really like the decision by the Spark. They push up, they realize how much time is left on the clock. I think it's up. Let us switch over to the Sombra there, just to probably go invis, try and get a touch. But disruptor shot, Winston, right? A lot to uncloak the Sombra, stop the Sombra from getting towards the payload, and the Primal there to use as well. Gets popped at the end. Pretty good defense here from the Spark. Honestly, with how things are going at the start, you almost are probably pretty happy with that as the Dragons, right? Because it was not looking good for a very long time. I mean, you're getting spawn camp, for a few minutes there on your offense.
Auch wenn Dragons das nicht ganz durchgepusht hat. Das ist immer eine gute Distance. Ja, das ist gar nicht mal so schlecht. Vor allem, wie sie angefangen haben. Dragons ist eigentlich immer von Overtime-Fight zu Overtime. Hat dann letzte Overtime verloren. Ja. Wir müssen jetzt quasi dasselbe mit Spark machen.
Ground has been gained in net by the Spark. Able to play around the statue and close here to the hotel. Lid's sideline now is very narrow. Gushway able to play closely here.
Oh. The fuck? What are you doing?
But he's still going to be staved off once more. Fate reasserts his position on the ball. Oh, Teru! He just dives in. Izzyaki falls.
I like that.
Teru, I think, used Gushway to dive into that fight.
Where he was, yeah.
I like that. Mit Kilko einfach am Flanken. I like that.
And then gets a kill and just TBs on out.
That's despicable stuff.
Way different. Yeah, I mean, way different use of the hero, right? Then you kind of see like Izzyaki potentially playing as, but very effective, it looks like thus far.
Well, hey, your biggest issues with your kunai are travel time and damage fall off. You can answer both of those by closing the gap. Peru, previously prolific Genji
Oh,
player.
here again on the flank. Arrow on the
So
flank.
a lot of flex support in his background. Never forget his 5k, 6k dragon.
Oh, Gigamon.
That's a great opener though. Look at this. The dragons are unseated so easily here.
Und ist alles wegen Terror. Actually.
Teru's able to like get sneaky right around those corners.
Das ist so viel Value.
You know, the headshot puts anybody at basically one-shot range, right? Outside of probably the tank. And the rest of the team can just kind of like dive in. If Shanghai commits on the Teru and uses like their abilities to do so, he just TPs on out.
A lot of road work happening here. Fate though takes the fast lane into Shai's domain.
Nice.
Clean him up pretty comfortably here, and Fleta will end the fight. Again, I think you know, in total, Kiriko and Lucio have pretty similar output across the course of a map, right? Izayaki actually has less damage than Lee Jae-gon, for example. But your damages, Kiriko, can quite often come in these bursts, right? You obviously have higher burst damage potential, that sort of pseudo insta-kill potential, getting out close to the knives. Sometimes you still find these key kills or key headshots on like a close Winston that skew the tank fight heavily in your favor in a pretty
Kind of how like the Sojourn railgun shots, right, are so impactful.
Ich denke, beide benutzen ja Overclock. Ja.
Look how low Fate gets there.
Shai doesn't even wait for that second rail shot to charge up completely from his overclock. He knows he has Fate dead to rights. Pummels him with a headshot instantly. Again, as tanky as Winston is, all his defenses get laid pretty bare once he eats a face full of these rail shots. And the Spark are well on the way here to another checkpoint. There is sound barrier for
Ich habe eben schon drüber geredet. Selbst wenn Shy Hate hier nicht gekillt hätte, er müsste ihn immer nur poken. Selbst wenn er ihn nur poken tut, macht so viel. Ja. Okay. Wir testen das.
A lot of that damage went into that overhelp.
They have to be a little bit careful. You see, like,
Ich weiß nicht, wo ich gerade vom Flat aus Flossen halten soll. Actually. Es war okay, aber hätten wir es saven können. Maybe. Spark hat nur Keiko. Hätte Primal, ja.
That whole time, it looked like Alpha Gear got in position on the high ground. He actually denied Fate away from playing from that balcony entirely just by walking up on him. And then he dropped down. Great way to open the fight. And the Dragons didn't have Kiriko ultimate up. They were at a distinct disadvantage.
And I love the route that Alpha E takes, like you mentioned, right? They rush down that staircase and like in that alleyway, and Alpha E actually comes from the opposite side. So he gets the effects from it on the opposite side. But there's so much happening that like in front of the Shanghai Dragons, it makes it pretty difficult to like turn and focus now on the Reaper, who's like the real benefit of that, like how we heard Backbone talk about in that interview, and focus him down, which allows Alfie to just, you know, to do his thing for free.
So Fleta realizing he needs to sort of do what Alfie does, right? Assert himself in maintaining that high ground position. Super Rich gets cut short there as Lip sees him skittering by. And
That's over.
Alfie now is just not really sure what's going on there. Just trying to make sure he gets eliminated as quickly as possible, and Teru will follow soon after.
Look, man, Shanghai looks awesome when Lip is able to get like 4 kills in a fight. You know, outside of those, it's been pretty.
Not gonna lie. Abgesehen von Lip passiert hier aber nicht viel. Mit Dragons. Wir erwarten so viel von Soldier Picks. I don't know. Wenn Lip keine Picks findet, ist Dragons keiner los. Fällt es so, yeah, what? Yep.
Was there though, again timing not favoring the Dragons.
Und das ist ein Vibe für Drinks.
This one is Hangzhou's, and they'll hold on to the Death Blossom going into the next one that can't. One fight away from the end of the map.
And you're going to be forced to fight on the goal, right?
Oh.
Where the payload is. So what is that? His lip just comes out of the spawn. As a boop knocks Alpha Yi up, and then a shot with the railgun.
Yeah, it's the one-man band right now. Instantly cuts the threat from Hangzhou down in half at the start of that fight. Not much here Hangzhou can do except tread water and kind of wait for their fates to be met. Teru again, nice little pick, but doesn't mean much in the grand scheme of things. Hangzhou's time starting to run short.
Yeah, it's starting to get into a dangerous territory here, right? Where
Spark hat immer noch 1 Minute. Es sind noch 2 Fights, maybe?
I think if you're Hangzhou, you're looking at maybe just trying to get a really fast fight, get some of those ultimates out, and then come back with a one really good attempt.
Shy forced to reposition there, sliding away.
What the fuck?
Shots thrown in his position, so his sidelines aren't great at the moment. He's caught in the middle. This fight still, he fights Liv. How? So much pressure coming from Fate, and yet Shy's able to draw.
Mein Spark hat verstanden, dass Lip alles für Drinks gerade macht. Sobald Lip raus ist Drinks keiner Lust. Kann das sein? Ich will nicht sagen, dass Flatter keinen Impact hat, ja. Aber es kommt mir so vor. Es kommt so vor. Lip hat so viele Opening Picks. Und ja. Du erwartest von Lip, dass er immer den Opening Pick hat, gefühlt. Das war ein gutes Match. Es geht einfach darum, wer die bessere Soldier ist. Welche Soldier besser supported wird als dem. Ich denke, dass Spark einfach schnell herausgefunden hat, dass Lips einfach gemacht hat für Dragons. Und immer auf Lip war. Aber ja. Spark hat es einfach besser gemacht.
But have we seen him climb to the same heights in specifically the Winston category as Goose Ray? No, not necessarily. Hard for him to have that same level of impact on these team fights.
Well, so we have seen.
Ein kurz AFK. Okay, here we go.
Like
Ich hab wieder was zu trinken. Mal kurz auf Klo. Let's see.
On King's Row into a really difficult position, and he ends up getting taken out. So, just way different mechanics, I think, between those two players and these two teams right now.
And I think we need to talk about Shy still, even though Gushue is definitely excited us with his mechanics on that Winston. Shy in the head-to-head against Lip is winning out. If we want to use metrics like final blows or accuracy with those charged shots,
It's not Lip here.
come as a result of those. Not by much, mind you. Both these hit scan players are playing at, like, you know, the quote you league best levels here. Shy's just a little better when it counts.
And if you were the Spark, like, if you could have told the Spark at the beginning of the series, Shy is going to match Lip in the Sojourn battle, you would have taken that 100%. Like, to have the deaths mentioned, Lip, potentially the best Sojourn player, not just in his region, but in the league. In Shy, we know he has those highs and capabilities. That's a disruptor shot. He actually gets low and then Perry with a headshot finish.
Not much to talk about that.
The slowing effect of the disruptor shot means that he can actually lead his target a little bit easier, in theory. Or he just catches him with a wayward knife. Either way, that's right. But a headshot is still going to be pretty brutal at even sort of medium range like that. But if you can't depend on Lip to be the difference maker here in this Sojourn battle, right? Where else do you turn? Where else do you look on this Shanghai Dragon? Who else steps up and actually creates a disparity in role against their opposite number to help you across the line?
I mean, I think you got to look at...
Oh, the dive.
I think you got to look at Fate being more impactful, trying to get to that high ground and cause some problems.
Both Kiriko players have had a couple peaks, showing Teru is in the back line for a spell. Quickly returning to patch Gushue up and get him back in the fight, but Gushue's
Okay.
low. Yeah, as soon as Fletcher gets close enough, there's just no chance of keeping that Winston fighting fit.
Yeah, but Shanghai is going to have to back up. So you're probably going to get Gushue back into this fight before the next one kicks off. I think as well, dude, there's
for the picks.
pressure on the Dragons right now, right? Knowing they're the
That's simple.
knowing they're going up against our last seeded team, the 12th seeded Hangzhou Spark. Like, on offense right now, you start to like stall out a little bit, and that clock dwindles down, already being down.
Das ist jetzt gut für Dragons. Die Payload bis hierhin ungefähr. Das ist relativ free, weil sie einfach hier unten drunter spielen können unter der Gear Station. Und Spark hat keine wirkliche Chance zu contesten. Das Ding ist, in dem Moment, wo die Payload hier den Turn macht, wird's contestable für Spark. Lip sollte hier irgendwie am Highground sich wahrscheinlich gleich hinstellen. Oder mit Feld hier pushen. Die zwei Optionen haben wir. Wetter Obvious geht auch mit rein. Ja, man sieht ja den TP. Und Lip chillt hier am Highground. Shy goes down.
Leaves him looking a little toothless for the rest of the fight.
Yeah, and I was gonna wonder. I was like, do you see them maybe try and fight this? Like, if Super Rich is able to get out with his beat, and you can get the primal on there and get players back in, but no, they lose Super Rich. They have to back.
Spark hat hier aber die Ult Advantage.
Good offense so far here from the Shanghai Dragons.
Something worth pointing out. Fate might not be finding kills with the primal rage, but he sure as heck setting them up for Lip there. Such an easier shot for the
Dragons hat beide Support Ults. Ich denke, die ziehen hier Overclock. Spark zieht hier Overclock. Kann ja nicht viel machen.
The haste is still very scary, but without Reaper to make use of that to increase his fire rate, make him a true tank buster, it's so hard for the Dragons to get good value out of the Kiriko ultimate. Fate goes down now, and that God, it hurts so bad for the Dragons, Matthew.
Spark hat einfach die beiden Ults abgewartet.
Lose the fight hard.
Die beiden Support-Ults.
As well. Great patience from Super Rich and Teru.
Insane.
Gushui gets extremely low there, right outside that gas station.
Oh.
And they end up being able to hold on to sound
Sweet.
barrier. Oh, and
Take some time off.
beautiful headshot there. Teru's really showing us a new way to play Rico.
Well, if you're gold, it's actually the current way to play it, but I take your point. Really getting aggressive and getting a ton of value out of that 3 times headshot multiplier.
Can't believe you're throwing shade at your own.
I'm diving fine, thank you. Happy to expose
Oh.
myself on that one. Alpha catches Lee take off there though, and the Dragons now might be forced to play from inside that tunnel. They don't have the maneuverability to get themselves out of here. They're deep in enemy territory, and they've got nowhere to go.
Beat. Oh no.
Fade is alright. So Flooded takes out Shy here.
Ich weiß nicht, ob der Beat hier wirklich
Oh, there, Leeching on there.
nötig war.
Boops him back. So Flood is going to exit.
Ich glaube, man könnte ihn saven.
You're not going to be able to make anything really out of this, though. I think Shy is going to be back already.
Frage, macht's jetzt viel aus? Maybe.
It's been about 2 minutes plus you're stalled out of this door.
Sparkling held on to his ultimate.
Shanghai drückt hier Q. Oh, MTP!
Have a chance to use that death blossom at all as midway
Sad.
animation. It's not all invulnerable for the Reaper. Liv is able to
Huge
find that
pick.
kill, and Shy gets chased away here. Fate more than happy to probably use Primal just to chase as the Spark did try and sheepishly disengage.
Shanghai should have an advantage.
Dragons hat den nur Primal benutzt.
Double support ults going into
Das
this
big?
fight where the Spark just have Primal, and they have their Death Blossom. You see Gushui like he's behind them here. Really awkward spot.
Play here. A stall card, save Primal maybe for buying time for Super to return. Doesn't feel great either way. He's not really in a position to contest directly and losing
Was machen die?
Forget about it. Just forget about it. Tough one for Gushui. He really gets caught
Yeah.
on the outside looking in there, Matthew.
Yeah, that was just he gets like caught in the choke from the.
Das war weird von Spark, was sie gerade gemacht haben.
Ends up making it back to his team, then also they just don't even care Shanghai to go back and challenge it, to try and make a play for him. So
Nicer Pick. Nicer Pick.
here is Shanghai is starting to get rolling.
Das Ding ist, jetzt kommen wir auch die Ults für Spark. Shy hat fast wieder Overclock.
Starting to find these kills.
It's got to be the awareness from Super Rich that the Dragons are trying to push their advantage here and
Aber
increase
Dragons
their
hat Beat.
percentage and also get the car closer to the corner early on. He's just sort of wall climbing on that pillar. It's very easy for Liv to pick him off. Someone of his caliber anyway. Nice little redirect there on Fate's dive. He's not in a great spot to make use of it here, and a big disengage from the Kitsune rush. DJ gone, fortunately, not opting to use it.
So the rebuild? Oh my god.
He's down to the Death Blossom.
Never mind.
Oh, as Flooded teleports gets right on in and everybody's already gone. We saw Carpe go with a little bit of a predictive Death Blossom that doesn't work out. That time you see how it can work out, where everybody gets aggressive behind the rush there for the Dragons, and the Death Blossom from Alfie just waiting on the other side.
Upside for the Dragons here, obviously, being able to maintain a sound barrier for this next engagement. Won't be a Death Blossom to answer it with, though, so I'd like to see them use it proactively here if they can.
Liv muss einen Pick
Kitsune
finden.
rush can't get value, but the Dragons are caught on the back foot here. The Spark get the exact engagement they want, where they want it.
Been kind of the story of the whole series, right? All these fights have been, fought on the Sparks turf, so to speak, where, or the Sparks pace. Liv actually takes out Shiner at the end. Dude, I tell you what, if Liv wasn't having the series he's having, which like is actually
This game would be over.
this series, even down.
Beide Teams haben ja Overclock.
With this series by now. I mean, that's how good Liv has been on the Sojourn, just on like getting these first picks.
Dragging his team, ticking and screaming
Shy ist low.
into a competitive showing on this third map of the series.
Wir warten die Overclock ab.
Lige gone, Gushui's primal rage here. Will
Jetzt.
down and he won't find much.
Nicer Pick.
The overclock comes up at an opportune moment for Liv to punish Alpha Yi. There's a lot of space. Look at how they fan out towards the spawn doors here. No one's on the car. One player on the car right now, right? So they're able to get it close to this last cul-de-sac.
Es macht Flatter hier.
What do the Sparks
Let's see that.
left to try and mount a deep
Action. Das macht nicht viel aus. Aber warum ist Flatter nicht hier? Warum ist Flatter nicht hier?
defense?
Nothing. I mean, they're just going to try and play for OT
Ja.
at this point.
Der ultet jetzt hier Point.
The Death Blossom could just get everybody off of the car.
No shot.
That's pretty big. The Sojourn plus a Lucio was enough to get the job done. Shanghai, they realize it, right? I think towards the start of that last phase, hey, we've got a great opportunity to set our battle lines really far.
Das ist das, was ich meine. Es macht nicht viel aus,
Make
aber
use of our long-range hit scan pressure from someone like Lip to get a lot of free push and making it possible for the Spark to get fights on their terms. There's one fight right there, Matt, where you sort of pointed out. The Hangzhou Spark started first, it's on their tempo, and looks really good. But after that, they really
ist mein Hals trocken.
their resources and let the Dragons
Bin ich gewohnt, so viel zu reden.
albeit in overtime.
Now, I think that's kind of what the Spark, when you see that last part of the map in the timing on the clock, that's kind of what they're playing for, right? Is to just do not let Shanghai finish with any time on the clock. Finish in that OT where now the Spark, your kind of goal is like, hey, if we finish with any time on the clock, we have a chance to finish this series here.
Yeah, I guess, look, the fact that it's a pure escort map means that it doesn't hurt the Dragons that much to finish in overtime, right? They'll get an extension regardless. So, yeah, for them to be in a position where they can maybe tax Hangzhou's progress to the same degree, then they're going to be on even footing coming into overtime here. This is I mean, this is where things start to get out of hand a little bit, I think, for the Spark. As Teru trying to make one of his classic sneaky plays and Lip instantly shuts the door.
This is where they lost tons of time on defense here, where Gushui was just kind of hanging out behind enemy lines for a while. Same with Teru for a bit. Okay, so some Roadhog Junkrat.
Okay.
Look, Roadhog.
Here we go.
Good against this.
Nicer hook. Unlucky.
The last time I saw this was Toulouse, by the way. Playing this on Oasis against the Wrecking Ball composition, and it worked. It worked really well.
Das,
There's no bionic grenade, right?
das Problem ist, da Hook reinzuspielen, das ist schwierig.
You get so wrapped up in trying to like focus down the Roadhog that you realize like just kill him last. But you already see them switch off of it as
Lip farmt sich einfach an dem Roadhog hoch. Blätter auch, also. Hook ist da definitiv nicht der Pick.
Hunter, though, they do identify that the Dragons play close and play aggressive early.
There's Teru.
Look at him. Hey, hard to see. He's below Big L's right now. That's a fantastic dive. How do the Dragons players just materialize on Shai's front doorstep?
Nice picks for Dragons.
You see everybody else from the Spark kind of like pushed up. Nobody there to be able to help him out.
Oh.
The good word of our Lord and Savior, coordination.
I mean, no, it's there.
Isn't this close?
Sometimes it's not.
Wir hatten das raus, nice.
Now they got to be careful as well, like kind of going on these flanks constantly with Kariko, like because eventually Shanghai is going to figure it out, right? They can just pressure on the other side. Oh,
That's going to happen, right?
huge shot there.
There's just a lot of volatility that is offered to you by having a Sojourn on your side of the map. The Dragons, though, in fairness, rather undeterred by this turn of events.
Well, there is no Lucio to disengage right now for the Dragons. So I think if you're the Spark, you need to push the advantage. Like this is where they cannot hightail it out of there and get all healed up. But you pretty much conceded that advantage.
Gott, Scheid zieht hier gleich Overclock. Schei? Das war gerade ein bisschen wasted.
Okay, sound barriers now come out from both sides here. We've seen both Kitsune rushes so far. Gushway's primal rage. What does it yield for the Spark? It doesn't have to yield anything.
That was Flood as Death Blossom as well. He doesn't
Gib mir einen guten Kamera-Angle. Keine Ahnung, was passiert.
As he gets taken out, so Izayaki will get a kill here on the exit, so to speak. But this should be the Spark taking this first checkpoint, and they hold on to their death.
I think in autopsy might have revealed a couple kunai in the cranium of Flatter there as he tried to go for the Death Blossom. He eats a ton of damage, and Terry was involved.
Ich hab keine Ahnung, was dem Fall passiert ist. Mit keinerlei.
Great work to shut down the Reaper and that Death.
Beide Teams haben einfach Q gedrückt.
Late fight Gambit. Keep his team in it.
And you get Lip off of this high ground. So good on the Sojourn that like you need to dislodge him from these types of positions because that's where he can really start to take over the
Or you take the fight somewhere that's outside of his purview, right? I think that's what the Spark are hoping to do by fighting over that mega room, but they're a little bit scared about a Reaper being up close and just blowing Gushway up.
And also, like, they're trying to bait Gushui in, right? Like, the Swift Step's gone there, but if he would have dove in, like, the trying to dash there from the Sojourn with the jump is still in play, where Lip would have been able to just get away, so.
And they do bait him in. He goes into the saloon, I guess, an offer of a cold beverage and companionship that's luring him into close quarters where the Dragons just drop that Kiriko ultimate and run roughshod over the Spark.
Rushen das einfach. Der zieht.
Get shot.
Not much to do.
It looks like a little bit of a chase, but yeah, just gonna make it out there with that Wraith form. But a little bit of an advantage here for the Spark, right? Kitsune Rush in Death Blossom available. Nothing else, but I think before you start to use his ultimates, you got to make sure you kind of get in Lip's face, because that Death Blossom comes down, he's just gonna hit a. I mean, that is a stationary.
Okay. Actually, let's talk. Schau ist hier unten. Wenn Spark obvious versucht, irgendwie hier einen Fight zu nehmen. Okay, chillt hier. Bringt im Zweifel hier rüber. Lip hat aber Overclock. Lip sollte irgendwo hier hinten stehen. Man sieht es hier ein bisschen von den Rissen. Lip steht hier. Und I don't know. Alpha müsste versuchen, hier Highground zu nehmen. Um maybe Lip zu halten.
There's a sense that the Dragons are starting to get a feel for this matchup, Matthew. A feel for the tempo of the Sparker drumming out. Shy just going down at the start of the fight is very scary, but
Spark versucht da drin den Fight zu nehmen.
puts him in a great spot to spot targets. And easy to pick people.
Aber kein Team will so wirklich da rein.
And Shanghai's not going to fall for this, right? Like the Spark go inside of the saloon, like, oh yeah, we're up a player, let's go in. But they know that Alfie has
Lip zieht Overclock hier.
on it for ages.
Usually trying to dive here on Lip. A lot of pressure on Lip, but he's able to find a pocket to work from. Lee Jae-gon gets picked off. I think that round
Oh, Schall.
meant for Lip, but Alfie is going to be able to follow up at the end of it anyway.
Big Advantage für Spark, ja.
Any chance for Izayaki to dash away, and he'll take it, so he does. Disappears in a puff of Sakura blossoms. And here come the Spark, though, finally getting back into control. Looking a little less lethal, though, against the Dragons, who are now more acclimated to this push and pull between these dive comps.
Again, interesting. Alpha Eve will tell him
Spark hat kapiert,
low ground there.
ganz kurz. Spark hat kapiert, dass sie Dragons hier nicht reinlaufen wird. So. Es bringt aber Spark nichts, hier zu chillen, weil sie Card Control brauchen. Obvious. Das bedeutet, solange Dragons hier in der Ecke chillen kann, während das Card hier ist, in dem Bereich, ist denen das scheißegal. Denn Chill Dragons einfach, das haben sie hier auch gut gemacht. Und in dem Moment, wo Spark hier rausgepusht ist und Lip in der Overclock so hart gefokust haben, was war's durch. Lip hat keinen Pick in der Overclock gefunden, keiner Set. Und Alpha hat seinen Blossom gezogen. Yep. Jeder hat noch Blossom. Das ist winnable. Auch wenn Lip dead ist. Nice. Das war ein nicer Blossom. Kein Team hat Ult. Moment.
9 seconds left, but it's Lee Jae-gon who gets a little caught here. Fate has the double back as the numbers advantage starting to turn against the Shanghai Dragons. And they get the touch. There's no one in the vicinity either. How do the Dragons slow this down? Couple players maybe coming off respawn can slow this up, but 2 on the card for that time. Gives it a huge boost. Fleder may have the double back and face the music.
Einfach hat hier kein Blossom. Hate hat Dingens. Hate hat Rage. Unlucky. Das war
Yeah, just like I was saying that where they were like,
No.
they've done a great job, knowing when to not fall into some of the traps as they go in deep there to try and get the kill and finish off this map in their favor, Shanghai, and they end up having 2 players drop, and then Gushwa is able to make it all the way around
No.
towards that payload. Now the
Das war so meine Befitterung gerade.
Suffering some early pressure in this fight, but that card is on the move, and here comes the Kitsune rush.
Alpha hat noch Blossom. Wird es wohl so an der 30 Sekunden Mark ziehen? Spark. Alle Ultimates außer Kiriko zur Verfügung. Dragons hat hier Maybe Overclock und Beat. Diese Jacke sollte ihr auch seine Ult bekommen. Aber Spark ist besser dran. Ich gehe davon aus, Alpha wird das mit seinem Blossom open. Und er wird auch Overclock ziehen. Schei wird auch Overclock ziehen. Das ist genau das, was ich eben gemeint habe bei KB. Actually. Ja. Wieso konnte KP das nicht machen? Confusion. Spitfire war hier komplett stacked. KP hat sich dazu entschieden, das nicht zu machen. Huge Blossom. Ja.
Finish with that time, they'll have a little bit of an advantage, a minute and 16. But still giving themselves a chance to finish this one off here.
Nice.
Have a little bit more time than the Dragons. That's massive.
In fairness, that 15 seconds, Matt, that disappears in a puff of smoke very quickly.
Nice toll für Spark.
Team is able to play forward, right? For all intents and purposes, I'm inclined to put these 2 teams on even footing in terms of what their aspiration should be in this overtime.
Yeah, I mean, for a second there, it didn't even look like they were going to even be able to finish the map, right? With the way the Spark were looking. I think that extra bit of time, depending on where this offense ends, right? The Dragons could be big, right? Like if let's say the Dragons end on the first corner, that little bit of extra time is 2 spawns, right, so to speak. So
Genji.
Das
wird interessant.
Of a chance to brawl it out in an overtime scenario, depending on how far it gets though. See, it's a whole DP up to the high spot.
Yep.
So cheesy. So hard to know where he's coming from too.
Yeah.
Alfie's had a great map so far, Matt. 15 final blows, 9 deaths. He's leading his team in those final blows. Shy just behind at 14. DPS putting out numbers here for the Spark, especially in that the second half of that previous round. So the Dragons, it's not a close defense for the Spark here.
This feels like a battle of the Sojourns here in OT, with how much time is on the clock.
I don't know.
Flip ist ziemlich aggressiv mit Gold 3. Ist die ganze Zeit auf dem Charge. Oh, nice.
If you're the Spark, what do you decide to do here? They're gonna back up and probably decide to take just one final fight.
Das war ein nicer Pick-up. Terror that is. Oh! Lip that? Yep. That's it.
Setting themselves up for a win condition. By no means a sure thing, but it's definitely possible now.
Es war ein nicer Pick-up-Flip.
It is very possible here for the Spark to win this series. I mean, a 3-0 over the Dragons.
Es ist insane, was eine Sojourn alles machen muss.
Depending on where they decide to play, right? Like, can you afford to play close up here if you're the Shanghai Dragons like they did, like inside of the...
Ich meine, wenn sie keinen Pick findet.
I think you probably have to play the corner, right?
Es geht darum, welche Sojourn den ersten Pick macht.
Right, and if you do play the corner, you may not get a second fight,
In der
especially...
ganzen Comp.
Now, let's say you
Das ist
could have
insane.
Sojourn take out the Lucio, where the three go up on the high ground, right?
So what do you do?
There's probably not a second fight. I actually think you probably, even though it's not great, probably have to play the corner. I think you can kind of just play this 50-50 game at the corner for a little bit and dwindle some of the clock to where I think it's just too risky. Like, we've already seen these Spark, right? They played the Roadhog here at the start.
Die Frage ist, Dragons könnte das versuchen, hier close zu halten. Ist das jetzt worth? I don't know. I don't know. Die Sache ist, wenn es funktioniert für Dragons, ist es huge. Wenn nicht, haben sie damit ganze Runde gethrowt.
Trying to get like a hook and a pick really quick. Like, you don't know what they're gonna do, right? Are they gonna play, are they gonna Sonic this and then hook? Like, is there some other
Ding ist, so bekommen sie eventuell 2 Fights raus.
They're gonna go for this up close. So up close, even if you lose this first fight, you're going to get a second one, right?
All right. Lip takes a glancing blow early. You saw the health bar knocked down to half. Dushware wants to be pretty expedient about this.
Ich weiß nicht, ob es worth ist, aber... Wait, that? Das ist ein Instant Disengage jetzt. Get the fuck out, mate.
There's plenty of time for the Spark to have all 5 players ready for this next fight.
You're going to get on top of Big Earls. You're going to get control of the gas station here where players are going to be walking around this corner, right? You're going to have that disruptor shot up on the high ground.
What could Shai do here? Or is it going to be Lip that breaks the deadlock?
He's so careful.
Teru playing passively as well.
Teru chillt einfach.
Those wild flanks nearly so much, seeing Shai out of pressure from Fate. He tops him up.
Das Ding ist, Teru kann hier jetzt nicht aggressiv spielen. Wie eben die ganze Zeit auf Flank und so. Aber das Problem ist, wenn Teru hier jetzt gepickt wird, wenn er das macht, ist die ganze Runde vorbei. Spark muss das hier defensiv spielen. Und Shai muss einen Pick finden. Oder Alpha. Teru? Actually, Alpha hat Blossom? What the fuck? Was hat Teru gemacht? Huge. Das war der Pick auf den Support. Huge. Actually, I like that. Actually, lass das da mal im Hintergrund laufen. Actually, wir lassen das im Hintergrund laufen für den League-Marken. Ja. Oh. I don't know. Spark war einfach besser. Dragons hat einfach so viel von Lip erwartet, dass Lip immer den ersten Pick macht. Pick Advantage hat. Ja. I don't know. War ein gutes Match. War ein gutes Match für beide Teams.
Lined up. Hopefully we can make it
this time around to a push map, not have a 3-0 blowout. That's what I'm keeping my fingers crossed for here, ladies and gentlemen. My Preds are already boomed, so from here on out, I am just cheering for some damn good Overwatch League playoffs. So we'll go ahead and kick things off.
Okay. Bob, wir gehen Bob. Ne, komm.
As we jump into night market.
There it is, well, last meeting of these two teams in week
Das should report also. Interesting. Okay, never mind. Wir gehen kein Bob.
They've beaten the Mayhem. Mayhem haven't taken down the Reign a single time in 2022. And now we're in the playoffs. We're in the business end of the entire season. What a time it would be.
Kann bitte jemand mal eine andere Comp laufen?
We've already had a couple of those today. At least one of them. Here we go.
Irgendwer?
Gates open for map number 1 in this series, and it is going to be the hard mirror on both sides. Questions answered. Hawk on that Winston, like you said.
All right, now it's all about putting it to practice. Let's see how it looks. First and foremost, the OG going to get melted down. Hydra's able to find him. That nade coming out, pushed around the corner. Quick little shot to the head. Hawk
Yes.
down. The Florida Mayhem kicks things off with a bang. 2 kills, nearly a third found as speedily.
30 Sekunden drin. Instant death. That's fun.
Florida Mayhem still playing forward. Someone down 19 HP does end up dying. The point still
Right.
not locked down. Now Atlanta Reign have potential opportunity to get in here. Contested, but
Ey, der macht das.
Someone really far forward there. Atlanta Reign pounds. They have the player advantage now, despite Florida Mayhem having the initial cap with Hydron down. And by the way, was 3 on 3 final blows for the team. Things are looking quite difficult here.
Not great here. Going to be a fast flip back into the favor of the Atlanta Reign. Bit of an overstay from someone. Cost them dearly. Shades of Shanghai Dragons there on Route 66. Pushing forward. And then suddenly the cart gets taken from behind them. But here we go. Fast flip. Reign going to be poised to go ahead and take the lead here. Ultraviolet looking like the first ult to come online.
Very soon as well. After one neutral, she was just coming through almost straight away. Someone does nearly have a primal online, though. I don't think the time is going to work out. What a shot from Hydron.
Hydron.
Removes the Kazuna rush.
Huge.
Takes him out of the fray. Kai has to circumnavigate back around the front. In fact, just really stay over there because the rest of the team does get cleaned up with him out of the action. Huge pick comes through. That's going to be Florida Mayhem just as quickly regaining control.
I mean, that is game change. That is a fight-turning shot coming through from Hydron. UV had a Kazuna rush just before RuPaul did, and in this sort of meta, the tempo counts. The first person, the first player in the Kariko to get that ultimate to put it through makes a big difference. Here comes UV now.
Right? Oh my god.
Get well out of there, but he cannot. They all pursue forward. Find the elimination. He gets taken down. It's going to be the Death Blossom out of the equation for now, but Hydron again with another shot. Takes Kai out. Great headshot rail. Claims him. Overclock is popped. He's looking a bit more. The skybox goes.
Is he? I can see. Hawk Parameters?
Back down now has the primal rolling. Overclock going to be expiring, but no one
Sound barrier?
all on the side of the floor. They have that shielding as well. Hawk will get claimed. Push around the front. They're looking for some staggers. Getting ready to push up over 60% now. The trigger manages to find.
Okay.
Someone take it down. Then to the Death Blossom. Looking to trade this one back.
Oh!
Hydra now off in a bad spot, but still gets the headshot on Ultraviolet.
Yeah, still keeping the game alive, and another kill to Kai here as well.
Actually, das sind nasty Shots von Hydron hier. Vor allem immer so Crucial. Weidet oder immer auf den Supports. Yep. Nicer Blossom.
He's got the TP, showing off a little bit here as the full team kill comes to fruition for the Florida Mayhem, now at 80%.
You can see the speed in this game here as well, where neither team really wants to give up too much ground.
Not gonna lie, Hydron is here on fire.
They stay in, someone uses primal, next fight, Atlanta Reign lose a few, they stay on the outskirts of the point, still trying to keep it alive. As we head to final fight territory now,
That's nice.
Probably the map winning, the round winning ultimate available. Both teams will actually have now. Kazuna rush. Should see this one overlap.
Okay, beide Killcodes. Hydron hat hier Overclock. Ja. Er wird hier Overclock ziehen. Und das sollte für Mayhem winnable sein? I don't know, sie haben keiner Beat. Netta hat hier Beat. Ja, Beat comes. Hydron instant gestorben. Unlucky.
70%.
Ja, beide Support-Ults für Atlanta. Das ist actually big für Florida. Und Mayhem kann jetzt hier mit Barrier pushen. Mit Sound Barrier. Und Overclock. Poke.
Down as well. That will just be the flip back into their favor, as well as the closeout. Florida Mayhem take night market for themselves 175%.
And I think Hawk goes down at the mid-90s there as well, so very close margins for a lot of these players in several fights where, you know, several percentage differences is everything. Hawk doesn't have
Please,
time all day.
please do that. Please.
Florida Mayhem get to come back in. They're already at 99%. Animo held on to that extra sound barrier after not having it in a previous fight. They get to walk on through Hydron. You have to talk about this guy. Hard carry on the Soji right now. This is that checkmate. Death Blossom with the extra TP tools in there as well. Suzu on top of him to make sure that he can't, you know, be killed inside of it. Then obviously he gets away with his life. So brilliant round of kills there coming.
Hydron hat das da ziemlich gecarried für Mayhem. Actually ist das interessant. Mit dem Bastion. Bastion und vor allem Reinhardt, wenn die kommen. I don't know about that. Not gonna lie. Ich mag, dass sie hier immer noch Lucio gehen. Aber I don't know. Das ist...
Yeah, okay, changing things up in a big way. Looking for some targets though. So far, is really struggling to find any bounties so far.
Mayhem ist gerade ein bisschen spread.
Relatively well. Checkmate, however, does get left out into the open. Hawk is able to go ahead and swing the hammer away to get some kills. Bounces in the nade. Some extra damage, and for now, will be the Atlanta.
Pushen das?
The first point, you see Florida Mayhem pulling back.
If you want a way to shut down a Winston and really burn him through, Wheels mode on the Bastion is one way to do it. Someone goes over towards the Orisa now. So did say maybe we could see a bit of a risk.
Speed ist scary hier für Florida. Du siehst ja auch, dass die Orisa kommt. Weil alles andere schmilzt einfach. Jetzt haben sie Glück, dass Violet hier kein Zen ist. Aber anyways, Zen wäre hier auch dezent throwing. Man hätte es kein hier. Basic. Und daher, I take that. Orisa keine Cooldowns. Es ist auch ein Checkmate und Hydron den Bastion da rauszunehmen. Und irgendwas hier zu machen. Es ist so hart, den Punkt hier jetzt zu contesten. Atlanta spielt das so grouped up, dass Florida keine Chance hat, das irgendwie zu rushen. Ja. No. Ja. Du hast einfach so viel Damage durch Bastion und Sojourn. Das tut weh. I like that. Ich weiß auch nicht, ob Reaper hier das Play ist. Für die Comp. Warum nicht? I don't know. Hanzo.
the elimination speedily going to be taken down, and Checkmate actually doesn't pull the trigger on this Death Blossom yet. Continues to hold it.
Ich gehe davon aus, wird hier so ein Blossom ziehen. Na, Mann. Meint ein Trolling. Die brauchen den Blossom nicht, das ist gut. Florida hat hier Ult Advantage. Wir haben hier Overclock. Overclock kommt. Finds the elimination. Hides over the overclock as well. Gets off the boot. So the DPS, yep, the damage dealers dealt with. That will be them maintaining control, just holding the bridge. Und dann muss von Bastion switchen. Ja, das nicht mehr recontesten können damit. Checkmate zieht die Blossom? Maybe? Maybe? Okay, never mind. Ah, dafür beide Supporters raus. Oh. Nice. Nice von Mayhem. That's it. Lucia? Florida Mayhem, they finally managed to stabilize. They play around it and they take the first map of Lijiang 2-0. Oh, this is sad. Confuses me is a couple of things. Why swap off the Rhine to go towards Doom? I don't think that Hawk was that far behind. It wasn't like he was trailing the team in terms of tempo, like he wasn't going to make it back. I think he had plenty of time to work through. The Rhine was honestly working. If you're going to play this sort of Bastion, having that shield up, protecting your team, being this more stationary tank, allowing Kai and Speedly, your two DPS, to do the damage, I mean, that's fine. Coming back on the Doom, that strategy falls apart. Doom is not good in this meta at all. Doom is realistically one of the worst heroes. And then beyond that, we talk about the UV OG combo, something that deviated from their set strategy of where the meta is in terms of Winston comp. Ich verstehe, warum sie den Bastion geswitcht haben. Weil das ist ziemlich hart, das nochmal zu recontesten. Auf dem Punkt. Ja. From monkey business to silly business. We had a hog earlier from Gouche. What else are we going to see today? Yeah, true. I mean, we're missing what? Sigma, Diva, Zarya for some real... I think you will get Sigma. If somebody picks like a... What's a good Sigma? Circuit Royale, Junkertown. I think those are two... Yeah, I get you. Like that. I genuinely think a Sigma is on the card. On the cards. And Tracer, I have heard, is a potential... Aber warum geht man keine einer? As crazy as it is, oh, Diva. I like that. But like, it's still to me... I just don't think Doom is a great hero, so it's like it doesn't seem like a strong pick, even though Hawk is probably one of the best Doom players. It's quite risky, and I'll be interested to see what Dante plays a little bit later. Oder der Gemeter kommt. Someone was hovering over the Orisa. Obviously, he locked that in to try and counter the Bastion plus Rhine combo earlier. Now, though, after Checkmate takes his opening shot, he has. You go back over towards the Reaper, and Florida play the standard, as do the Rain. Alrighty, well, just swinging around the opposite. Oh. Ich würde sagen, die war ziemlich... Nicer Pick. Was müsste der Punkt sein? Ich finde es weird, das Siderun. Das ist gerade ein guter Shot. Actually. Eigentlich könnte hier Hackmont gehen. Der Hackmont hier ist free.
Someone's about here right now. Hawk has got a longer respawn. This is bad for Atlanta. They need their 5 alive. They're currently stuck at the moment. Their team is fixed a bit of a spot. I think some members are in the hotel. Hawk has finally arrived.
Recontest.
Themselves back in. They do stop the final cap coming through. 93% just about built up here for the side of the Mayhem. As Hydra tries to go around on a flank.
Das ist das, was ich meine.
For just a brief little moment. Florida Mayhem decided to
Oh,
with
nice.
a little
Bad.
bit, but
Hier. Ich meine, Hedron hatte Zielen auf Winkel. Aber angenommen, Hedron hätte eben hier gestanden, auf dem Highground. Er hätte hier auch einen schönen Engel gehabt, für die, wenn die reinlaufen. So. Da war maybe safer. Er konnte hier backuppen. Ich denke auch nicht, dass das schlecht ist. Das ist halt anders.
Hydra eventually finds him. The shot goes across. OG taken down once more. Someone will be felled, but Hawk is eliminated.
Er ist ziemlich lieb mit Soldier, not gonna lie.
And that will be the extended team kill as well as the cap on A. 5 minutes and 10 seconds here for Florida Mayhem.
And it's just the Florida Mayhem pressure on the actual point itself. Like I said, both of their Winstons going down at the same time, but the attacker side advantage here. Someone gets to rejoin the team a little bit early. Atlanta already have no space to work through. They're trying to keep touching the point. They're trying to keep this point alive. We head over towards the second tech in Atlanta Rain. They need this Kitsuna rush. Ultraviolet was leading Majid here, but there wasn't enough time. He dies on 98. Hydron's the one that opens the account again. Brilliant shot into OG, and now he gets the shot on Kai.
Yeah.
Yet again, a major pickoff here found by Hydron, who is just going absolutely insane.
Mayhem disengage.
I said putting the team on his back, but it's not like anybody else is really performing poorly. It's just that he is going out of his mind with some of these shots. And he's going to drop down off the high ground, overclock rolling, go sliding forward aggressively, looking for a target, and everybody scatters to the wind. Very wisely, push on the corner, gets the shot across onto Hawk, who's relatively
Das ist so viel
position. They just wait out
Progress
go ahead and try to displace him.
for free. Kinda.
Forward, actually goes down 9 HP. They
Das ist der Blossom.
Pops it at Blossom, manages to find just that one elimination, but given that it's Hydra, it just might be enough. The rest of the Florida Mayhem, however, are still forwarding. They're getting
checkmate.
deep. Hawk trying to go ahead.
This card is still going.
With the Kiriko manages to get the elimination. Checkmate dead as well. And with that cleanup coming through, the cart is going to be locked into position by the Atlanta Rain. Seems like they will finally get the Florida Mayhem displaced.
I gotta say though, Hydra, for all the good that he's done so far in this series, he was so far forward. You could actually see him sliding into the Atlanta Rain, trying to be healed by the rest of his team. Anima tries to.
Das Ding ist, Atlanta hat keine Ults mehr. Atlanta hat keine Ults mehr. Und Florida hat Wasser. So, maybe. Wenn er jetzt ein Checkmate Kai ultet, wäre huge.
Unfortunately, not quick enough. But that could have been a very different fight for the Mayhem. You know, Nero actually comes in and shuts down both Checkmate and Hydra. Checkmate again, super slow, and you know, passive even on these Death Blossoms. Never had the opportunity to use that. Has to fight now. But if Mayhem wait too long, UV has the Kitsuna rush again. Florida Mayhem need to win the point, need to get that cap off of Majid's ultimate.
Okay, well, full-blown ring around the rosy being played right now with the cart.
Awesome.
Range just shifts back, moving towards the attacker.
Hier. Gut, Checkmate ist jetzt einfach reingepusht. Ich wäre actually hier hintipiert und hätte da Blossom gezogen.
Someone pushes forward. If they can displace him, they can start stealing this cart away, which is
Oder wird sie kein Blossom? Jetzt.
Great shot finds Hydron. Opens things up now. The Death Blossom comes through from Checkmate, but it is far too late. Damage already dealt. They lost
Yep.
an ammo. Gets absolutely no one as far as the kills are concerned. And that will be the cart once more locked in position.
I mean, Kai takes down the primary carrier.
Das war ein schlechter Blossom.
Also,
Kann allein.
been displaced here by Boot, by OG or something, but did not get value at all on the Death Blossom. Kitsuna Rush also just allows it.
Das ist das, was ich sage. Hier hintippen und dann gut drücken.
So easily with the extra speed boost from the ultimate, and that's all the Rain need. UV has been mostly outpacing Majid, and some of that comes down to the fact that Atlanta Rain have been more active in wanting to use these ultimates. Florida tried to disengage the initial Kitsuna rush from UV successfully in a previous fight. Now we see it.
Er hat hier die Ult.
Again to drop that ultimate. UV though, sorry, not UV, OG on the other side with the sound barrier. I mean, they can probably just spy the side.
Again, shifting positions. Overclock at the ready. Still has his full charge rail that he'd like to send out first. As the head pops it, doesn't find anything for his trouble. Kills found on either side thus far, but Hawk, Nero all falling dangerously low. Tries to escape, but Hawk does get struck down to the end. Checkmate able to find that kill. Nero.
Oh, Nero ist ziemlich low.
For him has the Death Blossom available.
Huge.
Will get taken down. finally coming through, but it's a good amount of time bought here from the side of the Atlanta Reign. But now the cap is going to be coming in. It's going to be just about 3 minutes in the time bank for Florida.
Yeah, Kai popped that overclock so late though. I think like once Atlanta Reign knew that their original couple of ultimates, you know, they popped Primal, they had the sound barrier, and they weren't quite willing to fight just yet. They needed to throw in a bit more resource, and they didn't. Kai waits until I think Hawk even goes down. Then he used the overclock, and Hydra shuts him down with his own rail. So now the Florida Mayhem, they get to walk away. They didn't even have to use ultimates for that, which is wild.
Hydra hat die Overclock.
They had the original Kitsune versus sound barrier, and now they have 4 ultimates, right? They can just walk up.
Kai dead. Someone with the dive.
Oh, das ist guter Pick auf Kai.
There's the opener from Checkmate.
Big one. Aber beide DPS wird's raus. Das sind beide DPS wird's für Mayhem.
Maybe Hydra didn't need that, but it ends up being fairly worth. They get a full cleanup versus the Reign. It's just Nero now with the Death Blossom. Animo's ready for that. Hopefully, Suma Jet as well. With Kai dead,
Okay.
if they clean up Nero, it's probably dead. It's probably gone.
Kai dead again.
He just got eviscerated. So much focus fire into him.
Any reports?
Pretty soon they're gonna have to try to step forward onto this cart here. Death Blossom is used by
Okay.
no kills found. Checkmate shuts him down. Hydra ends up
And that's a Charlie Niner.
Hawk are both dead, and he just cannot get that touch in time there for Kai. And even if he had, it would have been just dealt with very swiftly thereafter. So maybe an extra 2 or 3 seconds block, but instead it is going to be a finish here of 1 minute and 59 seconds for the Florida Mayhem on King's Row.
So well played by the support duo of Florida Mayhem there as well. You see the Death Blossom from Nero. Majid
I would einfach zum rausgepickt. That's it.
Drop that sound barrier at no risk, at no cost.
Not much to say about it.
That one, Florida Mayhem have the firepower to finish it through, which is why I'm like, even with Hydra and blowing the extra overclock, it seems like they'll have enough resources to finish the map, and they will be able to do so there. Like I said, 159, that's a pretty good time bank. If it wasn't for the Atlanta Reign kind of slowing down B as much as they did, Florida Mayhem might have had a better time there. The real big loss for Atlanta Reign there was that sort of final B defense where, you know, they had most of their ultimate shut down, and Florida Mayhem won that off the initial Kitsune rush alone, which I don't even know if I want to say that's what won it for them, because again, that sort of gets soft countered by OG sound barriers. It's a 1-for-1 support ult drain. It's after that that Florida Mayhem just slowly worked drain in the neutral, didn't have to spend any ultimate, and got the snowball so hard on C using ultimate like this.
Yeah, just ran him down. Nero just didn't even see it coming. Helps clean him up.
And the worst part about that for Reign,
in the end, it doesn't end up costing them.
The worst part about that for the Reign is that they lose inside their own Kitsune rush, and typically for that ultimate in this current meta, that's supposed to be a win. That's got to be a W for you. You use that rush, it's supposed to be a team fight win for you. So if you get shut down in that, and Death Blossom clears your whole team, that's a big loss. So Reign now have a lot of work to do, and you know, talk about potential cheese coming on through. It is the Hawk Orisa. I teased this at the very start. We are going to see it now properly. See how this goes.
Pushing forward, make their way very easily through the hotel. You can see just very spread out defense right now from the side of the Florida Mayhem. Just mean that they're that much difficult to try to attack, given that you do have this Reaper who wants to get up close and personal. And being able to do that is very tough, but Kai just gets the headshot, takes down Hydra. Major opening here for the Reign now. Start to feel a bit more comfortable with this forward posturing onto the point. First ticket to be snatched up.
Mayhem can wait.
Now.
They can wait for the respawn and go for the 5-5 retake. Getting assaulted on for now, the Majid potentially out of position. He's so far away from his team.
This is so scary. It's so scary for Mayhem.
Goes low. Heals come across. They do keep him alive for now. Both these Kirikos neck and neck as far as getting those consuming rushes up.
Vor allem mit der Orisa, du hast einfach so viel Map-Control. Weil die Orisa einfach nicht sterben wird. Ja, gut. Nice.
For the side of Atlanta Reign, they get the lockdown, and very similar starting time bank for them, just a couple seconds shy as it's over 5 minutes.
I think Majid was maybe hoping that OG would respond with a sound barrier, but just doesn't get that out of the opposition, so it ends up being a bit of a wasted Kitsune rush coming through from Mayhem. It's a 4v5 situation, right? And you don't have the Reaper, which is one of the main beneficiaries of the Kitsune rush. It's part of the reason why Reaper is in this meta right now. Speaking of which, I mean, Checkmate so far thought he dies. He actually had the shift available. I was watching that cooldown specifically, and it was up. Someone jumps away, and at that point, you know, Checkmate, you're the front line now. You are now currently the tank, and you have to be very careful, cognizant of how much damage is going to come your way. He gets taken down, 120 damage hit from UV, and that fight goes 5v4.
Pressure on a Kai.
Okay.
Ultraviolet keeps him topped up. He's looking to go aggressive, pushes up around the corner. And it might not be a full charge rail shot, but so much of that about half HP. Very
Oh!
easy kill. Gets Hydra as well. Mid slide. Casual stuff there from Kai. Somewhat leaving down a couple, managing to find two with that primal before he's eventually dealt with. They buy about a minute off the time.
Nice picks from Kai.
Again, rolling forward for Atlanta Reign. They have a lot of ults to work with.
I mean, you waste a bit of time there for the range. You get a
I
couple
mean,
of kills,
man.
forces them to at least regroup a little bit here. But ultimately, I think that primal would have been better.
Mayhem hat hier zwar Primal gezogen, aber ansonsten haben beide DPS-Ults. Atlanta aber auch. Und die Tank-Ult. I don't know. Wenn Kai wieder so nasty Shots landet,
Defend for the final
I don't know.
beat. Had a couple of Mayhem ults now go a bit wayward. I mean, it depends on how much value you really place on stalling the payload for as long as it did. I think he would have still had that touch regardless.
Nice.
Okay, overclock for overclock. Kai gonna be dealt with. That gets his canceled out early. Now, no damage. Dealers left in the fight. Atlanta Reign.
Beide Teams haben noch Beat.
Stagger is gonna be found as Hawk will be seemingly the last one to fall. Like, yeah, OG very well out of there.
Beat und Blossom.
Okay, space bought. Florida Mayhem now have a decent position to be able to hold this card for a while.
And this is a really sore spot for Hawk as well, because I think if he had used his ultimate, the Terror Surge, he'd be looking to swap over towards Winston now. He has to come back on this Orisa and look for an ultimate play. And
Einmal Kill geholt und
more of a, I would say, retake, but they
Checkmate
are
mit Blossom.
they're not trying to retake a position. Well, they
Es
are
könnte
taking
huge
a
werden.
position,
Sollte huge werden.
from the attacking side. Checkmate on a bit of a flank. And you have another situation where Suma Jet and Anima can work together. Suzu into a sound barrier. Hawk on the low ground here. Hard position to be in. But Rain do have a lot of ultimates.
Spear spin down. There's going to be the rush out from Ultraviolet. So things off the air. Drops in. Death Blossom rolling.
Rain ist schneller.
Checkmate, but that's dealt with. Only one elimination found. Beat for beat on opposite sides. And Amino going to be stuck in the corner.
Das ist-
Just pins him. Spear is spinning. Chops him to pieces. Truly into the beat grinder form. Spear not going to connect, but eventually they will be able to
Das ist so nice,
someone.
nice,
Take him down. And that will be the
dass man
count.
Leute einfach so in die Corner pushen kann.
Chew through for the Florida Mayhem if they want to avoid these extra innings. Rashad will
Das
eventually
ist-
get dropped. Reign start pushing.
Das ist einfach unfair. Not gonna lie.
Dropped down. I think Nero still got a kill in the middle of that. Florida Mayhem. Someone unfortunately didn't have the primal. A few percentage points away. Checkmate could not answer with his own death blossom in that own on their own side in that fight as well. So ability for someone to play aggressive now with that primal.
Oh my god. I mean, Hawk is just stopping the stop from coming through. Someone down low. Forced out the
Primal.
Since up back, seems like Rain and Widely are going to be okay to just wait out the remainder of this ultimate. Moves back around the corner. Hawk instantly there. We're trying to buy some positioning. Great move back as well. Denies that.
Der Overclock.
Kai does get picked off. Checkmate finding that elimination. Overclock now rolling, looking for Ultraviolet. It's a little bit too elusive for Hydra to be able to line up the shot, but he eventually gets OG on the back end, and the fight is won by the Florida Mayhem all the same.
Ich weiß noch nicht mal, was ich da reden soll. Es ist einfach Pick Advantage. Mehr ist es hier nicht.
Only halfway through on the C point so far. I do lack some ultimates to really push towards the end. So we're looking at definitely Florida having the better time back when all is said and done.
Oh, nicer Blossom maybe?
The o'clock.
Oh, Checkmate is just looking to run it down straight in on top of the DPS. He gets in deep and
Nice.
will find the kill. The final takes up that Death Blossom. Take the rest of
Wer?
First the o'clock.
Ach, im Overclock.
Oh, Checkmate is just
Dachte gerade.
looking to run it down straight
Hab ich gar nicht
in on top
gesehen.
of the DPS. He gets in deep and eventually will find
Actually
the kill.
huge.
The final takes up that Death Blossom. Take the rest of the team dangerously low. Nero eventually dealt with someone cleaning up the kill. Just like that, another fight victory for the side of the Mayhem. As Checkmate looks to finish off Hawk, he will be able to get him in the end for some late staggers, and we want to talk about it even later one. OG trying to make it out, but Checkmate gets him in the head at the very last second.
Yeah, that'll
Not
definitely hurt now.
bad.
Checkmate setting up for some flanking angles as well. Love that play from Suma Jed, by the way. Checkmate goes in super aggressively. Great read versus Kai. Wants to shut him down with the Death Blossom.
Okay. Let's see. Wir haben 3 Ults für Atlanta. Und eigentlich nur Kilko und Beat für Mayhem. I don't know. Durch die Kilko-Ults hat Nero hier eigentlich hochschießen. Hat der Ult. Von daher.
But Jed just jumps in, uses Suzu, now has the Kitsuna Rush available.
I mean, they're just diving in. OG has to use the sound barrier in response to this rush, and Florida Mayhem say that's good enough for us. They go ahead, they back away. Mage Feature support ultimate now going to be taken down. Anamo going to have the sound barrier.
Ist der Beat für Mayhem?
Violence if they even have to use it. Okay, he's going to still commit the beat to the fight, but Ultraviolet was the first one to fall. Now Nero eliminated, and Hawk is desperately just trying to gallop his way back over into the spawn room, but once more, he's just not allowed. It's continued staggers.
Da bekommt einfach keine Picks.
Florida Mayhem, they just disengage, then go diving forward towards the spawn doors over and over again.
And this kind of push-pull gameplay is kind of caught Atlanta Rain a bit of a loop. Majid and Anima both use ultimates there, not at the same time. We had the Kitsuna rush first, then Mayhem pull back, and then Animo goes back with the sound barrier and checkmate the entire time, setting the pace, getting really aggressive now, and getting a lot of work done. It's up to UV. They have the Kitsuna rush, but after they win this fight, they still don't have enough just to cap just yet. They're gonna have to burn this ult now.
Yeah, it has to feel like Groundhog Day here for the Atlanta Rangers. At every twist and
Florida
turn,
Mayhem lead.
set back in, dying. Oh, yep, they just go ahead, they disengage. Not looking to play around against this rush. They say, okay, it's fine, we can give up a little bit of spacing here. Kai, tag down low. The healing starts coming out. He manages
Das ist so gut gemacht von Mayhem.
going all the way back towards the spawn room doors. Hawk gonna be taken down. Hydra able to snipe him here with that overclock. Now Nero dealt with it as well. And here we go again. Space bought
Das ist insane.
by the Florida Mayhem, and then
Das ist insane. Hier kurz die Ult. Florida dann denkt sich, nope,
just go ahead
we are out.
right back into their hands.
They just outplay some of the ultimates and some of the plays from Atlanta Rain so well. They out just
Das ist huge.
straight up disengage out of the Kitsuna rush from Ultraviolet.
Alle DPS jetzt aber für Atlanta.
Really about that. They want to find some members for Mayhem. They cannot, and then Mayhem re-engage the primal. Now we're heading into final fight. Kai needs to win the fight.
Oh, Vince ist low.
Someone so dangerously low. A rush used by Samaja.
Kai muss hier Picks finden.
Everybody alive. Shot
Nice.
across. Hydra gonna fall. That's an opening. For the
Checkmate hat hier Blossom.
push across in OT. And even then, it's just gonna be playing out for a draw. Death Blossom
Welcher Blossom ist besser?
uses one of his own. He's protected by the
Beide sind scheiße, gut.
there. Hero out of the right walk. Finds someone. Kills off the main tank, but so for the card.
Actually, halt uns Switch hier für. Das Gute an Overtime Widow ist, keiner hat Zeit, sich auf dich zu konzentrieren.
Still has not advanced forward. They
Ich erwarte hier von Hydra ein paar Picks.
Part of the Widowmaker. He found OG with the first shot. Sound barrier dropped in by Anamo. And they're looking to finish this right here, right now. They don't want to go to extra innings, but Nero looks to fight back.
Atlanta kann ihn hier nicht contesten.
Checkmate. Eliminate. Hydron plays around the corner, gets him in the head. OT gonna start plummeting here very rapidly. All the Mayhem need to do is displace the appropriate.
Oh, Lucius One.
Dealt with OG down to a sliver, trying to self-heal himself back up, but the OT will bleed away before somebody else can touch. And the
Huge.
hold is successful. Florida Mayhem, they will win on.
Nice Picks von Hydron hier.
And now
Auf Widow.
move up 2-0 in the series.
Atlanta hat das so schön die Ults. Ja. Ja. Mayhem hat so schön die Ults von Atlanta gespielt. Das ist big. Das ist hart.
They look to pull off a reverse sweep. So far, we have had nothing
Atlanta hat einfach keine Picks gefunden.
here in our first day of the playoffs. Can Atlanta be the difference makers, even just for one map? For God's sakes, just let me see somebody fight back. That is what I'm hoping for here. As we will
think you'll get
jump
it.
into this one, see if they're able to get it done.
And I think the reason you'll get it is because this is a smart map choice for the Atlanta Rain. It allows Hawk to play the Sigma. If you want a positive tank matchup for the Rain, this is probably going to be the one. He's currently hovering over the Winston, but let's keep our eye out. Would be interested to see if that remains to be the case. There is still a position and a possibility for Sigma on Circuit Royale, and also this particular map with Junkertown to be a great pick. And right now, someone is clearly, I don't want to say he's the better Winston, but he's the far more practiced Winston. He has so much more time on this hero. And Hawk has been mainly an off-tank player who's played primarily, I think, Doom this season. So for the Atlanta Rain, if there's a time to pull through something a little bit different, this would be a great map to do so. We saw the Orisa on King's Rope that had some success, but eventually fell out of
Einfach wieder in die Mitte
really
kommst.
of finishing that map. And as gates open for Kilios, I think for now, yeah, Hawk's going to stay on. We'll see what happens on the defense though.
Ashes Soldier nimmt den ersten Pick.
Looks to poke and prod around this high ground, gets a good amount of damage in, try to build up that rail shot. Touch on across for just a brief little moment. The window of opportunity to maybe find a pick. Orbit wants to hold on to this right click, sends it out. Someone getting tagged low, he's in too deep. Should be taken down, and he is. Hawk will find the kill, first blood there on the map.
Auch keiner Feeling.
Now we're gonna have to give up a considerable amount of space
nice shot from Kai though, the burst damage.
The one tank.
Yeah, well, still is a bit of a main. Yeah, well, if you're the one tank, you are also the main.
Das ist
tank
ziemlich
in
hart,
this
das
situation as well, but Atlanta Reign,
da zu contesten für Florida.
advantage to great success. Someone rejoins only now.
Trying to poke and prod
Ah, er
around
hat den Engel.
on that flank, so he gets himself up over towards the card. This puts some attention, but instead it's just dealt with. Nero able to get on top of him, finds that elimination.
Oh, checkmate one.
Still chunking down.
Geht zum Mega.
Checkmate goes down to a sliver of HP. Stays alive for now as we go ahead and do get out of the death room. And Alma
Was it that?
will not be able to survive. OG whips him with the Cheerios in the face, finds the kills, and Nero is just continuing to push forward here, fearlessly trying to build up towards that first Death Blossom.
It'll be the cap coming up through as well.
So now, just over 5 minutes.
And Atlanta don't have the ult for that at all. They didn't have to use anything for that. I think you'd be at a situation where Mayhem actually got a counter trade somewhere. UV would be forced to ult. He would be pressured to do so. But Atlanta Reign, after, you still see Kai and Nero potentially getting those kills in there. Atlanta Reign just say, hold it, we're good. And a very, I think, straightforward cap. A little bit of resistance from Mayhem, but otherwise, with someone dying in the
Er hat hier Overclock.
of the game, having to play this 5v4 before Mayhem losing.
Mayhem hat aber den High Ground.
Someone back, but so hard to reclaim space on the map, and Reign are pushing the entire way through. They are the first ones to ultimates for the majority of ultimates.
He also finds himself in about a 20% deficit as well underneath the Hawk towards that.
Ach, Checkmate hier. Mit seinem Blossom.
Rely on the rest of the team to
Bin ich gespannt.
with their ultimates. Rush B Rush gonna be coming through. OG does pop that sound barrier in response, and Checkmate just take it down now. Much of as well. Falling someone down to about 5 HP up onto the high ground. He grabs a health pack somewhere and is gonna try to go ahead and escape. They continue to pursue in. Hawk looking to zap him down.
Hätte er nicht reinziehen sollen.
Allowed to stay alive, but Atlanta Reign are just steamrolling their way through this map. Second point about to be snatched up.
Florida Mayhem have 4 ultimates, so they got to get this retake in quickly. It's got to be a bloody one. Both teams got to be ulting pretty big here. Someone's got a primal. There it is.
Clock first. Yep, Primal does get popped.
I think Animo's beat.
Atlanta hat immer noch seine Ult.
Wrapping around the back.
Atlanta doesn't fucking care.
But Checkmate actually does find the elimination here on the Hawk. Doesn't commit his ult to this. So it seems like Atlanta Reign are more than happy to go for the reset here. Nero is going to try to escape and actually almost takes down someone. Does narrowly survive.
Mayhem hat hier noch immer noch Blossom.
His supports.
I think that's
Some semblance of control is found.
This could be a potential mistake from the Reign as well because they give up map control now. I think it's fine to disengage out of that situation, but disengaging and just kind of, I don't know if they want to say opting to lose there, but certainly they weren't keen to commit. Hawk doesn't primal, right? Like that was one of the things. Now Kai just sniping Animo. Reign could definitely go in. Probably still have the ult.
Das ist Win Condition für Mayhem.
Now they're still taking their time. Cart inching forward. Hawk jumping across the opposite way. Drops down. Knocks
Overclock.
into Nero's welcoming arms. They find that elimination. Checkmate just tries to buy a little bit of time as much as they possibly
Here we go.
can, but it's moved to the side. Pops the Death Blossom and doesn't get a damn thing for it. 2 quick kills there for Kai as well with the overclock and all of the chaos. The cap comes in and it's over 4 minutes for the side of the Atlanta Reign as they get ready to push into the final stretch.
That's got to be one of the more depressing Death Blossoms you see out of Checkmate. Well, anyone really, it just, his entire team's already dead. I think there's like 2 people left, just him and one other. And then it's just him, and he gets booped away by Hawk, just batting with the big gorilla arms on the Winston Primal, and Checkmate goes for the Death Blossom anyway, it just does nothing. That's one ultimate that Mayhem will want back, but the Jet's going to have the early Katuna rush here.
Hero hat ja Blossom.
To use it to regain space. Pretty low HP though on someone.
Now, and Reign just don't play towards it.
If Hawk live here, I mean, UV can just counter ult and this is good for Reign. Yeah, I mean,
Atlanta steht hier
similar to what we saw
ziemlich aufgehauen.
with Mayhem disengaging, Reign kind of just get out of the Katuna rush and doesn't do a lot.
Nero pushing forward. Dropped in. Checkmate
okay.
immediately taken down and almost into the back. He'll stay safe, but now good boop does keep Hawk at an arm's distance, but he's got the zap. Starts at the right click, snipes him down. Another shot across on the hydrant here. Now we can go ahead and continue to try to get this cart rolling. Goes into the back line.
Nice.
Zapping away, chipping down the HP bars here of Hydrant and Surmagin. Got that overclock pop. Someone
The damage.
managing to find 2 eliminations here for himself as it's a very bloody brawl back and forth here. Someone trying to stay alive, but eventually will be felt. Nero finding that elimination, but he himself as well is going to get dropped. And I guess at the end of it all, somehow the Florida Mayhem successfully do get the hold.
Well, Nero died at the start of the fight, right? You see Nero dying here again, that's because he just respawned, so he kind of dies twice in the same fight. And Florida Mayhem also get a lot of value on someone's Primal. Again, he's a very experienced Winston player. This is one of his top picks. He's been getting successes on that Primal. The Atlanta Reign now, Hawk's going to have to prove he can do the same thing with his own Primal coming up online. They get some good distance, I think for UV.
Er hat die Overclock.
Has reasonable value, but they definitely wanted more out of the kills afterwards.
Redlander.
TP up to the top. We're gonna keep Hawk honest right now. Nero goes up to match. Good amount taken. Primal
Kommt der Beat.
pop by Hawk, sound barrier in response from an ammo. Everybody shielded up. Duck jumps on here onto the high ground. Checkmate does good knockdown.
Hawk ziemlich low.
Kai's got ult here.
Has that Death Blossom, which could be monstrous.
Kai needs to set the pace right now. Rain need to take control of this space. They currently don't have this high ground control either.
Ist das nice. Das ist nice für mich. Die haben jetzt hier komplett die Highground Control. Und das bedeutet, man kann die einfach runterballern. Ziemlich huge. Ich gehe davon aus, Kai sitzt irgendwo hier hinten. Im Highground. Und wird jetzt seine Overclock ziehen.
Nero slowly pushing. Kai still holding. Legit is ult now.
Ja.
Yeah, but he's also going to get taken down. He uses it. Checkmate's going to be good for one, but then the overclock comes in from Kai. Finds the kill, catches Hydra. Trying to push up onto that left side flank. Strikes him down.
That should be it.
Going to be eliminated. Kai under fire. 65 HP remaining for him, and there's not much else.
What's Overclock?
Someone kind of botches the jump forward, so he's not
Unlucky.
going to be able to get the punish here for the added stagger. Kai
They win anyway.
his way out to safety, but they still manage to hold this, and it's going to be Hawk who's actually traded on the back end.
No.
Probably even better there as well because it's a later kill than where Kai would have been.
Yeah.
Someone gets two regardless.
Stay go, Hawk.
Kai getting away, even if they don't kill Hawk, someone killing two there. Once again, this time without a primal, by the way. It's so huge for the team. Majed dies popping down the Katsuna rush, but the team still gets to use it.
Hydron bekommt hier jetzt auch seine Overclock.
Ultimate from Kai, he got a lot of work done, but they couldn't convert that further. They couldn't clean up the rest of the members, and someone has been a huge problem. And now he's got the primal again.
Wird sie wahrscheinlich ziehen, sobald er so hat.
Off the high ground. Death Blossom held. Gonna rush out from Ultraviolet. Some kills, someone staying alive.
Nero hat auch noch Blossom.
Fire despite the primal HP there. And yeah, I mean, Nero's desperately trying to find somebody, but everybody's flying quite far away. He decides to go in, pops the ultimate.
Sad.
Walking away, but 2 kills are going to be found. Traded back as Kai does get dropped. The cart just 2.5 meters left to go now as Checkmate tries to keep this one contested. The dive comes back in. Somebody just
Checkmate. You need to do stuff.
use the cleanse as well. Hawk going to be taken down.
Oh, der Beat.
Down the sound barrier, going to be dropped in desperation from
Der Beat für dahinter.
He gets a right click kill. Checkmate now going to be taken out. Florida Mayhem, someone swaps over on Zarya, tries to get back in here.
The Jet's gonna vault.
Nearly the ult online, but they just barely get pushed off of the cart. The
Sad.
from the side of the rain. And that was looking damn holdable
4 seconds.
for the Florida Mayhem.
Das war winnable.
Comes back, he's got a Katsuna rush. He was at 99%
They
12.
nearly had a barrier too.
Yeah, Animo had the ult as well. That was so holdable. I think Mayhem will be left wanting. But Jet says awesome.
Awesome.
It's one way to look at it. Yeah, well, it's to be fair, the silver lining there for Mayhem is still like what was the time bank for Rain after capping B? About 4 minutes, right? 4 minutes plus. So Mayhem still bring that one right down to 4.2, which is okay, but they would have loved to have held that instead because it was well within their grasp, but slips through their fingers instead. Someone's still getting a number of frags there. Checkmate and Majed staying alive for so long, by the way. 2 invulnerabilities there. Checkmate's got the rain form. Majed drops down the Suzu. And then Reaper just does not die. So now, once again, as we head to the defense of the rain, we look at the comps. Hawk is not going to go for the Sigma. So maybe Circuit Royale will be the pick. Junkertown certainly isn't. Let's take a look at the C9 here again. So here comes all the members coming up.
Runtergeburt.
Animo and Majed have a lot of ultimate, and then Nero pushes in. Someone tries to go onto the payload. Animo's off.
Yeah.
There just wasn't anyone there. No one even got moved off. There just wasn't anyone there.
Das war actually ganz hinein.
Maybe Florida felt like someone was closer than he was, but he just
Sad.
wasn't. He was on his Zarya, not a Winston.
Das ist ziemlich close.
Well, this is a bit of a different look here as we have a very forward hold from the side of the Atlanta Rain. Granted, they have a lot of people who can disconnect from this position with relative ease.
Ziemlich.
The DP, the slide. They're going to be looking to play around the backside of the shed for now. Checking around the flank, trying to make sure that Nero isn't going to be coming in from behind. Kai
Okay.
big punish on Glenama, but Hawk gets taken down as well. So yeah, a better trade for Mayhem.
Das war ein nicer Try von Hawk da.
Majed trading Ultraviolet, that's going to help Majed get the ultimate later on. Very back and forth, but you have to remember Mayhem have the closest spawns here. Rain have a big long run back, so these remaining players have to leave before they get staggered. If they get staggered here, that becomes much worse for the Rain. So pretty iffy initial
This in
hold.
the choke though.
I think if Hawk doesn't die, that would be an acceptable hold. But with Hawk just getting rolled by Checkmate, who just runs up to him, a few shotgun blasts to the face. Now Rain are forced to hold the same position. I think the silver lining here with the Rain is that at least they still get this choke point.
Yeah, for sure. Our pressure into the back. Kai goes sliding to the side. Keeps himself elusive for now. To build up that next rail. Break down the bubbles. Hawk makes his exit. Low HP there for the Winston. Good top back up.
Hoji one.
Lead gonna be found there. Yeah, he goes low. Narrowly manages to survive it right now.
The fuck are they doing?
Out of the rain. Not looking all too great. Kai getting jumped on yet again. This time Checkmate will be able to do him in. Finds that kill. Hawk gonna be under fire. Ends up falling. And it's gonna be a fairly quick.
Was hat Atlanta da gerade probiert?
They just have to clean up the few remaining members of the rain.
I think the thing there as well is like, you know,
Atlanta ist einmal hier um den Punkt gelaufen.
I mentioned that
Like, why?
had the choke point to play with, that sort of kill box before we get to the open area. But the other issue is Mayhem already have sort of some high ground to play through there as well. They're first to that area and Rain are kind of trying to find some positioning.
Es war keiner Free für Mayhem.
Kind of cool thing we do see there with Rain losing, despite the losing, is the fact that UV keeps up with Majid despite UV dying. UV actually had a death, Majid did not, and both Rika are still finding ult at the same time. So Ultraviolet's been doing a lot.
Beide Teams haben Overclock.
Very fast ultimates. Flora Mayhem currently sit on 4, nearly 5. Rain drop down.
Okay, rushes popped on either side. The overclock there for Hydrant. Violet gonna be the first one to get taken.
Das ist ein Sword Barrier für Atlanta.
Right now, getting jumped on, grabs that mega pack, just tries to stay alive for a little bit longer, but someone's got the juggle on him and it manages to take him down to the end. Will finds one for his trouble, but will get cleaned up here in the
Yeah.
end. Someone narrowly survives. Additional stagger found as OG will get dropped, and Florida Mayhem can get this cart rolling.
Risky but very patient and rewarding timing there for Animo. He held onto the sound barrier for quite a long time. UV and OG dropped fairly consistently together. Majid responds. Well, Majid actually had his own Kuriko Katsuna rush, but it's Animo with a slightly later beat that allows Florida Mayhem to get super aggressive with someone with a fantastic corner trap on the Kai. Removing Kai from the equation is a huge deal. Now setting up for the potential of a death blossom. Checkmate has been found. Rain are aware of the positioning. You see Majid getting ready to TP in as well.
So aggressive. Blossom held. Overclock pop by Kai off screen. Spots him here in the hallway, but everybody disengages back. Break line of
Er
sight,
findet hier
sure.
nix.
If they don't get their heads clicked on here, as Hawk just looks to hold the top of the stairs. What do they have now? Very much contained into the back spots here of this map. They need to be able to break free, and Hawk is going to be looking to dive.
Ziemlich hart für Leute, da gerade was zu contesten.
Hydron getting the headshot. Nero taken down. Kai is well low on HP. Continues to get chipped away. And there's the death blossom. Dropped it by Checkmate. Finds two.
Nice.
Violet joining him in the grave. The cleanup comes through, and it's again a
Nice blossom.
time bank here as the Florida Mayhem look at the storm their way to the end of the match.
And Rain have to have a great sea hole just like Mayhem did. What a
4
way to sort of
Minuten
rotate.
Time Bank.
Hawk forced a primal end. Hawk tries to find some quarter traps, tries to find some members inside the small halls. For the Florida Mayhem, they just walk out, they go back over towards the point. Hydron finds a shot to Nero, and then Checkmate gets the death blossom on the actual point itself. Lands a Rain, no answer for it. Hawk super low HP, Nero as well. They can't even take space. Mayhem have the turntable on the top high ground. They have the payload pushing. Someone's about to find ultimate. Magetta's the first Katsuna rush. Mayhem are in position to get a lot of value here. They can just free push, and they don't have to ult unless Rain respond.
Nade finding some good value, slows them up, trying to push around the front side, get some damage
Oh.
through as well.
How does he
Kai
get that?
taking down someone. Yeah,
Switch big.
Backman gets that kill. Major opening here as Hawk drops down. He's trying to keep this thing contested, but someone, I mean,
Da muss das hier disengagen.
pocket. He's ready to pop it at a given moment. Rush gonna be used.
Sword Barrier bei der Sword Portals.
Down. Hawk able to find that kill first and foremost. Sound barrier now gonna be coming in late second here from Anamo, but he continues to get worked lower and lower, and Nero will find the elimination in the end. So despite the sound barrier investment,
Yeah.
they just have no way of fighting back. They all get taken down to the rain. Now have control of the cart.
It's a big investment from the Florida Mayhem. And someone realizes it's over, doesn't burn the point.
Atlanta hat jetzt aber keine Ults mehr.
Really, it was a kill to Hydron, right? We talk about the fact that someone jumps in, we're like, man, how has he just managed to find a pick? Hawk kind of does the same thing, drops on top of Hydron.
Beide Teams haben keine Ults mehr, actually.
Pick, I think, in that fight that allows Rain to win, because otherwise, Hydron's damage might have made that difference.
Nice Close mit Overclock.
Now 2.5 minutes
Hawk hat hier so ein Primal.
Still in a position to have very superior time bank if they can get to the end. We saw how much time they were able to chew up.
Weiter Q, sobald er so hat. Leute.
Hawk the same, and it's gonna be pretty damn even up. But yeah, Hawk gonna be taken down. Doesn't get to use the primal rage, and that's gonna have to be the go button. Jump into the back sights over to OG for a brief little moment. Now looks towards Ultraviolet, who can just TP out of this position.
That's a Primal.
Knocks him back away. Looks for some
That's ziemlich fucking low.
with the Death Blossom will find 3.
Nice.
The supports gets Kai to boot, and Hawk just doesn't stand a chance. Just under 2 minutes now.
Yep.
He bumped up to just under 3 as they complete the map.
Kai hätte ulten müssen.
The Hawk is so huge as well. I think he was on about
In dem Moment, wo er Hydron gekillt hat.
less than half HP.
Now gonna be bumped up to elimination. Someone not gonna be able to
Sehr gut.
the arena.
Zeigen, was ich gemeint habe.
2.5 minutes remaining. Florida Mayhem still in a position to have very superior time back if they can get to the end. We saw how much time they were able to chew up against the arena attack. Rain can do Hawk the same. And it's gonna be pretty damn even. But yeah, Hawk gonna be
Hier, wo Kai steht. Hier. Hier steht Kai.
taken down. Doesn't get to use the primal rage.
Wird von dem Winston gedived. Und das ist der Punkt, wo Kai eigentlich gut drücken
That's
muss.
gonna have to be the go button. Jump into the back. Someone not gonna be able to get the stop damage coming through. Turns his sights over to OG for a brief little moment. Now looks towards Ultraviolet, who can just TP out of this position. Someone now pops the primal rage.
Dann hat keinen Grund, hier Ults zu halten.
Eliminations, a checkmate with the Death Blossom will find 3. Cleans up both the supports, gets Kai to boot, and
Ich meine, klar, Baby wäre von der Blossom auch gekillt worden.
gonna be bumped up to just under 3 as they complete the map.
Ah.
That pick on the Hawk is so huge as well. I think he was on
Yeah.
about 200. He was left
Gewinner.
less than half HP.
Ich weiß nicht, ob es einen Unterschied gemacht hätte. Glaub nicht. Aber trotzdem. In dem Moment, wo der Winston ihn dived, hätte er gut drücken müssen.
And because he goes down, Lance are down to 4 members, they can't hold on. Someone gets super aggressive. He was cleaving 3 members towards the Rain base, the spawn, for quite some time. Instantly goes primal, pops somebody down. With the primal, just instantly deletes somebody. Hawk eventually comes out for the primal, but it's too late. I think you already lost that fight. Checkman has the Death Blossom on the point. They're already capping. You want to touch, you got to run into Death Blossom. Perfect opportunity for the Florida Mayhem. And off the back of one fantastic kill onto Hawk, they got to get a brilliant time at 2:53 versus 1 minute.
Major advantage, but we have seen teams push out from, you know, these positions many times in the past. You can see it's just in front of the spawn doors, just checkmate.
Didn't even have to sit on the payload. Just ran up to the spawn and
Winston hat sie alle in den Spawn geprimelt.
Ultimates here. This is fully for the aggression.
Ein Checkmate musste einfach nur kurz drücken.
Someone, you had an early death last time. Let's see if you can avoid that. It's only a minute that they have to work through, but dying.
Ja, der hätte das ja auch close. Immerhin.
Pretty devastating. Sends out a couple zaps, and we'll just go ahead and leap up over onto the opposite high ground.
I think he definitely knows that his death was probably the impetus of Atlanta Rain's initial 8-point cap, so has to be careful this time, as you sort of mentioned. But Majed able to farm up a decent amount of ult charge off of the damage done to someone so far. Also can't afford, real Mayhem, you can't afford for Kai just to land any shots, so that first rail will go a little bit awry.
Alright, here's the contest under the initial bridge. They keep this one locked in place. All members of the Florida Mayhem playing here onto the low ground. Looks like Hydra might be going to rotate back around, but no, he's actually just playing right there inside of the choke. Going to get whatever
getting really far ahead.
he possibly can. And I'm taking low, someone nearly dead, and pumping heals out as quickly as they possibly can, but he still will fall. It's going to be the cost of Hydra as he and Kai find a kill apiece.
It's got to come down to Majed's ultimate.
Overtime, and
I think they're going to reset. I think they're going to reset. They need someone back, and Armo probably back as well. But look at the 86% from Majed. Even if the payload gets to the end of A and there will be enough time for the Mayhem to come back in, they pop the Katsuna Rush, and that is a major win condition. OG does also have a sound barrier coming online, though. So it'll be that connection between those two ultimates, one per side.
Pico it.
For a little bit longer, someone now jumping forward.
It's Florida.
Contested. There's the rush. Jet popping that. Trying to keep them in. There's the sound.
Animo next.
From OG. Ultraviolet. Nearly with that next one. Now Anamo going to be
Es
using
müsste für Mayhem gehen.
They're on to Nero.
Nero dead.
For a moment, but Nero gives his life for it. OG now going to be taken down. The cleanup is coming through. Hawk will find one, but as he leaps away from the cart, that will be the end of this assault. Atlanta Rain can't quite make it to point A. Yep. Hold that position. And
Das
53
wird.
seconds if they want to be able to take this map.
Es ist aber auch schwer, die da zu halten.
Change in the chat there. Majed says not going to say it. I think he's talking about the C9.
Das ist winnable für Mayhem.
What I want to mention there is as well is
It
that
really wasn't.
I think, and absolutely wasn't. But nowadays, I think players just throw it in there at all times. I'm going to talk about the fact that there was that one fadeaway kill that got into Ultraviolet on, I think, the first fight as well. And and I sort of mentioned Vegeta was ahead by about 20% on the Kitsuna Rush. That ends up being a defining factor because Ultraviolet Rush, when previously, I mean, it's sort of mentioned, but even not just this map, but the other maps as well. Ultraviolet's timing for Kitsuna Rush has been really good, whether he's alive or dead. But here, because he doesn't get that extra time to find
Oh, Bastion?
couldn't respond.
Ich hab grad einen Bastion gesehen.
Mayhem, OG had the sound barrier, which is great. That's that shot into Ultraviolet, by the way. Getting him down, that basically wall.
Das könnte huge sein. Checkmate auf Bastion.
Slow him down from being able to respond with his own Kitsuna Rush, and that could have been the difference maker. I think that would have actually.
Das ist scary für Atlanta.
Here we go. Again,
Oh no, man.
hold up on top, and they need this to be an absolute bunker
Widow.
for the Rain if they want to be able to hold this off and take us.
Oh,
my
big
God.
one.
Come on, guys. He does it again. He just starts off with a Widowmaker, and they just do not see it coming at all. OG instantly taken down, and the rest of the Rain have to displace. They have to scatter as quickly as humanly possible, but getting out of this position now is going to prove to be
Yep.
difficult, if not impossible. The cleanup comes through.
Das ist die erste Hälfte vom Punkt.
Looking very well done.
I mean, there will still be contested. There will still be another opportunity for the Atlanta Rain. And to be fair, that's not nearly as bad as the Violet Bap jumping on King's Road, Kai sniping him in playoffs of years past. Ironically, it's the Rain now popping the end of that sniper rifle. And Hawk's back.
Look auf Doom.
Oh, this is gonna be really rough. I think he would have had time to come back to Winston, but he trusts his Noobers here. They don't have much to work through. This has to be a very good neutral for the Rain.
Okay. Das wird.
Needs to go absolutely nuclear here. But he's instantly chunked down to half HP, dives in. Decent seismic slam off. The heels come forward, just trying to keep him alive as much as they possibly can. Fists go up, trying to mitigate. Someone down to half. Hydrant.
Nicer pick von Kai.
Kill. That's the first step. Someone as well getting focus fired, stunned up, pushed into the side. The water tank gets taken down. It seems like for now, Hawk is absolutely destroying with the Doom.
Huge.
A couple kills and they will be able to hold this cart position, but it's just 2.6 meters away with a minute 25 left to go.
We definitely
Oh, cut you it.
Mayhem also played that one very safe as well. They didn't really want to engage
Ah, ja.
on top of Mayhem. Sorry, Rain rather. And they couldn't sort of force these ultimates to come through as well. It looked like they wanted to play patiently for the ultimates, so they knew they were ahead.
Das könnte jetzt huge werden mit der Doom.
Catch up, and Hawk in particular gets himself an ultimate in that one fight.
Okay, rush v rush. The beat still held by Anamo. He's going to go ahead and drop that one in. OG 10% away from having one of his
kills.
No, Kai dead.
Get taken down. Hydra up onto the high ground. Manages to snipe out one. And that is it. They zone Hawk back. The push comes through.
No, dass Kai da gestorben ist.
Make it happen here in the extra innings, and we do not have a series on our hands. It is yet another instance of 3 Overwatch, as the Florida Mayhem will keep themselves here in the upper bracket. Atlanta Raiders
Zed.
have to duke it out.
Live.
Down and dirty in the lowers.
And it's the Florida
Für Atlanta.
Mayhem, the 10th seed, a play-in team.
Das war winnable.
Down the Atlanta Rain coming in at the 7th seed as well. And if you're really 900 AQ, if you're really big brain, you're probably thinking, oh, I guess Atlanta Rain lower bracket, right? That makes a lot of sense. This is where they're strong. Maybe they just lost on purpose. Achilles got to get sent down the lower bracket early so they can just make the powerful run through. It's like the 2021 playoffs all over again. They got to the finals from being dropped to the lower bracket last year. Maybe they could do it again, but I still got to say, I think this is an upset. From all we gather from the Florida Mayhem, they're a good
Sad.
team. They're a great team, but they were underprepared coming into playoffs, given they
Aber auch nicht viel drüber zu reden.
very
Actually.
scrims, as said from their team. And they come through and they 3-0 the Atlanta Rain. Hydron has a fantastic.
Actually nicht viel drüber zu reden. Okay, dann gucken wir jetzt auch D4 Toronto vs Outlaws und dann gehen wir selber noch Overwatch rein.
Thank you very much, Zoe, and the desk once more. I like this. It feels weird because this is probably the closest that we've had to face-to-face communication in years at this point. But it's good to see everybody there on site in Anaheim, which we can do the same. You can see Busan will be kicking things off for us, and then from there it is just all up to fate. Who is able to win this?
And so far the trend has been, this is maybe debatable, but to me at least the trend has been a little bit of or not just the matter, I was going to mention in terms of Winston performances, generally speaking so far today, where you played now swapping tanks late in the season and having the team sort of re-gel with a different tank player compared to the one they're playing 70% of the time, that might be something that Toronto have to work through. But aside from that, I think Muse could back himself mechanically. That's important.
Pressure mounting here for these players as they get ready to jump into the action. So we already saw Busan going to be kicking things off. We'll see if there's going to be any variance, but just thinking about pretty much all three of those intermaps or those sub-maps, Winston likely going to be seen. So I don't think we're going to see any differentiation in that regard. But then again, I also was not anticipating to see the Ryan Bastion. So
Mecha base,
other people have some crazy
I think
stuff
you gotta.
up.
I think maybe hold your breath a little bit for Mecha base. Possibility of something like an Orisa coming on through. Orisa's kind of like the. I wouldn't say she's one-to-one with Azari, but if you want to try something more of Azari style, she's probably close. Possibility of a Ryan, but I would only see Toronto playing the Ryan. I don't know if Dante would really do that. So because Dante's hero pool's a little bit more limited in that kind of way, because Hawks at least played a bit more of the tank role. I mean, we'll see. Dante has been, again, a surprisingly strong factor for the team, given the creative and very heavy.
And then from there, the loser will
favor.
Well, it is going to be Mecha base to kick things off for us. So you're mentioning maybe we see something a little bit different here on this particular sub-map. We'll have to just wait and see as the gates get ready to open. For now, Dante going to be hovering over on that Orisa.
So week 24 game 3-1 for Defiant.
No shot, dass Toronto das macht.
Same players minus Muse plus Hotbird.
No shot, dass sie den besten Pick da durchziehen.
A little somber from Hisu back then as well. But still mostly the Hisu Sojin. Zarya meta back then. Dante had a fantastic Zarya, even outplayed the Fuel and outplayed Hanbin at one stage. He's hovered over the Orisa. That's something to talk about, right? I could once again kind of like tease the possibility of that. So when
into the action, so there is some difference here as Creative goes out the gate with the bat.
Just to prolong Dante's life, the longevity there, super important. Can't play the Kriku here as well, but Creative choice.
Okay, Atlas hat mehr Brawl-Style durch den Bub und Dante auf der Rezo. Könnte funktionieren. Das ist nicht too bad. Legendär.
For his troubles though, so it's going to be a DPS in exchange for a support at the end of it all. See now.
Das ist actually reverse für Toronto.
They don't have that Lucio there to heal them. They don't have that speed boost either. They will still be able to successfully lock down the point first and foremost, however.
Yeah, Dante getting that kill. Houston being able to get themselves out of spawn so important there. You don't want to get spawn camp by Winston.
Oh!
Another shot. That's back to back by the way. 2 rail shots in a row. And Twilight's about to find the ultimate.
Yep, just gorgeous from him. You can see the slowdown. Plays that one out patiently after he builds it up to 100%. Gets the headshot across on the last row.
Go on.
Now firmly in control, pushing very far forward. They should see that this is going to be
so
angle from the Houston Outlaws, not pushing out of main.
Yeah, they're just going to push in with a Kitsuna rush. It's hard to tell how far they can go. The Grave drops down the Ant Matrix. Trying to push back the Defiant.
Now, they clear that one up. The one getting taken out, despite the fact that Creative was taken down to about
Und, sollte ihr sterben? Never mind.
Away from having that primal rage up, but he gets claimed in the end. Torrent will die as well, so it seems like after cresting 50%, the Houston Outlaws
Atlas von den paar Picks.
So go ahead and gain control here.
I actually think it's dangerous for Toronto to get aggressive like that because you're pushing into very angles there.
You would?
He's going to try and save the day with the Death Blossom, but it's just too little too late here. They needed Muse still alive, and he just didn't have the primal like you sort of mentioned. If you're the Toronto Defiant, you have no risk of being sort of counter-altered by a Kitsuna rush on the other side. Creative's playing BAP, right, and the window doesn't have the same value. You also need space to work through to get value in the window. So Toronto Defiant could have probably played that super patiently, allow the Houston Outlaws to come out, and then use a Kitsuna rush once Outlaws actually committed. There, they just jump in and they instantly have to back out. Good move. That Blossom, good move.
Unlucky.
They left by him on his lonesome. Ends up falling. Cleanup is there. Pelican as well to boot. Merit using his own overclock is instantly shut down. Hisu claims him in the end. Cleanup is there, back into control. Toronto Defiant regain control of the point. They don't even lose the lead for it. Now at 60%.
We're talking about the Hisu versus Merit battle, but it's been one-sided so far. Hisu's had some insane value. Merit cannot get his ultimate off the ground. Creative's in another position to use Amp Matrix, but again, because you're on a bad pad, you have to find windows of, you know...
Also, das muss es jetzt contesten.
You can't get that without map control. They don't have any map control.
They do not. Percent now built up. Twilight with the rush.
Twilight auf Flank.
Oh, wow! He's going on a flank, and he's taking down Pelican. Twilight the
Das ist noch ein Shot, dass er das so stehen kann. Das ist noch ein Shot, dass er das so stehen kann.
Hughes does get cut down. They find the tank, they find Finale. Now, this is going to be the Houston Outlaws maybe find themselves with a flip here. The last few seconds. Force out.
Twilight again!
Make sure that they don't. Yeah, okay. I was going to say to make sure they don't see 9 the point, but now Laster's going to be taken out. That's a sound barrier. Eliminated.
Das ist big für Toronto. Toronto hat die Ult.
Keeps the Houston Outlaws in this for at least a little bit longer. The flip's still not there, but now they will be able to get it. Dante pops the ult. Won't find anything for his trouble, but I think they'll be more than happy just to get control of this point for now.
Yeah, the pressure coming on through though. Dante forced to use an extra ultimate there. Outlaws ended up paying quite a bit. I think if Muse doesn't, Trorong doesn't die there, Toronto Defiant just went off a Twilight split because he got Lastro down. No sound barrier for the Houston Outlaws. If the Defiant just pull trigger, Toronto just use the beat. That's a 5v4 with the beat. I mean, Toronto can just get the 100. Incredible.
Ich meine, Toronto drückt jetzt einfach cool, right?
Coming on through to equalize. If that doesn't happen, this map is over.
He barely escapes there. Now he's going to back on the offensive.
Ich ist keiner. Fuck hier. Das ist sad, weil Hicho hat seine Ult. Eine DPS-Ult für beide Teams. Ende?
Looks like they do barely manage to make it happen. He's finding one, taken down. Now the damage dealer's out of the fight for the side of Toronto. Muse eliminated just 5% away from that primal rage. Houston Outlaws on the retake will be able to take control of this one as the OT bleeds down. There is no further hope found here. Even with Twilight alive, doing things on the Kiriko, he's not going to be able to drag them back from this position. So it's 199% as Outlaws take
Ja.
And I think for Outlaws as well, they play well to their win conditions of something that they
Ich hätte nicht sterben dürfen eben.
Once you have map control, and they didn't have that for a very long time, as we get into another pause here, is okay, Dante does spin the extra Terror Surge. They do get that cap, but then they get to sort of hold chokes, and you can see how hard it is for Toronto to break out of those chokeholds. It's much easier for Dante on the Orisa from the Houston Outlaws side to break out when it's Toronto sort of camping those chokes, but the opposite becomes very difficult for Toronto. And a very awkward fight from that stage as well, where Hisu gets low, Merit chases him down, and Toronto down was so bit sooner. He tries.
And just a bit. Well, again, quick little thing to take care of, and now we're back into it once more. We'll take a replay. Take a look at a replay, I should say. Dante on the battle cattle. Weren't sure if we were going to see it, but we get
Oh.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay, that's
shutting down.
Das ist.
That death blossom rather quickly. Great
Yeah.
reaction from him.
Yeah, that was a brilliant play.
Huge play to deny the value.
Seen some very impressive stuff coming through so far. Okay, that is a legitimate hog, and that is going to be another answer from the Houston Outlaws in terms of what they are going to end up playing. Now, we have heard some rumblings of the strength of what is the combo Kariko hog, right? Usually that's the kind of, you know, alleviate what an Ana would do to a hog, but there's no Ana in this meta currently, so you don't have that. You still can do a lot to save Dante here. He's going to need to be really good on this one as well.
I mean, beide Teams gerade einmal im Punkt gezeigt.
Hisu taking down first and foremost. You're talking about the Tracer, whether or not we're going to see it. We saw
That just happens.
Lee Zhang on the first map, but that was for time buying. This is just straight up being played. Pelican gets value out of it immediately. First lock on the point is found. Houston Outlaws in control.
That's why I still got into play really close to the chest here with the
Dante ist hier richtig scary auf dem Hook. Not Carla.
20 damage headshot on the kunai, by the way, really messes up Tracer gameplay, so Pelican has to watch out for that. And while it has had some reasonable accuracy so far, nearly has a pulse bomb here. But it will be countered by Suzu.
Oh, 1-for-1.
Nice.
One support forward the other, but then Pelican again comes up big, takes down Muse, pulse bomb, not really needed, but still build one up rather quickly. It would seem.
Das, ja,
To boot on the back end, just making sure that Turon cannot get out of there with his life intact.
actually huge.
This is huge from Pelican so far. He's built up an ult, threw that one in there. Still gets killed, doesn't matter that it didn't hit. Houston Outlaws.
I mean, Pelicans Ult macht hier keinen Unterschied. Actually. Das ist ziemlich hart mit Tracer die Bomb zu sticken. Aber doesn't really matter. Wie? Wie hast du das überlebt? True wrong. Sorry.
So far forward, just keeping the Defiant locked back into the spawn room doors.
That's why I think it was about 10% off there, so couldn't quite respond in time. Muse obviously doesn't have a prime on Chorong, doesn't have the sound barrier, so Defiant had no real ability to counteract.
Riot hat hier Overclock.
Was just brilliant from the Outlaws. And no matter what, I mean, Outlaws are going to be heading towards a 9.
Sie sollten das ziemlich instant zum
Waiting for last beat.
Rush comes out, the beat gets dropped, gets everybody on his team, and Muse goes down. Dante just whole hogging, just helps set up for the kill.
Dante macht hier Stuff.
Okay, yeah, sudden flip. The hairline one there as he stepped off the point for just a brief little moment. So Toronto Defiant do get themselves a bit of a forward posture position, but for how long can they hold it?
Oh!
It seems like not long at all. Marin with a great headshot.
Yep.
Takes out Hisu, he gets Twilight.
That's it.
And that will be it. They get the reflip back into their favor. The respawn still waiting, but Muse is going to be an extended little stagger. And that should be them ticking up to 100 with no one else able to touch. 115%, a dominant showing here on Sanctuary. Houston Outlaws kick things off with a bang, a 2-0 victory as they take this on.
I think there was some regrets there in the mecha base from the Toronto side, but from the, when you look at Sanctuary, that was just all the Houston Outlaws 100% of the way. Pelican starting out in the early game, Creative coming into the mid game around the 60% mark with the Kitsuna Rush that will win you a fight, and then you look towards Dante, Lastra, and the rest of them countering Toronto Defiant's one good push at the 80 to 90% mark on the actual cap itself. And the one sort of interaction you have to remember is when you Kitsuna rush in as Twilight and the Toronto Defiant, Dante pops the whole hog, and that just pushes everyone away, so it kind of messes up with your ability to actually engage that fight properly. And the fact that there's the extra sound barrier there from Lastro, because Toronto never got a chance to force any of these ultimates out, I mean, that's just huge. You get two members on Toronto at the end of that map, at the end of that round of Sanctuary, who never got an ultimate. Finale and Muse never got to use their ultimate the entire round.
I mean, well, it just continues to deliver right now, the playoffs. As far as the picks in the meta that we are seeing, we've got a actual use of the Roadhog, and it works a treat for the side of the Houston Outlaws. So another one.
Das does. Yeah.
List, but a big win for them. They kick things off nicely with a map win on Busan. It's going to be map pick now.
Beide Seiten scary gewesen.
They want to take us as we get ready to go into hybrid. We've been seeing a hell of a lot of Kings Row here today. Maybe let's spruce it up a little bit, but we'll find out when we come back from the break. Alrighty.
Okay, ich gehe nach aufs Klo. Und dann schauen wir mal, was passiert. Okay, here we go. Gerade noch ein paar Pizza-Buggets reingeschoben.
See if it's going to be enough to drag it out of them, or if Houston have something else up their sleeve that they want to try to surprise them with. We'll see what happens though as we do jump into this very colorful map.
Fun fact about
see if they have some colorful gameplay to back it up.
one fun stat line that I have about Busan, by the way, as we move into map 2. Dante and Creative only had one death on that entire map, so both players only died one time on the entire Busan map across both rounds combined. So
that's kind of crazy.
Well, I think Dante didn't die a single time on Sanctuary, right? I don't think Creative died either. They both would have died once on Mekabex, and that's it.
Yeah.
So great game.
Pretty good performance. Oh, I mean, you heard the desk coming into this saying that Dante needs to be one of the ones to really level up for Houston if they want to walk away victorious. And so far, he has been looking good. And so far, he is going to be showing us that Winston. He's got it hovered there in the spawn room. And with limited time, I don't think we're going to be seeing a swap off.
Yeah, on the last patch, you'd get away with Zarya or Diva here. I think you kind of just have to play the Winston. Here it comes. Dunstan, I don't know what out the gate call that would be, but we'll figure one out.
Dunstan checks in.
Mein Laptop wird sogar ziemlich fucking warm.
This Winston's so done.
Okay, jump up.
Mein Laptop wird sogar ziemlich fucking warm.
First blood. Dante is going to be able to find the first kill. Yep, he's going to be taken down, and Chorong in a really bad spot, gets zoned out. Doesn't lose his life, but still, he's going to be out of position now. Cleanup continues to come through, and Houston looked damn good here on the first attack. Should be the lockdown to the point as Chorong will fall.
That was so quick. That was incredibly fast. Toronto just lost all ground. They started losing members. No ability to trade. Significantly behind in some cases. Well, not significantly, but a reasonable amount behind in ult charge for some players. Good to see that Twilight's kept up, despite losing the first fight. Twilight keeping up with Creative means that they can at least have some counterplay versus the Kitsuna rush coming on through. But Houston Outlaws time bank so far, capping A is looking pretty monstrous. That was not at all contested by Toronto.
No, very much looked absent there on the point. Well, now, cart moving with a monstrous time bank of over 5 minutes. See if Dante Define are going to be able to come up the works at all here for them. And yeah, Dante is low, will get punished, and now finally, Dante Define should be able to find a little bit of space, but even then playing this far forward can come at risk, as you see, Finale nearly losing his life.
Yeah.
What does Twilight do here? That's the question, right? He holds the ultimate currently. Last row is a hit at Chorong, though, so if this goes a little bit longer and Houston just kind of wait for the they will have that as an advantage. We'll see if they have read what Chorong's on. Oh my god, you can't afford to have Dante go down again, though.
No, you cannot. Now Lastro going to be joining him in the Graves Finale. He's able to scoop up 2 kills very quickly. Good shot from Merritt. Will be able to go ahead and get a punch on a Hisu with a faster response, closer response. Houston Outlaws should be able to get some position back onto this cart and break through, stop this forward defensive hold. As Twilight, okay, he beat it into a bad position, but they don't really have anybody there to try to punish. But Chorong puts himself into a really precarious spot. Ooh,
you gotta see those on Toronto have so much respect for the fact that Hisu dying means they have to pull back. Now the Kitsuna rush coming through from Creative. Chorong responds, Lystra goes as well.
Oh, die Bremme, der Beat von Astro. 120p kicken. Nicer Blossom. Yep.
Nowhere to go. Gets taken down by the overclock in the end. Still with a monstrous time bank. Houston Outlaws will continue the push, rounding the final corner.
Can Muse respawn in time? It's not looking like it. Toronto's not there for the speed boost either. If Toronto want to touch this one,
Qualität hier ist
right about now. Muse is trying to get there. And Finale will TP for it. Okay, work. Houston's got the ult.
Lastro dealt with 3 meters left to go here for the Outlaws. That's going to slow them up just a bit. So some more time bought. Defending from here would be damn impressive from the Toronto Defiant.
Very defendable, both.
Trying to regain control over some of this high ground, yeah.
Consider that all the ultimates are gone. It's Twilight's Kitsuna rushes coming up next. It was very expensive for the Houston Outlaws to...
Das ist nice. Dante spielt hier den High Ground. Ich gehe davon aus, Pelikan TP't sich gleich hier rüber.
minutes
Ja.
ago. 5 ultimates spent, and I would have said that was 100% worth
Merit geht auch High Ground.
but
Let's go.
managed to touch in time, and they hold in time as well. Twilight will save himself with the Suzu. They'll get rid of the Kitsune Rush.
Coming through, there's the rush. They go on the aggressive, trying to just get these shots across there on a creative. He does
Oh,
dodge the
let's throw
majority of
that.
them, but that's from Pelican. Still get gunned down at the end. Finale finding both of those limbs. The cart now rolling back. 2.5 minutes remaining here for the Houston Outlaws.
Oh.
Still going to be fairly respectable.
The
But
drop.
the late little cleanup here as Finale gets himself around the back and off the side of the map.
Yeah.
Of course, to try to stay safe.
I gotta mention this as well, but Toronto holding the sound barrier is huge for the Toronto Defiant because now when Creative drops down its zone Kitsune Rush, Toronto actually have a counter available. They actually have resources to play through. Very different story if Toronto had to actually use that. So we talk about how likely is it for Defiant to actually hold B. I mean, again, this position is very defendable.
The beats.
That it does. It's looking a little bit risky there for a moment, but manages to stay alive. Get the shielding down. Death Blossom gonna get popped.
Der Blossom.
Falling in
That
the air,
hurts.
Finding a second kill with the overclock now rolling. Helps clean up views, and with a team kill, that will be them pushing through to point B. So a minute and a half going to be out to the time bank. Still a decent amount of time to work with here, as they have just over 3 minutes to get to the final stretch.
Was willst du dazu sagen?
Look at Creative here. This is just him TPing out safety. Oh, never mind. We're actually team fight going on. So I believe this is actually live now.
Is not with advantage.
Overlay and get back into it. Toronto going to be taking
I can tell you, Creative TP, he lived. I mean, that's the end of that. Finale dies here, though.
Yeah.
Neat little play, but yeah, for now, this little
Und das wollte er einfach.
the Outlaws finding one kill after the other. Just chaining these together is good for them to be able to get themselves into a
And
nice
remember,
position in the final stretch.
Houston walk into this point with 3 ultimates up.
Okay. Ishu hat jetzt hier seinen Overclock. Ishu muss jetzt Picks machen. Das Problem bei der Sache ist, die haben Soundbarrier. Das ist kein Asset. Ishu muss jetzt Picks mit der Overclock machen.
He was going to get more value in the death blossom than he actually got. He doesn't get anything done on that B point defense, so Toronto didn't get to really hold that B point. In fact, they don't even really get to burn a resource out of Houston Outlaws, who get to spend a primal for a team fight win. Now let's go to live versus this rush. Lazarus still holding ultimate.
Es hat immer noch Beat.
For the hills, sits out the
Resetten hier.
side door. Fuse pushing forward. He will be able to find Merit on the end for a little bit of additional stagger. So now they take the time bank below 2 minutes. Rush all that's needed to be committed to that fight. Houston Outlaws are ready to stack up 4 of their own.
You have to consider that just Toronto winning that fight, though, gives them so much map control. Now Houston have to sort of re-push for that. He's also putting the pressure on as well.
Continue to push quite far forward. Pelican into the back. Will find Twilight for his trouble.
Not bad actually.
Down low as well. Hughes going to be using the primal, keeps himself alive. Find much else off the back end of it. We'll have to just wait and see. But Lasso now going to be dropping the beat. They want to get the punish. They want to get this push going.
Use this. Use this one.
His spot Hisu up here onto the high ground. Tries to slide out of there, but slides to his demise. Merritt gets the kill. Finale going down. Good amount of space going to be bought here for the side of the Houston Outlaws. They should be able to get just about to the final corner.
Yeah, and a late death onto Twilight as well. That's actually gigantic from Dante. A perfect pick. As the Houston Outlaws now will have.
Die kann seid ihr eigentlich mitbekommen in dem Fall.
Can't do much about this until they have all 5 alive. And look at where the payload is. Creative can just finish this one off for the rush.
Go for this touch. Nice boot. Pushes Muse away for just a brief little moment. The sound barrier going to be dropped in by Chorong. Finale holds onto the death blossom.
Oh! Big!
His head taken off. Marin snipes him down. Finds Muse as well. Playing off the back of the Kitsune Rush beautifully. And they will be able to get this push in the end with time in the bank.
Das war ein huge Pick
Houston Outlaws really good time
auf dem Reaper.
considering how things started on point A. Took them a little bit, but they found their footing, but they cannot deny a time bank.
And most of that
Der Reaper wurde zerstört.
Back of that Twilight gets taken down at a very late time by Dante. Must have been a long-range zap on the right click, and that is a back-breaking kill for the Toronto Defiant. Because if that hadn't happened, I think Toronto can have 5. Now you just see this final fight here, where it's like, Houston have so much to work through. Merritt gets that gigantic shutdown onto Finale as well. Then he gets furthermore kills after that shutdown.
Sweet.
Houston play the final portions of that C attack so well.
Yeah. I mean, Finale was a thorn on their side for that B defense. Just continuously picking up kills, but so Merritt getting that shutdown must feel pretty damn good at the end of it all. So 45 seconds. Something
By the way,
rely on there for Houston Outlaws should this go to extra innings.
You know, we talk about the Hisu versus Merit battle, and that didn't look very good for Merit on Mecha Base. Eventually, Outlaws and Merit started catching up. Here, it's Merit on 11 final blows, Hisu on 1. Trying to get very aggressive right off the cuff.
Merit taking a lot of damage, but does manage to survive. So getting a bit of a
Oh, instant pooped.
as good deny on that high ground access. Lastro gets the boop. Hughes hits the ground, has to make his exit. Jumps back over to the side, gets some healing. Looks to go again. Wraithwalk as well, going to be burned by Finale.
So hard for Toronto to walk up here. Okay, they take some high ground finally. Houston respected. Houston actually give up a lot of ground here. This is now Defiant's potential to start walking up.
Not bad.
Merit in trouble.
Not bad.
So Lovett's creative in a hell of a lot more of it. Now Lastro going to be taken down. There's no support that Merit and Pelican have no HP, but they're still managing to fight back. Merit, yeah, gets the outplay, gets that elimination, but can they do more? I don't think so. He's now just going to be completely surrounded, can't even slide out, so that will be the cap coming through here for Toronto Defiant.
Yeah.
Took him just over a minute, so the time bank is still going to be huge.
And so much of that is Toronto Defiant just kind of taking that initial high ground to our right side of the camera here, and then you see the TP from Finale onto that sort of blue area where Hisu is now Zol, so they just take all of the high ground around the point. Merit despite outplaying Finale in that 1v1, they still lose the team fight because, well, the rest of the team, including Chorong, who got active in the kill feed, found those kills, and now you look at Toronto and Twilight, they have the first support ultimates. Toronto can play very aggressive here, and they probably should before Outlaws can respond. Now they lose one.
Okay, rush out here from Twilight, but Hisu instantly taken down. There with another great headshot, finds that punish. Just mitigate the value of that Kiriko ultimate. Both supports.
Hätten das ziemlich close.
Forces him to think twice about stepping forward here.
Failure of an ultimate,
Primal's going to be
sadly.
expiring from Dante, but Houston near
Outlaws hat ja so ziemlich jede Ulti sagen können. Ob jetzt Santa dann gerade benutzt. Aber hier hört auch Overclock. Das ist eigentlich das, was in den Comps interessant ist.
we have 4 more ultimates as soon as Pelican has the
Matchmaker.
ultimates online.
And Creator's
The
gonna
speed on
see
Overclock.
how much Toronto want to hold, because he wants to hold versus this rush coming on through.
Nice.
Oh, but he can just continue to hold it. Find a kill. Dante taken down.
Nice.
Didn't have the bailout ultimate anymore.
That should be it.
Already had expired. Pelican's down to a sliver of HP. Just lock the card in position as long as he possibly can, but inevitably does die. And now Defiant can gain a
Time bank.
distance.
I mean, that's both teams kind of failing their own Kitsuna rushes because they lose one at the top of the fight, right? They're playing 4v5. They lack a damage deal. They lack just the damage output. And
Merit hat hier aber
Defiant,
Overclock,
Hisu
wie gesagt.
starts killing members
Ja, beide
inside
DPS
the
Ults.
Kitsuna rush from Creative, and Chorong, like you said, doesn't even need to end up using an ultimate.
Yep. It's a lot of damage.
Sound barrier out from both sides. Yeah, Lastro gonna be grateful that that one managed to hit the floor. Pelican now goes in with a death blossom of his own. Will find Hisu, gets Twilight to boot. Scary Twilight maybe teleported.
Vielleicht ein bisschen Overkill von Houston.
The kills are found, and Houston Outlaws will gain control, and we saw how much time the Toronto Defiant were able to chew up.
And by the way,
Very same
Ich glaube nicht, dass Merit hier hätte Overclip ziehen müssen.
play a lot more aggressively here. Take a look at that death blossom again. Dropping on down.
Ich hat ja eigentlich schon alles gemacht.
In the small room.
pushed it, found him.
Brilliant stuff, and that's also off the back of the fact that Lastro does land that beat right. If he doesn't get a sound barrier, it could be a very different fight. You see Toronto Defiant get very aggressive. Toronto dropping the beat. Lastro felt the pressure to respond, but he also doesn't want to Ajax. Now Twilight's got that rush coming through, and there's no response from Outlaws. They're low HP.
Alt ist immer one.
Merit nearly picked off.
Wird jetzt geheilt.
Under fire, Pelican as well. Healers have their work cut out for them right now on the side of the Outlaws. Muse just tries to keep the first corner here contested. And Lastro, where are you? Way into the back line, sends him getting taken down.
Okay.
That alone could just be the push coming into B. Creative pops the rush just to try to turn the tide to this fight. Lastro now respawns, looks to
Pelican wird gesniped.
The Pelican's gonna be taken down. So as one respawns, another goes right back into the respawn room. Overclock rolling Hisu for a target.
I can't see shit.
So Post goes right over the head of Creative, but Finale will get on top of him in the end.
Was ist das für eine Qualität?
3 minutes and 40 seconds now to work through for the side of the Houston Outlaws.
And I think Dante knows the fight's lost, so he doesn't really want a primal. He would have to instantly primal.
Actually, wenn ich so mache, sieht man wahrscheinlich
A
mehr.
lot of players left there. Like you said, the shots coming on through Lastro begins
Jesus.
again, right, and the Toronto Defiant keep on going forward. They need to now snowball, and they are doing so. Dante dead off the cuff. How does that happen?
Win Condition für Outlaws ist, den Hackman zu halten. Und das Card darf nicht weiter als hier gehen. Dann hat Outlaws das gewonnen. Sobald das Card hier ist, wird's kritisch.
I did just three-man push up the side, a support, two DPS. They kill off the tank.
Jetzt TP.
TP across, break line of sight, makes his way through to safety. He has some questionable positioning here from last row on Dante. His last two exchanges.
Ja. Dante ist going deep. Auf dem Lucio gerade. Ich gehe davon aus, er zieht der Beat.
3 minutes remaining as the contest on the card comes in.
In dem Fight.
Down. Knows that he does have that primal. Try to play through, but so many ults. About to be online here with the Toronto Defiant.
Fantastic finale.
Ja, da kommt der Beat.
He's gonna use it. Pops it off screen. Doesn't find too much value there. Lasser holds on to the sound barrier for a little bit longer, but everybody's just gonna be taken down, it would seem. There's the extended team kill. Cart again pushing forward. The last corner is right here. It's gonna be
Atlas hat hier
trying to get this recontest. 3 ults
Ults.
still held by the, or 2 ults still held here by the Defiant.
And look at the time as well. Twilight has the same
Kritisch.
movement as Creative
Actually
Players.
kritisch.
Houston were pushing. Creative might be able to get this in
Freund,
as well.
Guys.
Okay, touch.
Overclock.
Okay. Get back onto the cart. 1.29 meters left to go. Merritt with the overclock will find
Issues
Showdown.
one.
Guys have a little bit more space, but they have to keep this thing contested.
Winston one.
The rush comes out from Creative.
It's interesting.
Like Defiant will go ahead and pull back around the corner to disengage.
I don't know that Creative needed to do that. Defiant was slowly losing that fight anyway, but Houston wanted to confirm. And with that, Defiant will back on out, but very little members actually actually disengage away, and because they receive the extra rush, I mean, that actually is not bad for Defiant.
Toronto hat keine Ults mehr.
Enough time to get a bit of time back then the Houston out.
Ich meine, ich hört jetzt Overclock, aber.
They just need to keep Hisu finale alive. Hisu
Pelican.
oh
He's
my
sneaking
god.
his way into the
Oh!
He pops and he gets his head taken off. Isu gets the shutdown. Has
Not
the
again.
Finds Creative on the back end as well. Merritt now dead. The cart rolls in. And it's going to be a minute.
Not again.
Just a minute as we go into extra innings.
That was so good from Hisu. Turns around, finds Pelican. That was
Das ist die Uno Reverse Card vom letzten Fight.
we're relying on to defend one more time, bring that time back down.
Huge.
And 2 shots from Hisu will send Toronto Defiant into a 49-second surplus on the time bank compared to what Houston Outlaws have. So we may very well indeed
Sneaky beaky like.
be looking forward to maybe a 1-1 scoreline here if Toronto can confirm this 49-second lead into maybe a cap on towards A or just whatever Houston Outlaws.
Gehen wir schnell nach meinen
set anything.
Pizza-Buggers gucken.
Houston Outlaws will need at least like 2 ticks for this to be defendable.
This first point is going to be a major decider. We haven't seen either team find too much success on their defensive holds here so far. The team that can hold this for the longest is likely going to be the one that's able to take it in the end. But if you storm your way through, if both teams are able to storm their way through, who knows? It'll all come down to that street space.
Stars.
Thinking like, yep, I've got the jump on him. But Hisu turns around at the perfect moment, gets the headshot, instant pop onto the ult, and then from there, a great shot on the creative midair.
Yeah, I mean, just the damage on
Beautifully done.
Dante as well. There's only 3 members left. You know it's over.
Das ist huge.
It's also going to be interesting is is this going to be a slow A take, because so far for the teams, you know, I think both teams were sure Houston kind of got it fast, but at the same time, you know, they had to push in off this high ground. They had to get Toronto off this high ground first. You have to work that. It does take a lot of time to do.
Pelican eliminated. Great opening kill found. 30 seconds about to be in the time bank here for Houston as they continue to suffer some losses.
Oh, Hisu
Doesn't reset.
Would be good, but yeah, I mean, Hisu. The Hisus lease, as they say.
No.
last chance. Less than 20 seconds now, and Houston Outlaws still have not been able to remove the Toronto Defiant from this high ground. And at this point, they have to go for the touch spot. Who can even go for it? Dante or Pelican would have to dive.
Wir müssen den Point jetzt rushen.
Go underneath, but this is where Toronto can strike.
Oh.
Houston are in the open.
Shot doesn't connect.
Die Touches.
Touches there. Pelican down to below half HP. The healing starts coming through, trying to keep this Reaper alive. Dante and Merritt both falling low. First kill does come through. Pelican scoops up a second. Hughes take it down, and maybe there's still yet hope here for the side of the Houston Outlaws, as long as they can keep themselves on this
3v3.
point. TP away from Twilight. The rush nearly online.
Okay, let's pause it for a sec. Was haben wir? Wir haben hier den Winston, der gerade in der Highground divet. Merit auf 60%. Issue hat dafür 90. Das bedeutet, wenn Issue hier eine Overclock rausbekommt, dann ist das Game over. Creative hat beide Killcodes sammelt, keine. Creative wird das hier wahrscheinlich gerade auf Cooldown ziehen.
The first pick about to be garnered.
Creative result. Waiting for Twilight. They'll both have the Kasuna rush here. Could be very interesting. He's not looking at over.
Issue hat Overclock.
But Chorong dead.
Any
Over into the side.
anytime?
Getting taken down. Creative puts the kunai into the back
Unlucky.
of Hisu's skull. Find that kill.
Oh no.
The headshot on the Twilight. This is not done yet, it would seem.
No.
Usually
Merit.
cleaned up. He will find one for his troubles, but that is going to be the lockdown coming through here on point A. Houston Outlaws, they get the
Oof.
push past the initial point.
And it's a 3v3 initiated by Pelican, responded to by some of the Defiant members. However, it's also a respawn distance difference. Houston have a closer respawn. They can play that 3v3 effectively. We trade ultimates on the Katuna rush.
Yeah.
Houston almost have so much more to work through. But this is already great for 1 minute. I mean, whatever distance...
Atlas hat hier Beat. Das von der Seite. Atlas hat hier Beat. Das ist winnable.
is far more than Toronto Defiant.
Wenn die jetzt gehen, ist das für Outlaws.
Inching forward, they get themselves through the initial.
Toronto hat hier jetzt auch Beat.
Up high ground, looking
Oh, last
as
row.
they drop down around the back. The Death Blossom is there as well, and Lastro gets taken down, absolutely assassinated by the Death Blossom. If the rest of the team can buy some time, he's going to be coming back in with a sound barrier, and that could be absolutely monstrous for their odds of getting us push going further. Chorong now, the shielding expires. Merritt finds that kill. That cuts down the healing considerably as Twilight now going to be the lone support available for their team. Sound barrier does come through. Houston Outlaws continue to gain distance. Card contested for now. TP over to the side somehow, some way. Finale
Defiant is staggered. Defiant is staggered right now. Even with Finale getting away, I mean, he's in no man's land. He's
Oh, no.
fight. Toronto still waiting for Hisu. This amount of distance for Outlaws right now is insane. That was a must-win fight for the Defiant. They still only have 149, by the way. Houston Outlaws about to get to the end of it.
Yeah, that 149 is entirely defendable. Houston Outlaws continuing to push Pelican, the Death Blossom nearly.
Der kann halt hier
creating
Blossom.
time to catch up as Twilight will have that rush available.
Beide Killcodes haben wir Ult.
Could be the stopping point here. They can execute off the back of it. There you go. Creative gets his online answer.
Pelican?
Pelican going low, gets some healing in the race walk form. Now Creative gonna be the first one to fall.
And
down.
who?
The kill. The Death Blossom online. He pops it instantly. He's looking for some kills, but it's gonna be his team. that
Doesn't
is
get anyone.
his enemies. He looks for one. He will not get it. The OT will bleed down, but with just a minute to start, this was probably more
Sad.
than they could have hoped for the side of the Outlaws.
It was more than they could have hoped for just from the 8 cap alone, and then some tiny amount of distance on A. The fact that there was another fight win on A that allowed the Houston Outlaws to get all the way to this little bridge section. Toronto Defiant had potential.
Okay, meine Buggets müssten jetzt fertig sein.
149.
After Lastro died, too.
And that's the other thing. It was an actual 5v4, and Lastro hasn't. There was enough time bought by Houston that Lastro comes back in after dying, drops a sound barrier, and they win off that sound barrier. That's how much extra time the Houston Outlaws actually bought off that 4v5. And they couldn't leave the payload. They were forced to play payload in the overtime. So Toronto Defiant, they heavily needed to win that fight, that specific fight. They had the 5v4 with Lastro dying, but they did not win that. And that is probably the defining the fight loss. And we'll see if it is, because Toronto Defiant still need to cap A, but that's only the start of their issues. 149 is probably not enough time. It absolutely is not enough time to get the kind of distance that Outlaws set. Despite Outlaws having less time to play through, they got way more than they bargained for.
Well, now on the attack with a minute and 49 seconds. Let's see if Toronto Defiant can recreate a bit of the magic that Houston Outlaws showed us on that OT push. It's what they absolutely need to do if they want to tie this up and finally give us, a non-3-0.
And they do this.
Outlaws will be moving up 2-0. Match point will be in their hands.
Looks good for Houston right now.
Oh, that maybe the pick to. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, it looks good for Houston right now in terms of denying that one-to-one record. They want to keep the 3-0s going today. Toronto will have to have a very smooth A to have any shot at camping through B as well. There's a lot of fights they have to win here in a row as well. That's a good
Like
start.
the opposite side of the bubble, Merritt stays safe, but Pelican does get left out to dry, ends up falling. L shot through, Muse taken low, jumps up onto the high ground. And
Oh, nice picks von Hishu.
seems like Defiant getting that ball rolling towards this A cap. Down to about a sliver of HP. Dante trying to hold out, but Hisu will find him in the end. kill.
That's
Yeah.
Will be looking to rejoin.
potentially the first check mark done. However, hold that thought as Dante being alive now. Is there going to be any shot for Houston Outlaws? No, Dante's still too far away. I think if Dante was closer, if he died earlier, respawned earlier, etc., if he just was available there, they could have gone for the retake, but there is also inherent risk for the retake for Outlaws. If they go for it and they fail, they could lose the map off that, but they're going to get aggressive now.
Yep, very aggressive push coming in. Creative down low. Mastro finds the kill, takes out Muse, and now Pelican going to fall. Houston with a headshot rail. Takes him out now. Barrett dead as well.
Wenn die Qualität ein bisschen besser wäre, das wäre so schön.
Trying to stay alive, pops the bubble. TP forward. They look for the elimination, but it seems like he's not going to get staggered. But they've broken through the initial choke point.
The problem with that fight now for Houston Outlaws is they've given away a lot of ult charge towards Defiant. So when we talk about these OT fights and Defiant needing to snowball, they're going to get that through. The only ultimate that Outlaws will have is Creative. The fact that Creative has more ultimate on the rush is so huge in comparison to Twilight.
Pelican, one playing forward there for just a brief moment. The rush can be online very quickly.
Creative's holding.
Twilight looks to build up that final 7%. The corner going to be held. There's the overclock first from Hisu, looking for some targets. Sends one through, catches blast stroke in the chest. Sound barrier now online for him. Hasn't dropped it yet. Now goes the match. Double support ults coming through. Overclock rolling from Merritt. Couple shots across on Amuse. Takes him a little bit lower.
Nice.
Loses his head.
Wieso wird hier jeder Reaper in der Ult gekillt?
Dante finds Muse as well. They'll clear them off the card.
Was ist falsch bei denen?
Houston Outlaws after the miraculous push they give. Quite a bit of distance.
Das ist ein schöner Headshot.
Toronto Defiant, but they managed to shut them down in the last few moments. They stop the push. They get the win. They're now up 2-0. Match point is theirs.
Yeah, that's amazing. I mean, again, you look at that overtime push from the Houston Outlaws on 1 minute. They nearly clear B, and it's just too much distance. Toronto Defiant with having more than, they have a 49-second advantage there. They can afford to lose an extra fight, and, they get a really good push themselves, but Hisu does not get the value on that overclock that he was looking for. The smile on Pelican.
Das Feinde da gerade in der Ult gekillt wurde. Yeah.
Well, looks like it's going to be Dorado with the final map pick coming through here for the side of Toronto Defiant. See if they can go ahead and pick up a W to extend this series. But of course, if they do, that's going to just be the start of a necessary reverse sweep. It also means that Houston Outlaws would have map pick from then on out. So, it's very much working against them right now this series, not being able to get a win earlier on. I'll tell you what, a reverse sweep would be a very huge shutdown.
I'm going to once again, despite Toronto also losing Paraiso, I still think, that was a smart pick.
Pick freiwillig Dorado.
Smart pick for Toronto to find in terms of where their strengths are. They are trying to maybe widen or create a gap between Muse and Dante. So why Dorado? This is a very Winston-heavy map, very dive-heavy map, right? Fantastic for Winston's skill expression. Now, the thing about that is, that would be great for Muse if it wasn't for the fact that Dante's were pretty reasonable on that Winston. Maybe Johnny wasn't too far off by saying that Dante could just pick it up because, he does pick it up. Looked good. Certainly didn't look like a liability for the team. I mean, I think one time maybe he kind of gets killed out of nowhere. But for the most part, yeah, Dante's been holding his own on this hero. That's super impressive for Houston. It allows them to have some real contention for the playoffs.
Yeah, I think it was just the one, that one little positioning when he was left side of the final stretch of the map with Defiant on the attack there, trying to push through into C. Did get caught up on the high ground, was melted down, but other than that, it has been very well piloted by him. And looks like it is very much going to continue as the gates open up. Teleport set up on the high ground. It's a big boop. Denied. Well set up and well predicted there by Churon. Denies the positioning.
I'll see what Houston can do in the low ground. They should have similar attempts here. Okay, that's a big pick off right away.
Houston hat das aber schon mal gemacht.
The advantage of Defiant starting on high ground. They, knock Houston Outlaws down to the low ground, and they just find that opening straight away to create. Which also has the impact of allowing Twilight to get very far ahead in ult charge.
And Twilight will definitely take that. We saw him clicking some heads, especially on Busan. Not as much on that second map, but the Sojourners will go down on either side. Lasso, however, gets trained out after finding the elimination, and it's just okay, everybody's just gonna die.
Yeah.
Just, an explosion of death here over in the side room as Pelican booked on the center map and then killed off midair by Chorong, who is just going out of control. Denies the high ground access and then just rips people to shreds.
So gets two final blows in that fight.
Up given the closer respawns.
I think it's important, by the way, that Chorong does get the kill to Creative, because that stops Creative from catching up to Twilight. There is still a little bit of a gap in terms of the Kitsuna Rush building. Finale's also been playing Tracer, has a pulse bomb available. So this is where they can build some space back up with that. That's a stick. Wow!
Wow, 2.
Dante last throw
Huge. Huge puts.
Finale goes ahead and sticks out the last little.
Was there no Suzu?
Of their lives.
Creative not to have Suzu?
Apparently not.
Okay.
That
would have
in position for
that definitely would have saved them. So I mean, yeah, I don't know. That's you see the stick on a Dante, and he does. Did he not? I guess he didn't have jump available because he was just stuck next to Lastron. They both die hand in hand. That's hashtag Valley on the pulse bomb.
That it is. I mean, considering that we haven't been seeing too much Tracer here today.
Okay.
Good amount of value to be found. Merritt taken down. He's with a great
Not bad.
headshot. Houston Outlaws just can't really seem to get 5 players together on this card. You can see they're very much split apart right now. Dante left out all and Lonesome Primal is going to be held on to. Definitely would have been just not
Outlaws wird ja einfach
to the fight.
im Spawn gehalten.
One kill.
Not something that they've really had.
I mean, they win the fight. They get the ground, so you take those in terms of small victories. But only one kill for Kitsuna Rush. I think Toronto would have wanted a little bit more. Some staggered deaths there. Houston Outlaws now push from the under.
Ich halt hier Overclock.
Go straight for the archway, and they can play their own rush.
Yeah. I don't know.
They're going to try to get themselves over to the cart. Pelican going to be forced into the race walk here. Nice and early. Overclock rolling. Try to weave through these shots, but so far isn't finding too many connections. Dante just keeping him occupied. So doesn't have that full charge. Sends one out. We'll go ahead and whip on that. Soundbear, however, going to be dropped in. Chorong looking to keep the rest of the team protected.
All the
Primal's rolling from Muse, but the focus fire is just looking so damn good from the side of the Outlaws. They've managed to take him down. Finale as well going to fall Creative with a great little kunai headshot. Takes him out. And with these eliminations, that will be the cap eventually coming through here on to point A. So Houston Outlaws now 3 minutes 20 seconds to work with, but it's not too much here in
Schwierig.
the second stretch of this map.
So I lie, that wasn't all the ultimates. There was Pelican's death boss, but he built that one, I think, towards the back end when
Was
Houston
wird das hier von Twilight?
expenditure from both sides. That was like what, about 9 ultimates being spent.
No way.
Something like that.
There's no way.
Including a headshot.
Okay.
Er hätte einfach rausgehen sollen.
Gets one, gives his life for it. Can't make it out. And okay, Pelican using the Death Blossom just to really try to open up this high ground for the rest of his squad. Allow them to get that car rolling.
Double supports. So, well, he got one of the 2 supports after Twilight already got taken down. So, should be some free push, some easy push for the Houston Outlaws now. We're building up towards Kitsuna Rushes. You head into this underpass, and once you sort of round the corner here, you've got a great lane to drop in that Kitsuna Rush, and also a little bit of, not quite spawn camp, but certainly controlling the choke.
He's trying to leap his way out onto this high ground. Eventually has to drop down because Dante's there to match pressure, and Pelican is just charging his way into the bag. Tagged about half HP, but now the rush going to be used by Twilight. He's going to try to win out.
Is he dead? Yep.
In a really bad spot, kind of gets bogged down right there in the corner of the room. Ends up falling in the end. With the low HP bars, there may yet still be some additional.
Einer sucht hier einen Stick.
At the ready, Finale holding on to it for now. Dashes in, gets the stick.
Huge pick off the Soldier.
Creative unable to save once more. The pulse bomb finds some value. Dips back, grabs the mega. The cart still inches forward, getting closer to rounding.
Darunter hat ihr Spawn Advantage.
But inevitably, the Outlaws will have to back away and reset.
And with a light death on, well, not quite on death, but a death on Dante as they reset. Hoping for no further deaths. So Toronto Defiant getting very aggressive in the bank there, just rush the entire thing. Dante's the target. They have the 5v4. The Houston Outlaws still wanted to respond. Creative dropped in his own rush. The damage output sadly was not there from the Houston Outlaws. 1 minute 20 remaining now roughly. So they can definitely cap B off the back of this one. Payload positioning is good, but this high ground control from Toronto Defiant, it's going to be a bit rough.
Retro.
Chorong's timing, however, is not good. Chorong does get sniped.
Lucia wird deleted.
Trying to make this, take this fight a bit more aggressively here, and Merritt will be able to find all 3 of the eliminations that come through so far. So I'm going to be running back, Soundberry at the ready, but with a late kill on a Finale. The contest is going to be pretty bare bones if they can even get one. He jumps forward, gives his life, and that is just going to be the cap coming through. So just over 2 minutes now remaining for the Houston Outlaws in the final stretch.
I mean, Chorong dying there was everything, right? Because Lastro ends up using a sound barrier. Toronto Defiant.
Wir sind schon 5 Stunden drin. No.
Doing so much work, didn't even have overclocking, he didn't use it, so that was just raw neutral play. Can they finish the map though? Because this is still quite a bit of work to do, despite the 2 minutes being there. Blossom about to be online. Merit should look to overclock pretty soon here as well.
Waiting for it. Overclock out from Pisu first. Merit still holding on to one of his own. Pelican taken low, and the final shot will go ahead through the chest. Finds that elimination.
Oh!
The rest of the team tries to escape. Finale will lose his head at
Merit.
the end, but I don't think he's going to be too bothered by it. And that the rest of the Defiant are able to hold the door and hold the card position.
So Houston Outlaws have read that Toronto Defiant had a lot of ultimates there, so I guess the game plan was to just kind of shove the payload in, see when Toronto were going to respond, because they would have to respond eventually. And once they throw in ultimates, Outlaws back out, they save, and they build towards a win condition here as Creative looks towards the next run.
Reden. Lass kurz darüber reden.
See when Toronto were going to
Ja. Toronto hat hier die High-Ground Control, obvious. Und ich denke, dass Siecho hier backuppen wird. Auf den Highground. Und Toronto wird Ottos sehr wahrscheinlich von da aus einfach halten.
respond, because they would have to respond eventually. And once they throw in ultimates, Outlaws back out, they save, and they build towards a win condition here as Creative.
Ich sag gerade nicht viel zu den Matches, weil es immer dasselbe ist.
Merit still has that, pops overclock now.
Entweder hat Use, hier. In dem Fall hat Merit den Opener. Toronto muss wieder backuppen. Ja, das ist prinzipiell der gesamte Fall. Die gesamte Map bis jetzt.
I mean, Chorong didn't even use the sound barrier there. They were more concerned about the Kitsuna rush, and he held it. He's going to have to use it now because the rush comes through. That's what Chorong's been waiting for.
Muse is going lower and lower, so Chorong decide to go ahead and use it. The back of that rush as well. Death Blossom layered in, finds Chorong, gets the kill. Muse going to be taken down, and there's no one to contest the card. So somehow, some way, Houston
It's
Outlaws
that simple.
limited time banks that they were working with, both at A and B. They managed to get to the end of Dorado with time.
But I think
Fair,
it's
28 seconds remaining for them.
I think it's that final, second to last push there with the Merit overclock. That's what gets the value there. The fact that he finds 3 kills in that, so huge. And Toronto Defiant, you know, it's a pretty difficult situation for Toronto to be in, because if you pop the sound barrier,
Es ist ziemlich schwer, was zu dem Match zu sagen. Weil im Endeffekt passiert nichts. Entweder poppt Merit auf Issue oder einer von den 2 Reapers. That's it.
Still with 28 seconds left to go. They get it done. So, decent showing from Houston. So, like you mentioned as well, slow on A, but B and C were much quicker, especially C was actually well played. This is the play. This is that 3K.
Yep. Goes for the pop, the shield gets broken.
Huge.
Just has no retreat whatsoever. Great little quick shot through on Twilight. Very nicely done by Merit. Has been very much, I'd say, the brightest spark here.
And by the way,
Houston Outlaws so far in the series.
It's not even just that sequence of kills coming through Merit. It's the fact that Toronto couldn't get a counter trade, because at least they got a counter trade off the back of that. And by the way, this is Houston Outlaws preparing for the same TP punish, but way
Creative kill.
because they actually get a kill. Toronto
Hey,
is not getting
das tut hier. Hat er wer was vergessen?
a trade at the end there means that Houston get to walk up as 5, and they don't have to play slowly and wait for a respawner from their own side. So that was another factor for Houston Outlaws capping, and straight away on the first defense, up in neutral. Some success from the Outlaws as well.
Creative jumping up over the top, was trying to fish for a couple tags there on a Creative, or on the Twilight rather, I should say. Doesn't find any. Pelican gets taken low. Go ahead. Pop that in hold for a brief little moment.
Merit muss jetzt einen Pick finden.
Everybody can make their way out safely.
And really putting pressure on the Muse here. He's been struggling to really get into position for a dive. Jump on any high ground. That being said, though, with the payload still moving in, Outlaws have been pushing up, and Muse has been denied again.
Down about half
Muse ist so the one.
for the time being. The rest of the team trying to hold forward. Get tagged lower and lower, but with Muse flopping, that means that the rest of the Outlaws can storm up. And yeah,
Oh.
this card Merit down to 1. Twilight able to get it with a headshot at the end to get the finishing blow. suddenly that's a turn of the tides.
Das ist ein nicer Pick für Toronto.
Twice has been doing some crazy damage today. Houston now will convert on Dante. That's actually really critical because Outlaws are about to win. They were going to win when they had the ultimates, but now they're just going to get picked apart. I mean, look at Dante. 86 compared to Muse's 54. Dante lives there, and Houston can stall that one. They get ultimates, support ultimates. They have primal. So much to work through. And Toronto Defiant will break on in. It starts with Twilight getting that initial pickoff as well. I believe it was onto Merit, right?
Yeah, flew a little too close to the sun there. Did the Outlaws with that forward.
Nice ult von Twilight.
Twilight looking to make this a very aggressive push. Wants to open up an immense amount of space because the clock is being brought forward and Merit is going to fall under the pressure.
Yep.
Down to 15 HP, gets finished off. Pelican able to find that elimination. Dante now jumping into the back. Gets the corner here.
Hisu?
Hisu, who should die, but actually he manages to slide away and the healing comes in from Twilight to keep him topped up. His life
Now it has.
for a little
Okay.
bit longer, but then eventually finds himself in yet another corner, and that time there's no escape. He dies for a little bit of additional stagger. Houston Outlaws will be able to actually establish a bit of control off the back of
Beide Winston zappen sich einfach gegenseitig.
Look at the turn and burn from the Houston Outlaws as well, right? They back out, disengage when Twilight's Casino rush and Critter drops one of his own in. The Houston Outlaws will push back, but as that happens, they lose a player. Toronto Defiant regroup, they start moving the payload. The only downside of all of that for the Defiant is that the payload wasn't really moving the whole way through. Should be Death Blossom coming in for Pelican, he's looking for it.
Ich dachte, der droppt hier.
Pelican and Finale
Und Kanada.
holding on to this. There's an immense amount of ults on either side. 3 for the Outlaws, 4 for the Defiant. Primal Rage is going to be used first. Now the overclock from Hisu as well. TP up over the top and Merit, okay, uses the overclock of his own. Finds Hisu, gets the kill, puts a good amount of damage.
Nice.
Finish off the Winston. That should be them holding the cart. He's got a sliver. Will be finished off in the end. Now he tries to escape through the bank, but just too many people to try to pursue.
Unlucky, dass Hisu hier keinen gefunden hat.
Houston Outlaws, they have an opportunity to try to buy some time off this time bank. Twilight harassing around the back. Just wait for the TP out, and there it is.
And I gotta say as well, when we look at the performances of individual members, I think Twilight has had a potentially better game than Creative, right? Nearly double Creative's damage output. But that being said, Merit's just had so much better of a Soja performance on this map as well. It felt like that was kind of the case already on part of Hisu, but here it's 16 final blows from Merit, 4 for Hisu. And Merit also shut
Ich wollte gerade sagen,
Hisu's
Elegant steht hier.
If this Death Blossom doesn't work out
Yep.
on either side, Finale really needs to hit something. He does.
Okay, there's the Blossom from both sides, and Pelican's going to be able to find 2, but it gets traded back as Pelican and Merit both
Reaper dürft.
now. No damage dealers in the fight for the Houston Outlaws. Creative falling as well. Hisu.
Bei Toronto hat's Guard.
Strong and Twilight, though, they are bringing the card forward because Houston Outlaws have kind of gotten themselves split apart. Dante, 6%, 4% now away from that prime.
Pelican und Tracer.
Trying to disengage.
Defiant saying, yeah, we need to get grouped back up. So they managed to disengage successfully and group back up as 5.
Yeah, a lot of respect being shown there as obviously Houston weren't trying
Houston will das hier definitiv halten.
respawners. You see Toronto Defiant as well, not trying to just back up there because they also knew that Houston had respawners. So both sides want to reset for the 5v5, so a lot of time burned. By the time Toronto captures,
Was macht Dante hier?
they're going to be working with pretty similar time to what Houston had on C.
Frage, springt Dante da jetzt rüber?
2 minutes now remaining for the Defiant.
Kann er?
Look to get this minute and a half bump up to the final stretch. Dante taking a little bit low, but he's well into the back lines. Has that primal pop.
Kennt der Shit hier?
Looking to get the hit there onto Hisu, but doesn't manage to play elusively enough to keep himself safe. Primal widely not going to get too much done. Buys a little bit of extra time, then expires.
Has to be mirrored again, nearly on the overclock. We've seen this save today. Chorong nearly has the sound.
Jetzt die Overclock.
Pop it in response. You have to
Oh, big one.
doesn't even matter.
Twilight just swings right back out. Merit snatches up the opportunity.
Weiß nicht, ob es überhaupt noch wert ist, die Overclock zu ziehen. Na Kanada.
Sound barrier going to be dropped in by Lastro, making sure that they can go ahead and win out the rest of this fight, and they will. Cleanup comes
Das ist, ja.
So for Chorong, I mean, he's trying to escape through the bank, but they know exactly what his escape routes are. They cut him off, and that's some extended stagger.
And the thing is like Chorong knows what the game plan is. He understands like at this time cannot allow Merit to get value. The overclock must pop the sound barrier in response. However, Merit didn't load the overclock. That was just again raw neutral damage from Merit. Finds the pick of the Twilight, and Chorong's freaking out, so he pops the sound barrier to 4 because they gotta live. They gotta try and win something here. And now Houston Outlaws bring the time bank down below a minute. They're looking towards good win conditions now. Merit still has the overclock. Hisu has to match. If Hisu can't kill Merit here, and if he dies to Merit again, I think it's over.
Merit in a risky position.
Merit knows.
Now the overclock comes through. He's trying to catch him in the toes. Goes down below half HP.
Yep.
Start going his way, but Hisu hits him with a rail. The headshot goes across, but he's going to be trading it out. They shut
Und der hat hier den. Ja. Zoning. Los! Los will das hier contesten. Ah, das ist lost. Issue 1?
Pelican rejoins here on the Soldier 76. He's desperately trying to get this kill on the Hisu, and he will, but he gives his life for it. And the cap is there all the same. A minute and 20 seconds now remaining.
Unlucky für Houston.
I gotta say that Chorong finding a second sound barrier in record time is huge. Did not expect that to happen. I don't think Outlaws expected it either. But once for the sound barrier, very defendable for the Houston Outlaws. What is that, like one sound barrier after one fight? Incredible timing. Yeah. But do they have enough time now to finish the map? They're definitely not going to match 28 seconds. That's for sure.
Straat gebied.
They're looking for an OT push, and they can only afford to reset one time. Outlaws about to hit some.
Das ist. Oh, okay, never mind. Ich wollte gerade sagen, Astro darf hier nicht sterben. Huge P. Harold bekommt ja maybe, oder?
The sound barrier is going to be there to stop Hisu from overclocking, but it will come down to overclock versus overclock again. Remember, Hisu did kill Merit in the last exchange. He dies himself, but at least they got Merit down.
Merit muss das hier auf Cooldown ziehen. Oh, Glück für Toronto. Pelican darf jetzt nicht sterben. Huge. Nice. Nice one. Was? Was? Das war Stick. Ja. I don't know. You do that. Ja. Das war nice. Tokens haben wir jetzt. Noch 50. Nice. Sollen wir kommen gehen? Ah, fuck that shit. Why not? Why not?
Traveling to Hanamura. My spirit blazes. Here the focused warrior. Guided by the wind.
It's kinda eat.
That was bold of you. Precision is the way of the effective warrior. 次は誰が相手だ? You will not find the answer you seek. Fear the focused warrior.
That's fun. Push noch für Game Modes. Anyways.
Now entering. Prepare your defenses. Select your hero.
They have this coming, so let's give it to them.
King's Row, first game.
Don't let my immortality field go to your head. It's temporary. You can still die.
Okay, wir
Another
haben
trained half our team.
Doom.
I'll sign the rest of you up for lessons.
Haben wir Doom. Let's tank.
5, 4,
Sollte machbar sein.
2, 1. Attackers incoming. Defend objective A.
I see one.
That's schon. Legend Sigma. Scary actually. Ja, wir befiehlt das.
Enemy seen.
There they are.
The odds are against us.
Captain Amari, reporting for duty.
この先に竜の道が。
Ich dachte, der Sand stirbt doch schneller.
Ash here.
Objective lost. Stop the payload.
Auch unser Renner hier.
Much better.
Oh. Oh, der Bestschutz won.
Go to that. Do your worst.
I won't let you fall.
ありがとうよ。
Was machen wir? Was macht unser Renner da? Blade hier. Der Doom. Können wir bitte mal resetten? Einmal?
Echo here. I'm here. Keep fighting.
Nice Trends. Ich dachte, wir contesten das.
Taking damage.
My duty calls.
It's high.
Das ist echt insane gerade.
Enemy seen. Do your worst.
Was contesten?
No holding back. Barrier unsuccessful.
Das ist die Trends. Fuck, ich hab kein Deflect. Ein Dump.
Dusting off. Round one.
Unsere Anna hat nicht einmal nach.
Each journey has
Score 0-3. Switching sides. Prepare to attack. Select your hero.
Ich meine, unser Hulk ist hier nicht falsch. Das Ding ist, unser Hulk ist nicht gut, aber unser Hulk ist auch nicht falsch.
Of course.
願えば
I was
平和は訪れよ
Let's try that.
I aim to devastate.
Much lies in store. Let us see to
Over
it.
here.
5, 4, 3,
Target identified.
1. Attack commencing. Capture objective A.
The bloodshed begins.
願えば平和は訪れよ
Skandal?
Barrier unsuccessful. Enemy seen. Waga katana wa kagami da.
Misery made manifest.
I require healing. Do your worst.
Objective A captured. Escort the payload.
Over here.
Let's get the payload going.
I need healing. I require healing.
Soothing your wounds. Triple kill. Quadruple kill. Quintuple kill. Team kill.
we go.
Enemy here.
What?
A taste of
And that's
poison.
Farah.
Enemy contact.
Try massive.
Let the Kitsune guide you.
The enemy outnumbers us.
Engaging thrusters.
Yeah, I'm dead here.
Move the payload. Let's go.
Pain is inevitable.
Enemy seen.
Let us end this.
Ja, unser Saria.
Dusting off. You cannot escape me.
Blast it. Nerf this.
Kann man das bitte pushen?
Der Kampf ist noch nicht vorbei.
Fuck. Wieso pusht die Sache das nicht mit mir? Haben wir Blade?
Taste of poison.
So that's how it's done.
This is no time to doubt yourself. Clear the payload path. My soul is a light. Arigato. Over there. Koi. I am repaired. I require healing.
Jesus.
Pain is inevitable.
Blade hier. Breath hier.
The payload has reached the checkpoint.
I am healed.
Wart ihr auf die Craft?
I need healing.
Surrender to my will.
Ah, fuck that shit.
I burn with purpose.
Get together.
I see one. Enemy seen. I require healing.
Und gewonnen!
The payload is at
Kann bitte einer den Gadget abschließen? Ja, legit. What? Er holtet mit 50 HP und killt 3 Leute. Au.
pain is inevitable.
I need healing.
What's that?
Thanks. Get the payload movie again. I require
Taste
healing.
of poison.
I need healing.
This game!
Your choices will lead to your fate.
Jetzt statt fällt am Punkt. Und dann.
Gaining altitude. The fray is upon us. Big style.
これで終わるものか。
Escape me.
Be careful, Shiva.
I see one.
Your assistance is appreciated.
Fuck, that shit. Dass ich das noch so lange in der Question Form wäre. W, guys! Der Picks!
Personality
A
duplication
taste of
complete.
poison.
Let the kitsune guide you.
Thanks.
I continue on this path.
Imagine, wir ulten und gewinnen das.
Dusting off. 30 seconds remaining.
Wasted enough time.
Enemy here.
I'm on fire.
10 seconds.
Irgendwie.
Receive my aid.
Overtime. Scaling up.
Unlucky.
Finally,
Defeat. Play of the game.
That's right. That's right. Fällt mir jetzt das darauf? Eike ist mir, glaube ich, wieder abgeschmiert. Ja, irgendwie ist das gerade ziemlich dunkel bei mir. Hm. Unsere Supports waren jetzt nicht gerade gut. Muss man dabei sagen. Ah, die Frage ist, warum hat er mit Zarya 3 Jahre lang die fucking Crap gehalten? Also,
We're in this together. All of us. Railgun powered and ready to fire. This ends now. Double kill. Cleaning house. Right on the money. Doesn't get better than that.
ähm,
Arriving at Watchpoint Gibraltar.
Strike from above.
Maybe one day we'll go on
We're in
missions
this
in
together.
Hawaii.
All of us.
Okay. We can do this.
How can you experiment on those cute little rabbits?
Easily.
I aim to devastate.
Cure for all the tales.
We can do this.
3, 2, 1. Attack commencing. Escort the payload.
It's time to spin my web.
Double kill.
Lucky. Hab ihn nicht gesehen.
We're in this together. All of us. Tango in sight. Right on the money.
I offer something more.
No time for games. Let's move this thing.
I require assistance.
For the parched.
Gotta stay on your toes, soldier.
Clear the payload.
Going somewhere?
Activating self-destruct sequence.
Railgun charged. Clear out.
Wo ist er?
The payload has reached the checkpoint.
System's pretty hot.
Enemy here.
Surrender to my will.
Hold it.
Swift as the wind.
I need healing.
Ist er, ne?
Is it now? A taste of poison.
What's the rush?
Take cover.
This ends now.
Taste of poison.
Recharging. Over there. Going somewhere?
Einer hat noch.
That feels much better.
Ich muss hier ein paar Picks machen.
Railgun powered and ready to fire. Breaking them down.
Nano boost administered.
Not your finest hour.
For the parched.
Hold it.
The payload has reached the checkpoint.
Pain is inevitable.
What's the rush?
The name's Cassidy.
Tango in sight.
Booting up.
Warihon awakens. Payload secure.
We're outnumbered.
Going somewhere?
Hello.
I'm not a fan of
How's it
setbacks.
going?
The payload needs to be moved.
Clear out.
Let's roll out.
Surrender to my will.
Take cover.
Railgun charged. Not so fast.
Winston.
We're on our way. Keep dreaming.
Activating self-destruct sequence. Come here, Toki. Diva, back in
Coming through.
Nanogrid administered.
This ends now. Calculated.
Your carry is here.
Round 1. Complete.
Okay, je sais pas. Attends.
Double.
Score 3-0. Switching sides. Prepare your defenses. Select your hero.
Jeg warte irgendwie eine Farah noch gerade da.
My grimness, my runes.
Remember the Vykovsky kingpins? 300 meters downrange. You fired once, they both fell. Beautiful.
Does it bother you that you've taken as many lives as you've saved?
I don't mind killing monsters. But go on. Keep pushing me.
Bitte. Was müssen wir hier?
5, 4, 3, 2,
Please no.
1. Attackers incoming.
Enemy contact.
Stop the payload.
I require assistance.
Was für Ding?
Enemy here.
What? Der Flick ist fährt.
This town just ain't big enough.
Eine kleine? Das macht keiner. Das war gerade actually weird. Was zum Fick mache ich hier? Actually trolling.
You're going home in a box.
Here it comes. There's one here. I'm under attack. Dynamite out.
Best is not enough. A cure for all the ails. Easily made
Hello.
She's gonna blow.
Wie auch wieder? Ne.
a sip for the pot.
Wenn ich gerade versucht habe, mit er zu sleepen.
Who needs healing?
I'm here. Keep fighting.
to a gunfight.
I've been doing this for years. Who the hell are you? Keep it up, soldier.
Enemy spotted! Your fate is in my grasp. Here it comes! I'm hurt over here!
Nice.
Receive my aid.
I've got meds. Who needs them?
She's gonna blow! Enemy here!
Lass uns. Was macht? Warum sind unsere Tanks beide im Lock? Genau. Warum ist unser Tank und die Moira im Lockround?
Bone orchard.
Surrender to my will.
Was ist denn das?
Not good enough.
What up?
60 seconds remaining.
Back to the pit, Beelzebub!
Wieso bleibt das doch?
Heals coming up.
30 seconds
What?
remaining.
I'm not ready to ride into the sunset.
Hat er nicht für eine Coach
10
zurückgebucht?
seconds remaining.
running out of time. We must hold them back.
Fire at will!
Nano boost administered.
I'll show you true strength! There's one here! Enemy spotted!
Big stanger lad.
Who needs healing?
Smoke them out of there!
Gut.
Victory. Play of the game.
The games. We go.
Traveling to Hanamura.
My aim is unerring. Here the focused warrior. Don't blink next time. Precision is the way of the effective warrior. My aim is unerring.
I don't know.
We are the focused warrior.
He's so fake. Ja, das tausend wird. Der Dash-Mode ist ein bisschen weird.
Now arriving at Ilios. Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
Ja. Here you go.
願えば平和は訪れよう。
Find your strength. We are soon to need it.
Systems calibrated for maximum cooperative behavior.
Five, four, three, two, one. Round one. Capture the objective.
Eyes open, everyone.
Oh well, that's fun.
Combat protocols activated.
Oh, junk.
On the move.
I see one.
Going up.
I will claim the objective. This will cut the pace.
Running them down.
Enemy here.
What is that?
No need to check on me, doctor.
Focal point locked. Taking flight.
Ein paar alleine, ich hab den Sigma da gerade ein bisschen beschäftigt.
Show me what you're made of.
Ja, noch wer das kommt testen. Wo ist der Sigma?
Quite the battle.
Dead or alive.
This we cut the pace. Going up.
やれるもんならやってみろ。
I am here to support.
The barrier has fallen.
Enemy locked. Enemy target. Get in there.
Power courses through me.
Right?
Mastering you.
Double
Enemy craves another defeat.
Behind you.
duplicating capacity. Last round. One.
Reversing personality module.
Score 1-0.
Okay. Attack that. Das Sigma von denen viele jetzt an.
I still have much to learn.
More like overrated.
Round 2. Capture the objective.
We have a great chance of success. Let's keep it up.
Enemy radar.
Attack the objective.
Threat neutralized.
I see one.
I'm under attack. Repositioning.
The objective is now active.
Do your worst.
Taking the objective. You need this. Ascending. Now. Right here. Taking
Na, Mann. Das war dumm von mir. Na, schaut weg schon. What the hell, though?
Sojourn en route. Good to see you.
What?
Heroes never die.
My spirit grows strong. I cut the sea. I am repaired.
Checking in. Hold it.
This will cut the pain.
80 auf den Nano. Ich warte einfach mal. Okay, na, Mann.
My ultimate is charging. Engaging thrusters.
Be careful. Show me what you're made of.
Genau? Genau?
They have to be nano boost administered.
Just try to stop me.
Was ist das für ein Nano?
Finally, a real challenge.
Der hätte mich da einfach nur pieken können. Anyways, fucked up.
It's go time.
This is our objective now.
I'm on fire.
Cooling down.
Gut.
Maximum firepower. Good effect.
Unloading squad.
Heroes never die.
You will not find the answer you seek.
Ich wollte eigentlich die flicken, aber
Much better.
da war was.
Not so fast.
Victory.
Die war.
Hey.
Okay. Was?
Play of the game.
Nice one. Wow. Actually, ich mache aber nicht mehr so lang. Guck, dass ich jetzt hier meine Wins eventuell bekomme. Und dann lasse ich das einfach so stehen. Deathmatch-Mode rein. Under Practice Range.
We're in this together. All of us.
Double kill.
Mit Charge brauchen wir, um Tracer zu one-hitten. Okay, aber wie ist das 100?
Double kill.
60?
It really was the honor of a lifetime.
Double
Doesn't get better than that.
70? Um die 70.
Over here. I'm just getting started. Right on the money. Railgun still at full power.
Imagine.
Railgun powered and ready to fire. Pinpoint accuracy. I'd stay down.
Triple kill.
Dropped.
Double kill.
Railgun charged. Threat neutralized.
Double kill.
Precision and control.
Double kill. Now traveling to Busan. Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
Töten.
願え
See?
ば平和は訪れよ
Oh, you see this?
I still have much to learn.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Capture the objective.
The battle commences. I see one.
The objective is now active.
Eigentlich war der. Von daher bin ich für den Trade gegangen.
Enemy seen.
So kann da hier. Und kann Sports.
No one can hide from my sight.
Das war. Und so hat das gerade gecarried. Jetzt haben wir hier Side.
Over there. I am healed.
Stand behind me, friend.
Schau, hier.
Eugene no
Das kann ja nicht für die anderen gehen. Nice.
Over here. What's the rush?
No one can hide from my sight.
Fuck! Come on. Hab gehofft, ich werd ihr geheilt. Not gonna lie.
この先に竜の道が
Ich wusste zwar, ich war One, aber ich hab gehofft, Kiko schafft das.
First round. 1.
Huge.
Score 1-0.
Jetzt maybe ein bisschen backupen müssen, Dumpläden, aber. Das ist nice.
I think this mission might inspire my next single. Lucio saves the day.
Do not get in my way.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 2. Capture the objective.
I see one. Enemy here.
The objective is now.
Wieso bin ich so scheiße?
I feel this in my bones.
Voran?
Finally a real challenge.
Okay. Nice pick. Nice. Got this.
Enemy seen.
I'm at the objective. Anyone else?
Not so fast.
Over there. I see an enemy. My ultimate is almost ready. Catch these healing waves.
Enemy here.
No one can hide from my
I am prepared. My aim is unerring.
Nice.
Team kill.
Team is eliminated. We have the advantage. Stand behind me, friends.
Nog met de blade. Ah, ik ken het al hier.
I am healed.
Wat staat?
Go here. Over there.
Closer to victory.
That was bold.
Over here.
Over there. Charging.
My greetings.
Yo.
Oh, fuck.
No one can hide from my sight.
Ah, unfortunate.
But with a team, I am stronger.
Wir haben ja Bolts.
Enemy here.
Gotcha. Pause it, Crusaders! Maybe you should have done
I leave flames in my wake.
Victory. Play of the game.
Oh, leider. Der Cast von dem war nice.
Personne n'échappe à mon regard.
Ich weiß nur gern, warum ich hier keinen Voice Chat habe. Das macht keinen Sinn. Ja. Now we wait. Denk mir laut. Oh. War's von ihm? Nein.
It's time to spin my web.
Doch, actually, ja.
Double kill.
Den Scheiß gemisst habe. Wow. Ja, Mann. King's Throw.
Comme c'est aimable de ta part.
Ah, es war von gestern, actually. Das war aber Kickball.
Je suis faite pour ça.
Ah, das war das, wo ich auf Instagram hochgeladen habe.
Traveling to Route 66.
I remember.
Hallo!
Ich hab Voice Chat! Oh mein Gott! Er fixt es! Voice Chat funktioniert! Oh mein Gott!
Hello. We will be the lightning that rides the storm.
Ey, wir haben Sigma.
Oh! 5, 4, 3, 2,
Here we go.
1. Attackers incoming. Stop the payload.
Enemy is here.
Individual.
Hello there.
The one.
I'm here.
Do your worst.
Gotta go show me how to do that? This BPM.
There's a fire behind.
Oh, let's break it. Dang! Cure for all the tales.
Wollte schon blenden.
Barrier is nearly spent. Arigato. Actuating the barrier.
You cannot escape me.
Beat it up, everyone!
Who needs healing?
The barrier cannot with barrier has been overwhelmed.
Oh fuck. Ich hab hier den Nano erwartet. Ich hab hier den Nano erwartet.
I don't think so.
My allies will return soon.
Team kill.
Oh fuck that.
Let's get into it.
I am healed.
Biotic healing ready for use.
Let's get loud.
The payload has reached the checkpoint.
Barrier initialized.
Oder wir könnten das nicht.
emerges.
Huge.
I am on fire.
Können wir das bitte nicht so close halten? Ist aber noch Stat hier.
Barrier is split. The barrier has fallen.
Versuchen uns einer hier zu helfen. Oder?
Barrier is nearly spent. Tactical visor activated. Feeling unstoppable. An enemy is
Beat it up, everyone. He's on fire.
Doe maar normaal, hè? En dan doe je al gek genoeg. Wie boter op zijn hoofd heeft, moet uit de zon blijven. The tick clock isn't quite ready yet.
Over there. Enemy seen.
Enemy here.
Rain from above.
Double
Fraction of the universe.
It's fine actually.
stay put.
The enemy outnumbers us.
How's that for sound therapy? Let's group up here.
The prophetic flux is upon us.
Ja, dass unser Lucian den Sigma aufholt.
We must halt the payload. Bring the payload to a stop. What is that melody?
60 seconds remaining.
The enemy surround over. Yujin no ken wo kurei! Ware wa chojin.
The barriers.
Ah, dann die GG.
The payload has reached the checkpoint.
I'm under attack. I see a hostile.
Barrier.
Show me what you're made of.
Oh mein Gott.
Truly mortal.
Barrier is near. Enemy vector calculated.
My reach.
Advancing.
Angelo?
In my sights.
You cannot escape me.
Careful, we're outnumbered.
Ja.
Each journey has its trials.
Tactical visor ready for deployment.
Okay. Wie ging der Deep da nicht durch?
Barrier, my barrier is gone. An enemy appeared.
Yujin no ken wo kurei!
Tactical visor activated.
My ultimate is ready to be unleashed.
Kill confirmed. Your resilience is lacking.
Junkrat primed and ready.
Misery made manifest.
30 seconds remaining.
Experiment nears the
するもんならやってみろ。
Patience, patience.
Enemy here.
I'm out. I'm gonna fight that.
My will.
Enemy vector calculated. The barrier is weakened. What is that melody?
Complete.
Jesus, mein Aim gerade.
Score 0
Traurig.
to 2. Switching sides. Prepare to attack. Select your hero.
Wir würden wechseln dann. Sounds like a plan. So nice, dass keiner redet. Der Thrifty Dude hat am Anfang den Weißschild ausgepackt und jetzt sagt er nichts mehr.
The delta M of a given ray Q is approximately...
No, er kickt's. Amy.
I still have much to learn.
Schon die 4 Tote sind fahren. Ich glaube, das wäre mehr.
Make your preparations. Careful research is effective research.
Ich dachte, das wären mehr Tote. Not gonna lie.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attack commencing. Escort the payload.
The bloodshed begins.
Transporting the payload.
Barrier initialized.
Der Mod.
Lending a hand. I require assistance.
We're in this together. All of us.
Stay put.
Find us a cover. The barrier is weakened. Payload progressive.
Double
Tango in sight. That feels much better. Cybernetic innovation at its finest.
Doe maar normaal, hè? Dan doe je al gek genoeg. Hallo.
Breaking them down. I still plan to get you home safe.
Stanger left.
Not so fast.
Hear my bell.
What's the rush?
Was war das gerade für eine Reaction Time?
Enemy.
What the fuck, was macht der da oben?
Payload in motion. Stay.
He outnumbers us.
Der Soldier hat mich da oben gerade auf
They
Guard
won't
geholt.
quit. Neither will I. Coming through.
Group up.
My ultimate is charged.
Disrupting. I want that payload moving. Stat. Hold it.
Nice. Rated. Dann Blade. Nice.
My ultimate is ready to be on.
Might have to adjust my approach.
Ich hab hier Overclock. The next fight.
Going somewhere?
The payload has reached the checkpoint.
Actually. Maybe krieg ich hier noch Engel.
Taking damage.
Transporting the payload.
Die hat einen Lockrun.
I need help. The barrier appears.
Hostile spotted.
Enemy contact. Heading you out.
I need healing.
Ah, oh Mann.
Withstand much more.
Railgun charged. This ends now. This ends now.
Help, Anna? Okay.
Recalculating.
Ich hab nicht damit gerechnet, dass er mich scheitert, not gonna lie. Hab nicht drauf geachtet.
Pain is inevitable.
Not so fast.
You cannot escape me.
The payload has reached the checkpoint.
Actuating the barrier.
Hostile spotted. Hold it.
The payload moving. About time.
Railgun powered and ready to fire.
Oh no.
Breaking them down.
Junkrat primed and ready.
To my will.
Barrier is nearly spent. You see but a fraction of the universe.
Come to me.
I can't do shit. Actually.
If they won't quit, neither will I.
Help me. Your end is within my reach.
What's the rush?
Meine Aim ist gerade sowas von für den Arsch.
This ends now. Confirmed. Огонь по готовности. Double. Breaking them down. Nothing a quick repair won't fix.
The gravitic flux is upon us.
Not so fast.
What is that melody?
Double
We need to move the payload.
Think I'd ever let you down? I'm on fire.
My latest
victory.
Nice.
Play of the game.
This ends now.
The unbearable weight of gravity.
for the part.
Hat 4 actually. Oh. Oh. Das ist wieder Platz 5. Wie kann er weg? Let's see that. Und dann gehe ich auf. Ja, okay, das ist aber funny.
Breaking them down. Nothing a quick repair.
Yeah. I guess we call it a day. Im Blatt 4. Damit kann ich actually leben. Und von daher hätte ich gesagt, GG's. Ich muss morgen leider wieder arbeiten. Morgen werde ich auch nicht streamen. Genau, auf dem Konzert. Das lohnt sich nicht wirklich. Aber am Freitag werde ich wieder dabei sein. Donnerstag, Freitag. Und ja. Yeah. Danke an alle, die da sind. Und GG's. Man hört sich.